What is up, Flannelverse? The magic number is 14. 14 more Best Ball Mania drafts to stream before I am officially the oldest person to ever stream 150, all 150 Best Ball Mania drafts. Getting going tonight. We're going to be streaming for probably the next 5 hours or so, and I've got some great guests to help me through it. Later on tonight, in a couple hours, Jake Tribbey from Fantasy Points is going to join me. But first, I'm going to be opening the show with Best Ball guy Eric Luttrell is going to join me in just a minute. So stick around. Should be fun. 1 second. Eric, you told me before we started tonight that you are also doing 150 BBM drafts. How deep into it are you?
Hey, Neil. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Sorry, my bad. I'm about 142 in right now. Sorry, I was spacing out, having a random thought about something else going on outside my window right now. Anyways, my bad.
Do you want to share it? Do you want to show us what's going on outside your window?
I don't know if I could show it.
No,
the camera is not very mobile, but there's like a full-on cat like annihilating a bird. Like,
oh, that's fun.
And I was just like, should I go do that? I don't know. Anyways, my bad, people. I'm at 142 though. We're in the thick of it, like the end of it. And I was just reading some new news that came out today and a lot of like little interesting stuff to kind of help finish out the end of the year here. And I believe I saw that you said you were around 118 when you messaged me coming back from vacation.
I'm now at 136. So I did 11 hours of streaming yesterday. Got 12 drafts done in those 11 hours. So making a lot of progress. Did 3 more earlier today. So yeah, I'm up to 136. Have 14 left to do. So I'm going to try and I want to do at least 5. Hopefully, like ideally, I would do 6 or 7 tonight because I'm not going to be able to stream at all tomorrow night.
Yeah.
So I want to just like get it done. Except for one draft. So I want to get through 149 by like the end of the afternoon tomorrow. And then I'm going to do one draft with Pete Overzet for my 150th for the official passing of the torch to me becoming the oldest person to have streamed 150.
Awesome, Neil. Congratulations, man. That's very brave, very admirable. And as someone who's maybe done only like 50 or 60 BBMs live on stream, it's just brave of you.
It's funny. I don't think it would be that tough. So if you were thinking about like next year, you could become, the third person to stream 150. I don't think it would be that tough if not for having 3 different vacations in August where I was not fully prepared for. Oh God, I'm going to have to stream so much at the end of August because of all the vacations. But I think it's quite doable.
Yeah, I think you picked a great time to have a ton of drafts. Like I would love to be in your position. The fact that I only have 8 more, it feels like every draft matters so much right now. And I almost want to wait like till I'm fully dialed in, ready to do the draft. Like it's like, my $1,000 home league or something, right? Like every pick matters so much. So
well, it's like you said, we keep getting little bits of news. So like Samaje Perine, I saw people were talking about today. Like he's not very high owned at all in Best Ball Mania. So if you draft him now, you're going to get a very low owned piece, potentially for the playoff weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. And I was kind of wondering about that one. I was like, I wonder if he in our minds just goes to the straight running back 2, or if that's just kind of fluky and they just still kind of use a committee if Pacheco really does go down. But the Jerick McKinnon role is definitely very like interesting.
It's juicy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Very juicy. Yeah.
So I'm expecting it, but yeah, you're right. We don't know for sure what they're planning on doing. So far, it's just signed to the practice squad.
Yeah.
But at least becomes an interesting.
Exactly. As a differentiator piece. And if it stays at the right price, I think if people steam him up, because I don't know, I listened to Swolecast today, and David Kitchen took him in the 10th round.
I saw that on Twitter.
He's doing a blindfolded draft, so he didn't know who was on the board. But if anything like that, like if people start taking him ahead of like super clear running back 2s, I would probably shine off. But anyways, big news.
All right, we are going to jump into a draft. So this will be number 137. I'm actually not that far ahead of you. You have 8 left. I only have 14 left now because I've done so many of them recently.
Oh, let's
But
go.
at least I've been able to take advantage of some of the recent, cut news. Thankfully, did not get into the AJ Dillon streets for the brief period where he seemed like he might be an okay pick.
Right. How do you feel about are you taking Lloyd again, or you think Emmanuel
Yeah, I think
Wilson's got a thing to him?
I actually did. I took a share of Emmanuel Wilson earlier today in the 18th round.
Yeah.
I do think that Lloyd is once again a pretty solid pick. Like
Mhm.
probably not taking him where he was going at like pick 140ish anymore. I have plenty of shares of that.
Yeah.
But when he falls to like the 160s, 170s, I think is a pretty solid pick.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love that. And then I'm kind of like, I'm trying to think through all the backfields lately, like get the weird ones that no one really took much of. Like no one took much Trey Sermon. Like he had that weird little week where he was the guy and then he got hurt and everyone's like, all right, that was enough Trey Sermon for me.
Yeah.
But he does look like the clear backup to Taylor.
Evan Hall getting cut. Honestly, I had drafted some Evan Hall after Trey Sermon got hurt again. I was like, well, Evan Hall,
it's like totally like Evan Hall is going to be the number 2.
Yeah.
Then some Colts fan in one of my chats said it's Goodson behind, or Goodson's more of a backup than Hole is. I was like, I don't know if I believe you, but yeah, you were right.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. And then the Texans cut Jawar Jordan, and so it looked like they're running with Akers.
Yeah.
And saw some other really weird name today. British Brooks is a running back who made the 53 on the Texans.
Somebody mentioned him yesterday. Yeah, I was like, I've never heard of him.
Okay. We're getting deep in the weeds here. But I love it.
Yes, I think Justin last night was telling me that that Cam Akers looks like he's like prime Cam Akers, like looks
Right.
good. And somebody was telling me.
I wonder if they're doing something different with the Achilles like repairs these like nowadays, honestly, because these quarterbacks and like all these running backs and Dobbins and stuff, like they're coming back quick from the Achilles stuff.
Yeah.
Was Dobbins an ACL or an Achilles? Anyways, I could go anywhere. Like, honestly, if you want to get your guy, if you have one, all the way down to Garrett Wilson, I can validate all those guys.
So. I mean, Justin Jefferson at the 108 just feels like he kind of auto click for me.
It's an auto, yeah.
I am also a Vikings fan, so that helps.
Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're in Minnesota with Tyler. That's right.
Who do you have a team?
I'm a Jets fan, actually, and from I know. I'm all the way out in California, so I could have picked a better team, maybe the Niners or something. But now when I was a kid, I played Madden 99 on PlayStation 1. First team I picked, I was using Curtis Martin doing the spin move every time.
Oh, nice.
And I was just like, I love the Jets. And we've made the playoff once since I've become a fan.
I mean, they should be good this year. If Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy this year, right. I think it's a good year to be a Jets fan.
Absolutely. I wonder if I heard someone mention that like Aaron Rodgers he wants like a revenge narrative in a way. Like he wants to just put up the most points possible kind of thing.
I don't buy it. I think he wants to win. I don't think he really cares about, he's always been so slow paced. Like, I don't think he's going to like change and be like faster paced just to score more points. Obviously if he can put up a lot of points, he would like to, but I don't think he's going to like change the pace of play, anything like that.
Yeah, I know. And the defense is so good. That's kind of a concern with me almost. Mm-hmm. Wow, that beer looks delicious.
This is the most delicious beer I've ever had. Yeah, no, this is Spotted Cow from Wisconsin.
Ooh.
Only available.
Shout out Wisconsin. Let's go.
I'm not one to shout out Wisconsin often, but they do a good job with Spotted Cow.
Yeah. All right.
So coming up, Drake London, Nico Collins. Are you a Devin Achane guy? Who do you like in this second round?
Definitely fine with Achane. Yeah. It's been interesting thinking through running backs because I want to take so many swings late with the new names coming up, but I'm good with Achane or Nico are my two right here. Nico, I think, could be a first round pick next year, is kind of what I've been saying lately. But also Achane could too. However you want to build it, really. It's like, do you want 5 running backs or taking 6 later swings?
I do kind of like the later swing running backs.
Then I'd go Nico probably. And then just do a 0 RB type style. If we get a good value, something falling to us, we can take it. But just plan on like busting out all the greasy running back 2 names, like that's how I'm thinking through these last few days. Just taking guys that are super low owned, but have just as clear of a chance of being running back to, like a Braylon Allen, though, or something, someone who's taken all the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you a slow draft guy at all?
Yes, when it's necessary to max a contest that I want to play. But not just like a casual BBM and slow or anything like that. I will do like the $100 drafts. Like I'll do 2 fast and 1 slow, kind of like see if I get any news with it or something.
I asked because I just got a notification that I have less than 10 minutes left to make my pick on the draft. So I'm like,
there you go. Pull it up in between the turn here. I'm ready.
Let's do it. So it's unfortunately it's an eliminator, and maybe I'll do my eliminators and then I'll go in and do my, because I could do that here too, but it's probably easier to just do it on my phone. Whereas if it were like a puppy, I feel like I just pull it up and use the sidekick here, and it'll make it quick for me to just be like, all right, that's the best pick.
Yeah.
But no, I can do my eliminator here.
Sweet.
Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels.
Was that a big eliminator?
No, this is a regular.
Oh,
got into, right as it was closing, I got into a few.
Oh, yeah. I just actually finished one of my last slows with that too. I took Hayden Hurst with the Donald Parham being cut. I was like,
interesting. Yep.
That's an eliminator ass pick right there.
Yep. Not many people have
buy and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right.
No,
love to start though.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, continue.
Yeah. I mean, I was just saying the same thing. J Jets and Nico Collins, pretty solid start there.
Absolutely. I don't know if this is true, but I feel like Nico Collins is gonna like really differentiate himself beyond Diggs and Dell. And I think that we're going to be picking between him and Amon-Ra next year in the first round, because we're both going to say like they have a bunch of good players on their team, but they're like the alpha kind of thing. And then it's like, who's better, like offense, Texans or Detroit? But I just think the Texans could go nuclear, honestly.
Yeah,
hard not to think that. Yeah.
So with that in mind, are you less inclined to double stack the Texans because you think Nico is going to? Okay.
No, I would do it with Dell though. Nico and Dell are, I mean, you could have a 40-point week from Stroud with like 2 touchdowns to each of those guys.
Yeah, I'm usually team Diggs over Dell, but I do like to sometimes mix it up and go Dell first.
Okay.
So with you liking Dell, that makes it easy for me.
Yeah, the Diggs one is interesting because I think he's going to get a good amount of volume, but I think a lot of his games will look a lot like maybe like 6 for 70 and no score or something. Whereas I think Nico and Dell just need like 2-3 catches and it could just be like 100 and a touchdown kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But that's just my perception on it. I don't really know ball that well. That's just kind of what other smart people have told me. And that's just kind of how my vibe goes with it too.
Yeah. We'll find out. We'll find out together. Yeah,
absolutely. Do you take any of the running backs at all, like Mixon or anything on the Texans?
Occasionally, I'm not a huge believer in Mixon. Like to me, it's like he wasn't that great with the Bengals. So like that was a really good offense. So this is probably a better offense with the Texans, but like he was already in a great spot and he just wasn't that good. So I do buy some. Like I think he's fairly priced. But I'm not like going out of my way to slam Mixon. Or are you doing a lot of Mixon?
Not a lot, no. But I've been mixing him in the 6th round. I feel like I might look back on that and just kind of be kicking myself. I don't have a few like, kind of like hybrid anchor Mixon teams in a way. But I'm very much a portfolio drafter. That's kind of my crux.
Me too.
Yeah.
My exposures are very, very even.
Right. I have like a few. I only have maybe I think I only have 1 player left that's over 20%. And it's Rashee Rice. So I'm just, everything else is kind of balanced. And if someone's over like 12% for me, that's like a stand I have basically.
Rashee Rice is a good one to have that much of. I'm guessing you bought the dip a bit.
Just took him every time. I tried to tell everyone on my stream when they came in. I said, do not hesitate when you see this guy's 6th rounder later.
So Zay Flowers will be the week 17 correlation. Laporta, a bit of a faller. Anybody you particularly like here?
Flowers. Yeah. Flowers, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got the full.
The one that tempts me actually more is Higgins, but I'm just a Higgins guy.
Higgins wasn't even showing up. Interesting.
I know. They were like, if you're taking a receiver, you may as well take the double stack. Yeah, the sidekick's super legit. Like that was, me
Yep.
going, me going in blind sometimes. I'm just like, hey, T. Higgins, switch it up. But
So you don't use the sidekick?
no, I should. I just outed myself.
I mean, yeah, it's expensive. Like, and once you're like, we were kind of deep into the season before it came out. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I might be totally wrong. I just started using it a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Maybe if it came out really early and I was watching people use it more, it just kind of came out halfway, and I didn't know if I wanted to invest into it.
Right.
I use an overlay and stuff like that. Like, then I kind of just do my own portfolio kind of management. But
me too.
Yeah, I love how it just shows you like week 17 right there, just boom. Like that's very clutch. Yeah, cool. But no, this team is sweet, man. That's a hell of a stack. We're not going to get Lamar falling back on the turn there, of course, but there is an out with Stroud. And I like to play the long game and see if he comes back at like pick 80 or whatever it is.
Yeah, I think so. This one, our next two picks are 56 and 65. So you would push him past 65.
Yeah, I think the Diggs drafter is behind us. But I know this is a weird time of year, though. Like it is. People will just take Stroud.
Yep. We tried pushing him in a draft that I did yesterday. Man, time is not something that is real to me right now because I've been streaming so much. I think it was just yesterday we tried pushing Stroud to 80 and he got sniped by somebody who was completely unstacked. It is definitely tough right now.
Right. Yeah, we can lock it up, but I don't know. What do you want to do here? This is an interesting spot.
I think we should definitely push this part. We could go Mixon, add on to the stack there, and then Stroud.
Wow. You want to do that?
I don't know. It's interesting. At least it could be.
It is. I think my preferred option is Kittle over Pitts, but James Cook's cool too. I don't know, Neil. That sounds fun, but yeah, no, let's do Kittle.
Yeah,
this
fun,
is like
but
a proper build. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't. The game where that gets there, where Mixon, Nico, Tank. I mean, or you just hit on this crazy 55 touchdown season for the maybe even more, whatever a high number is for a total team touchdown. Just something crazy, but yeah.
Meatwad says Neil helping his Jacquard tree by taking 3 wide receivers with a week 14. I am very much a bye week bro, so I don't usually start with 3 week 14 wide receivers. I think this is the second time I've done it today though. So yes, very much building out that Jacquard tree.
Absolutely. No, that's definitely something I consider too. I try to push past it because your brain really wants things to just look perfect and not have those bye weeks.
Wait, so where is the Diggs drafter?
He should be on the turn here behind us. Yeah.
Yeah, there he is. Okay.
So
he's one pick before us.
We're gonna be before him on the way back around.
Yeah. So we could try to push it if he even makes it back to us. We could try to push it. Let's see what's available here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Like, are any of these players in this range players that you feel strongly enough about where you think it's worth trying to push it? That's what it comes down to for me. It's like, a lot of the time it's like, man, I don't really feel that differently about who's going to be available at 65 versus 80.
No, you're right. It like maybe Brian Thomas went and Odunze. Yeah, then probably not, honestly.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel like.
Yeah. That was a great point. I like that.
He goes before us.
Of course.
So
all right, we gotta learn ball here.
Yep.
Okay, that's your rank. Fine. Okay. I was looking at D Hop there. I was like, how did he get back up here?
Yeah, so over here, Keenan Allen, Rashad White, Kyle Pitts, Deontay. Anybody you love here?
I guess I'm Keenan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of a faller.
Yeah. You're getting a good value on him compared to what everyone else paid most of the year. Quarterback-wise, offense-wise, the Bears could be very fun as well when I'm comparing him. Because the other guy I was looking at is Deontay Johnson, and I'm just thinking like Bears offense versus Panthers offense. Probably want the Bears just in case it's also a team that goes nuclear. And Godwin, I'm not really taking much of. Honestly, I think McMillan's a big problem for Godwin. And
Do you really? Interesting. I've been very much in on Godwin. Just the potential slot stuff is, a little bit juicy.
yeah, I just don't. Yeah, just don't think he's. Once again, I think it's almost kind of like a Diggs role where he's like underneath a lot, and I just don't know if he's going to score that way, really.
Yeah.
And so I think he will get like a good target share and stuff, but I just don't know what his spike weeks are going to be and stuff like that. I don't know. That's very nitpicky. Like Godwin's a fine pick. Once again, these are just. I'm kind of closing in. Like I've been so open building portfolios. Like I probably have 8% Godwin myself, honestly.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
take this with a grain of salt. Like what I'm doing here is very much a recency bias of like guys I'm just not. I'm just trying to get some upside for these last few teams, and I don't know. All year I kind of play it naive in the sense that I'm like I don't really know what can happen this year, kind of a thing. And now at the end is when I think I start taking a little bit more player takes based on what I'm hearing and what I'm saying. I'm like, okay, McMillan's really good. Like they love McMillan, and I know he's playing on the outside and Godwin's underneath, but I even heard Overzet on one of his streams talking with Sean Siegel, and they were like, how Godwin to the slot, and people spun it as bullish, but they looked at it as actually negative, and I don't know.
Yeah, I like it. I think he's going to get more volume. But he was pretty good like the second half of last year. That was
Right.
I don't know if you like followed the narrative of his wife complained and suddenly they targeted him a lot more, which was kind of funny. Yeah,
I like that. No, I didn't
Yeah,
hear about that one.
Yeah, I think his wife complained on Instagram or something about how he was not being used enough, and then like immediately they like upped his usage significantly. It was interesting.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. All right. Well, hopefully she had a good talk with them.
Yeah, right.
Before the season here.
Yeah. All right, we're looking at Aaron Jones, Najee Harris, Jalen Warren, Evan Ingram, Ramondre Stevenson.
I don't know. What are you thinking here? It's kind of a weird spot.
I'd be fine going Jones. We have Justin Jefferson, so I guess we could build out that Vikings a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's something at least.
I struggle with Jones because I don't think the Vikings offense is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
So usually I like to get running backs who are going to be on what I consider to be good offenses, like who are going to be scoring a lot. But
yeah,
I think he's going to be used a lot at least.
Yeah, at least. No, I see what you mean there. And then I was actually just thinking through, since we did that, it's almost like I want Sam Darnold on this team. You just assume Sam Darnold is somehow good, and then Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones are actually like super undervalued at 108 and the 7th round or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. So that could be fun, actually. Playing to Green Bay or something too is a really fun week 17 game, and other fun players on the other side. Lloyd, one of the guys we talked about, who's pretty cheap right now still.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to start throwing names, giving away our players.
No. I mean,
no, some people were probably in the draft with us.
Yeah. I mean, almost definitely, always. When you stream, even if they weren't in the streamer, they'll see that they're drafting with you. Yep. Jordan Addison's still there if we want to continue the Viking stack, or we go with one of these running backs.
Yeah. Brock Bowers is super fun. I like Mostert a lot too, but he doesn't really do anything for this team. Yeah, just go Bowers. Can't go wrong.
Be done at tight end.
Yeah, that's fun. It's actually good to be done at tight end earlier. Now it feels like I don't know, it gets kind of gross down there. Like I've done a lot of, because I did so much elite tight end throughout most of the season that towards the end here, I kind of stopped taking a lot of elite tight end. And it's so gross when your tight end room is like, I don't even know what they've been like. Noah Fant, Juwan Johnson, and Theo Johnson. Like obviously it could work, but for some reason it just does not.
Yeah, the elite tight ends feel good to me right now, and like I don't know, I kind of feel like there's more upside taking a tight end, an elite tight end, and then there are wide receivers that I feel like have a lot of upside in the back end of the draft. So it feels like there's upside in taking the elite tight end, who I think has both a high floor and the higher ceiling. Like we see historically, the tight ends who put up the big scores are the tight ends that you draft early. Like that's just the way it goes. Like the biggest spike weeks come from the tight ends typically that you draft earlier. So you get those tight ends, and then you also get players that you feel have upside later in the draft. Whereas like those late tight ends that we're talking about, Theo Johnson, Jawan Johnson, like, I think that they're solid bets, but I also don't really see the same kind of like smash, break the season kind of upside that I see in some of the wide receivers there.
Exactly. And I think that's the whole reason that I've been wanting to do this more, actually, is because I get down there and I'm like, man, I don't want to have to take, Theo Johnson right now. I want to take like a shot at the running back 2 on a different team or something. Like, I don't want to have to need another tight end right now. I need more upside than that. So even if I've been just straight punting tight ends on some of my teams. Like I'll do Fryermuth and like Otten and just call it a day. Just be like, yeah, I'm done. I'm taking bigger swings somewhere else.
Yeah. I don't do a ton of that, but I do think I think that's viable. Like, because you just, some years you don't see much tight end scoring at all. I sort of think this year is going to be an outlier where we will have a number of tight ends that put up big scores, but
yeah, I agree.
Hard. I feel like we sort of think that every year. Like they kind of, all the teams hype up their tight ends. You get the impression like, oh, this guy's going to break out. This guy. All right. It wants us to take another. Do you
believe in this Zamir White dip being real? Like, is Alexander Mattison really hurting this guy or Dylan Laub?
No, I did not realize he was dipping this much. This is pretty late for Zamir White.
Yeah, we should. I think this is a good dip to buy because I think, for one, we're the only people, or like the people who've been drafting the last week, like since that preseason usage came out with Yankees data, which is not that many BBMs, 5, 10, or sorry, like probably 12, 15% of the contest. And I just don't get it. Like Alexander Madison's splitting time, or like Amir Abdullah or something people are worried about. And it's like, I don't know. I just think they're going to play Zamir White like last year. When they were winning games too, by the way, like they won games towards the end of the season there, with him getting the ball like 20 times. So
counterpoint, they also had AOC in those games, which is why I agree. Like I was doing the same thing. I was like, these are the guys they won with last year. Like this coach Pierce came in and was winning with these guys. So I was like, AOC is probably going to be the starter, Zamir White, and then they benched AOC. But that might just be like, he threw the 1 pick 6 and that was enough.
Yeah. I wonder why. Yeah, they just paid Minshew so much money. I'm like, why did you give him so much money? I don't know. It made it so confusing on who's starting. Because I was like, AOC is probably better for your franchise, like, but you just gave Minshew a bunch of money, so I think you have to play him.
That was a confusing situation. But yeah, was. I like this dip on Zamir White. I don't think he's like some amazing talent, but like he's probably their best talent. And you just look at the other running backs there.
Yeah,
Alexander Madison's not that guy.
No, I'm not even saying it's going to be a good offense or anything like that. It's just getting, compared to going Singletary or Moss every time or something. I don't know. It's a nice name that I personally, I don't know if you were taking much of him back at his old price, but I kind of bypassed him a lot. I just never really thought of him. I don't know.
Yeah. Same.
Anyways, yeah. We got Caleb stacked up. Yeah. Sorry. That's what came to my mind first.
That's also on the agreed.
Yeah. I think that's perfect. That's such a fun offense to play into.
That's the nice thing about having this year. I mean, I had the same thought, but it is like, if we had forgotten, the sidekick would tell us, Caleb is your guy.
It was funny because I wasn't even looking at the side. I was looking at the board and I was just like, Caleb Keenan. Yeah, but awesome. Right on.
We should check in, say hello to chat. I'm sure some people following you over from your channel as well.
What up, everybody?
I'm a loser. Good to see you. Meatwad, what's going on? Meatwad at 148. You better make him count. You got to make him count at that point. You're with best ball guy here. The number, just a small number left. Got to make him count.
Got it.
A-Rod. Yeah, the what? You don't want this smoke. When we're teamed up, me and Eric on the same stream, you don't want this smoke. You gotta do off-stream stuff. No, I'm kidding.
I've been having some fun drafts, man, at night. I'll tell you what. Sorry, keep going.
Have you really? How late do you go typically?
I mean, I'm on the West Coast, so I'll draft my last team at like midnight, and it's like 3 a.m. On the East Coast. So,
man, I should have scheduled this differently. I should have had you come on late because I need, I'm going to be on all night.
I'll come back on later. I'll come back on. I have to do my stream, and then I'll come back. Sure.
When is your stream?
I'm gonna pack in one BBM real quick. My commitment is just I was gonna stream every single day until the start of the season, and I have basically. So a couple times, including this weekend, I record a video that goes live. I'm sorry, but I have to go sometimes. But
yeah,
at least I give you guys a video. You get a video every single day.
yeah. Yeah, and I appreciate you changing around your schedule for me. We were supposed to be going on Eric's channel tonight, and then I was going to ask him to come on my channel later, but because of my like rush to get my BBMs done before it fills, I asked Eric to switch things around. So I appreciate you accommodating me there.
No worries, man. No worries at all. I got my schedule out. I got 8 more. I'll probably do 4 tonight, 4 tomorrow, 2 on Friday, and then I'm going on a little mini vacation.
Nice.
Yep.
All right, let's make this pick. Are you a Jalen Polk guy? Do you want to set up the Patriots?
The one thing, when we did the week 14 thing is when I was like, I don't know if we could take Mitchell or Polk, which sucks.
Yeah, that does suck. No, I think that's correct. We shouldn't do that.
I didn't bring that up, but it's almost like, and I was trying to think through what else would we do here. There's no quarterback, right? There's nothing. Yeah, we're good. I mean, no, I'm not scared. Let's do it. We'll take 2 other bye weeks for the last 2. Justin Jefferson will get us through week 14 anyways.
Yep. So we have Jefferson and Keenan Allen for that. Yeah, we'll take 2 more. Yeah, I agree. We'll take 2 more wide receivers.
We got double elite tight end live that week. We're good to go.
Yeah,
we're fine. Don't be scared of bye weeks. I got to remind myself that.
No fear.
Polk is such a good pick, and that is such a good price. So I love that. I've been taking him at like pick 115 just to make sure I get him.
Yep. Dr. DFS, I'm glad that you've been learning on the streams. That is good to hear. We talked before the stream. You don't play a lot of DFS. What are you going to be doing after best ball season's over? Do you have any plans for what you're doing on your channel during the season, if anything?
No, I don't. Okay. I really don't. I'm like, I don't want to get into doing a bunch of battle royales, to be honest with you. Like, but they got good about dropping those like 3 entry contests last time. I remember that. I think I'll play those, but I don't want to get into the battle. I can't do the 150. Like, I don't know. I don't want to not do enough lineups because I don't have time, and I also don't want to do 150 each week. But I want to go do the basic stuff, portfolios, reviews, like how are my teams doing? If anyone who followed me throughout the year, like my player stands that I have with certain guys, and just see how they're doing. I had a few too many beers on stream one time, and I ranted about Brock Bowers for like 30 minutes on why everyone needs to take Bowers in every draft.
Nice.
And so I might eat some of that stuff, and it'll be fun to talk about as the season goes on.
Definitely.
Yeah. How about you? Obviously, you're running a bunch of DFS. Yeah, and I know promote the show. I'll always make the pick first.
Yeah. Do you like Jaleel McLaughlin here? J.K. Dobbins, Jordan Mason, a lot of running backs is popping to the top here.
Is there any correlation? No, it's just Chandler. We already have. No, we're good. Wow, I love the rank. Yeah, Jaleel's great.
I like Jaleel. Yeah.
That's great. I was just deciding between him. I've been thinking about Dobbins a little bit more, taking him a little bit. And it's a bring back on Polk.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyways, no, that's great. That's gonna open up. It's kind of good we didn't get Stroud because now at least we can take Drake May, or at least attempt to. So that's kind of fun.
We still have the Darnold out, so we have later quarterbacks we can take. So that's good.
Oh yeah, the Darnold out. Yes, I like the Darnold narrative too a lot. That's great. Cool.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Bearcat says August vacations are a serious anchor for me too. Anchor. What do you mean by that? I don't think I understand that terminology. Like it is a interruption for you, or is that like a good thing? Like you got to take an August vacation before the NFL season? I'm not sure I understand.
I think it like anchors him. It like secures him. He feels
like it's a good thing. Like it's a good thing.
I think so. I'm not sure, but
yeah. Okay. That would make sense.
Let's see.
Tokyo Swan does not think Minshew lasts. Yeah, I mean, who knows?
I know. He probably won't.
What's up, Best Ball Josh? I just saw the update to the Best Ball overlay. That's pretty cool. Ready for the season, doing the battle royales. Very cool.
Yeah.
And also there is a Chrome extension which I could have used on these drafts, or maybe you haven't. I didn't realize it, but
yeah. Oh yeah. No, I promote the Best Ball overlay. I use it. It's great. It really is. And I haven't.
Oh,
That is where I will have to maybe that will help me learn the battle royale stuff. Honestly,
yeah.
by doing that. But
I just
man,
realized that I needed the opposite. I didn't need the Chrome extension. I need the extension for Mozilla because that's the Sidekick only works on Firefox. So I was hoping that I had that backwards.
Got it.
Oh man, GDE taking Jordan Mason and Khalil Herbert, just taking all my guys, all my running backs.
Yeah, Bucky's very interesting. Chase Edmonds out for the year, right?
Yep.
Then we got Lloyd. We got our boy down there. I think that's the best bring back for this Darnold thing.
Yep. Do you think you want to do it now, or could we push that one?
That's a great question. I think we could push it. I think we got what do we want Vidal though? Vidal then Lloyd, or do we want Bucky? I'm almost just like
Bucky.
Okay, yeah, you like Bucky? Let's do it. The Vidal was just the New England thing, but
yeah,
there's a chance that we can get all three of these guys potentially. So
there is, yeah. Although we gotta start thinking about a quarterback here pretty soon. I have seen May going earlier and earlier.
I'm totally fine on reaching for May, honestly, with this next pick, even if you want to. I love just locking it up.
Man, Justin Herbert, what a fall there. I guess we could have done that. Just take Justin Herbert and then backstack with Brendan Rice.
We still could.
DJ Chark, something like that.
Yeah.
We might be able to.
I can't believe Brendan Rice made the team. Let's go.
That was so. Did you see the alert from NBC saying that he was cut?
No.
I read that off on.
I'm so happy I didn't see that.
Yeah, they said Jerry Rice's son cut from the Chargers. They deleted the tweet later.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but I read it off on stream and everybody was like, that's fake news. And then I read the tweet and under it, everybody was saying that's fake news. This is exactly the opposite of what it said. And then it turned out that was correct. Made the team.
Good. Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I couldn't take any Quentin Johnston. I even did a little bit in the beginning of Best Ball Mania. I was like, what am I doing? And yeah, I started mixing them in a little bit, and I'm just glad it worked out. I was thinking maybe even Cornelius might make the team because he knew Harbaugh. Okay, yeah. So Lloyd did go, but we got Vidal. I think Vidal's unless you want to lock up Herbie here.
I mean, we don't need to. We have two backstacking options for later.
Okay.
What do you think?
I'm good with Vidal.
Okay. It is a nice price, but like I tend to, I don't know if you feel this way, but I usually want to stack quarterbacks with like at least they're one of their like top two pass catchers. Like I really don't like doing the like quarterback backstack with like their fourth option. Like to me, that's still obviously great correlation, but I don't know. I'd rather have the stud with the quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more.
So like we could have taken Herbert, but harder to do that. Whereas like Drake May or Sam Darnold, we have their studs.
Yeah, exactly. I know. It's not meant to be a Justin Herbert team. It's just not.
Yeah.
Caleb. Wow, we can build the sneakiest little quarterback room if it just falls right.
Yeah. It's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah. But yeah, right on. This is a good team. 1-5-6-2. Done it tight end. Running back, need one more.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Yep. And then it's probably just like a 2 or no, could be a 7 receiver. Bye weeks though.
3,
I'm almost
5,
thinking
8. Yeah.
We could stop at running back. I don't know.
We could. It's a little bit thin, but we could try it.
I just tell yourself Vidal's the absolute nuts breakout.
I mean, if you really believe in Drake May, we could go 2-6-8-2.
Yeah. No, I just think it'd be really fun to have Darnold and May. So you get this early season production from Darnold, because I think Darnold's a like randomly like decent fantasy quarterback, even though the Vikings, maybe the pass catchers even won't be good. But he like rushes like kind of randomly. I remember he had those games on the Panthers, finishes like the quarterback 5 2 weeks in a row or something.
Yeah.
So that will happen, along with him throwing a lot in the Kevin O'Connell offense. So it'd just be really fun to have early season production Darnold. I don't know if he makes it the whole year, but on this team, we were saying he makes it the whole year, right? We got to remember that. Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones are smashing. Like that's how this is winning BBM. So maybe we do just need Darnold.
I'm buying it with Darnold. I'm telling myself he's going to be good.
Right. Yeah, we
Because
have
it's what I need to
Jefferson.
tell myself as a Vikings fan. I need to tell myself the
That's
story.
true.
That
And the
Darnold's gonna be
Vikings
good.
fan. Yeah, I got to remember that.
Yeah.
How do you feel about PPR Tyler being a Falcons fan?
I don't like it.
No.
I think it's bullshit. You live in Minnesota, just be a Vikings fan.
Right? Come
What's
on.
up with that?
Yeah, where you at, Tyler? Huh?
At least he's not a Packers
You got
fan.
invited. You didn't show up.
Like 25% of people in Minnesota are Packers fans, and that is the worst. I think we go May 1st. What do you think? May or Darnold first?
Oh God, I think we'll have to lock up Darnold.
Right.
I would be sad. I don't know if we can run May Caleb. I guess we can, but they're announcing tomorrow who's starting between May and Brissett. But I don't know. I just always with the rookie, I kind of like mixing in this bet here. I just hope he falls back. I don't know.
We also do have. Oh no, never
pick.
mind. I was gonna say we have the out of Bo Nix. Okay, Drake May goes.
Rocco, my arch nemesis.
Do you know Rocco?
Yeah, he hates me.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, I didn't realize he was even in this draft. Yeah, I should have done that. He's probably almost doing that just to spite me.
Interesting. I've never seen him in a draft before, so he probably did show up specifically for this draft.
Right. He just lurks me and then gets in my draft. He goes, "The room is so soft when I'm drafting against you. I love getting in your drafts." I'm like, dude, God, wow. Okay, it's a next level troll. I gotta commend him for it. But no, that's okay.
We could go Bo Nix, but the tough thing is we probably don't want to add another Week 14 receiver. And we have Jaleel McLaughlin, so we could just have Bo Nix with Jaleel McLaughlin, have that be our stack.
I like it, actually. I do like it.
We've also got Samaje Perine sitting there. Would you prefer to do Bo Nix, and then we have? I guess we've got some other running back options that I kind of like down here.
I think we do. Do you want the third quarterback, or do we just play? I think we have to. Yeah, let's go Bo Nix. I think it's big upside. He rushes. We can play him just with Jaleel, I think, potentially.
I think he's going to be throwing to the running backs a lot, and
right,
specifically Jaleel. So
yeah, no, I like that upside. We need that.
Yeah.
And then the receivers. I don't know. How do you feel? Just one more receiver and then a running back?
Probably. Okay. Let's see. Who do we like at receiver here? I like Yoshevich just fine.
Right.
That'd be a fun bring back for week 17.
Yeah.
Man, these receivers are not my. Jalen Naylor, I think, is a solid pick for our team where we have Sam Darnold.
Absolutely. Which is almost leaning me towards taking a running back because this has dried up quite a bit, and I don't really want to take two swings down here.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm thinking too. We go Josh Reynolds. Oh no, we can't because he's week 14. I keep forgetting the bye week issue.
I mean, I don't know. At a certain point, I think we take the right player versus worry about the bye week because your team can be up by like 180 points anyways, and if you lose out on one receiver position for week 14, it's like, all right. I don't think we're going to be. It's a very small edge when you think about it because we could just put hypothetically, it'd be like 3 of our running backs are playing because one's in the flex there. We'll have quarterback fine. We'll have 2 chances or another chance at a flex with an elite tight end. And then we still have Justin Jefferson, Keenan Allen playing as well. So it's something. I don't know.
The hard part though is like if you have 3 exactly like one injury and suddenly you have 1 wide receiver that week and you're losing like a lot of projection. I don't know. That's where I start being nervous about it, but
I understand. No, I trust your opinion, honestly. So whatever you think is best. Don't. We'd have to find the right 2 receivers, I think, to make it worth it. I will say for Josh Reynolds is very interesting. But I don't know.
Yeah. I think we need at least 1 more receiver to cover that week 14.
Yeah. Okay.
And then after we get that guy, we could, I guess, add on another week 14 receiver. I sort of feel like I'd be more inclined to go running back there, but
I mean, let's see.
So here's
what is the word on Corley? Is he even starting for the Jets? I'm so tapped into that. I don't think he is. Like it's like Lazard. Wild.
So I like Will Shipley. I like Jalen Naylor. I think makes sense for our team.
Yeah.
What who do you like here?
I think I'm good with Naylor, and then maybe I don't know. I love Shipley. Don't get me wrong. I just think at this point I like to maybe try a guy that hasn't been drafted much. If you're open to it, maybe like
If
just
you have
some
a
of the
name, just
sneakier
throw at me.
guys. I mean, I'm throwing them out like Trey Sermon. I'm throwing out who else could be our running back too that doesn't get drafted all that much. Emmanuel Wilson could be our bring back for Minnesota. Very sneaky. Isaac Reno tweaked his groin again. There we go.
Oh yeah, Manny Wilson. That's a good call.
Dude, I'd float out Sion Vaki, honestly, if you got an opportunity, if someone went down. Everything else a little sketchy. Keaton Mitchell's late season upside for sure. Pierre Strong, if the Deonta Foreman thing is real, he's the only other running back besides Ford on the roster.
Call. Yep.
So just a lot of these guys that haven't been drafted yet is how I'm trying to end this. But I think my preferred one would be Emmanuel Wilson because of the bring back. Just if you're going to break a tie, break it towards correlation. And if Lloyd's been hurt the entire offseason, which he basically has, that could re-trigger so quickly. And Emmanuel Wilson, I thought Emmanuel Wilson was good last year. I actually had 10% Emmanuel Wilson in the big board this year.
Damn, really?
So I liked the player a lot. So
that'll be low owned for sure.
Yeah.
John Mechie, there's a good with Noah Brown being cut.
Yep.
Feels like a decent late round pick.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so this will be a 3-6-7-2 build.
Yeah. Yep. And Minnesota is going nuclear week 14 to cover all those week 14
exactly. That's all we really need.
Who's Minnesota playing week 14? Let's see.
Let's
ask the DFS guy what we're looking at here for a projection.
Yeah.
I'll scroll down to it.
What's up, Joe Schmo? Neil Farley in chat. What's going on, Neil? I like this from Chris. He streamed every single day except the days that he didn't. He put out videos those days, though. He put out videos. He at least had content.
Yeah, the stream. I used the wrong word. Streaming. Okay, I mean week 14, Vikings at home versus the Falcons. Come on.
Oh yeah, all day. Jalen Naylor's gonna go for 100 yards. Justin Jefferson's gonna go for 200 yards. Couple scores. We're good.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love it. Great team. Yeah, there's Rock Hardcastle. That's Rocco Jamaica. Don't let him bully you or anything. All right.
Rock Hardcastle is in chat somewhere here. Oh, there he is. There he is. The bully. All right. Yeah, so we end up with a pretty solid team here. Caleb Williams. I'll refresh and go back to it.
Yep.
All right, Caleb Williams, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix at quarterback. At running back, Aaron Jones, Amir White, Jaleel McLaughlin, Bucky Irving, Kamani Vidal, Emmanuel Wilson. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Zay Flowers, Keenan Allen, Jalen Polk, Jalen Naylor, George Kittle, and Brock Bowers at tight end. Pretty solid. We again, this is the second time I've done this over the past couple of days, at least the second, where I've kind of boxed myself into this Houston-Baltimore game and then don't end up with a quarterback. And it's kind of rough. It's kind of tough to recover from that. From a bye week perspective,
it's brutal. And he didn't even come back to the round 6 where I was like, I was going to be with you where we just lock him up. That was, that hurts, but there's a way.
No, it's a good enough team. We stacked up our quarterbacks. I mean, don't love the quarterback to running back being the only stack. Like I like to include a pass catcher also, but I think it's fine. Ultimately, I think
he has some rushing value. He could have a game. Yeah.
Actually, let me label this first. So you said, hang on, I'm gonna before I forget to label it. And our quarterbacks are quarterbacks are Caleb, Darnold, and Nix. You are going to stream on your channel. You're welcome to hang out for the next hour, do another draft here before you head out. If you're going to come back later, you could. I mean, go stream now, come back later. Totally up to you if you want to continue with me now or if you want to get going.
I'll run one more with you, Neil. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Right on.
That's how Yeah, we'll probably do dinner after this, and I'll take a little break. Mine always go pretty late, or
Your
pretty
streams do? Yeah.
late time wise, not like yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want the link to Eric's channel, it is in the description of this video. Also, it's just at best ball guy on Twitter or on YouTube, right?
Yeah, on YouTube. Just
And Twitter, actually.
best
Yeah.
and Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best ball guy on YouTube.
Yep.
Come check it out.
Streaming or putting out content every day, at least in the short term. Although it's one more week and then the season starts, and then we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see how I do. We'll see how I do.
Do you think it's going to go, or is the channel going to go dormant during that time during the season? You say you're going to at least be doing like reviews of
it
your
will
portfolio.
be probably a once a week video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to keep it going. It's probably a good idea to at least do something. I know it can be an issue for the algorithm if you like don't do anything for several months. It can be an issue. So
yeah,
I think once a week is probably good enough.
I think so too. I think I was considering doing like a watch party for certain games of the week, kind of a thing, like where I'm watching and reacting or something like that. I just, when I commit to something, I like do it all the way, and I will, like, even though I know I didn't stream every day, I put out a video. Like, I don't know. I just don't want to be I don't know. I don't want something to come up in my life that sounds like, because I've bailed on things this summer to make sure I streamed. Like,
yeah,
I did it a lot actually, like with people in my life. So, which doesn't feel great. Like, so I actually just want to like actually spend time with people like a little bit more. Not that I dislike what I'm doing. I love this actually. It's super fun. I actually just think, I bet if I just don't do it for a week, I'll want to do it so much more.
True. Yeah.
Basically. Yeah. that's about it. But anyways, every single day. That's right. Best ball on call. I see you in there.
If anybody can relate to that, it's me. The man, it's not tough. Like I enjoy what I'm doing, but also same thing. I've had to like, turn down plans because I'm streaming. I have plans. And of course, during NFL season, it's like all I'm going to be doing. And I basically told people like, I'm not going to be able to hang out with you like at all during NFL season.
Right.
AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Puka Nacua, Marvin Harrison. Anybody you like here?
Yeah, I'd like all of those guys. Honestly, you can pull me. Just do AJ Brown, and then hopefully snag that juicy Jalen Hurts in the fourth. Basically, I mean, I think you have to do that basically every time.
Same page. We are on the exact same page with the fourth round Jalen Hurts every time.
Yep.
If he goes in the third, so be it. I'll have my naked, not even naked receiver.
Right.
But you know what I mean, unstacked.
It's like for every time I grab AJ Brown, it'll come to me like 75% of the time. So if you really want to snipe it, go ahead. So
Yep.
Good stuff. Good stuff. How have you been running like with your 101s, 102s? You getting early picks this year? You have a vibe for what you mostly been getting, or?
Yeah, I haven't actually looked into it, but it feels pretty even to me this year. I don't feel like I've had bad luck. Like last year, I was definitely like didn't get that much of the 101, 102, like very, very much backloaded. This year it feels like it's pretty even.
Okay, cool. Good.
Although both of our picks here were 8 and 9, which is
I know.
Not my favorite
That's
part.
why I was just asking at it. I was like, I wonder what the vibe is over here on the Neil Orfield channel.
Yeah, I've had fine luck. Not like super lucky, but decent.
Yeah.
Drake London all the way here at the 2-4 would be an option. Nico Collins there again. Devin Achane. I'm cool with any of those three in particular, or Debo.
Yeah, we did Nico last time. Debo would be my switch up, but once we can build out an Achane team, that sounds. But I would consider we're taking Hurts in the fourth potentially though, and then it's like we're missing out on one wide receiver already. That might lean me towards Debo, but
all right.
I mean, once again, I could talk myself out of early running back so easily, but
me too.
I love Achane, of course, but once again, when I know one of my legit plans is to not take another wide receiver pick in the fourth round, I'm like, I better take as many wide receivers as I can.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've actually taken. No, I've probably done it at this point. Taken Debo over Drake London. Like I probably take Drake London over Debo 80% of the time, 90% of the time so far this summer. So but
and that totally makes sense to me. Yeah, that totally makes sense to me. I don't know why I just have this weird. I have like an 8% thing on London, and I really don't want more and I don't want less. I don't know why. I just don't know why I don't. I just look at Debo and Collins every time and Achan, and I just think just like I'm so highly of them. I don't know why. But anyways, I could totally see the London breakout. I actually took London in a home league I drafted last night in the second round. Makes
Nice.
total sense. In the dome with Kirk, like if Kirk's good to go, like how could that not work? So
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable to want to be even on a player, especially like a player like Drake London, where it feels like he has a wide range of outcomes because he's like, we're all anticipating the breakout. Like, oh, he's got Kirk Cousins now, he's got a better offensive, better coaching staff. Like he's going to be in a better situation, but like we also haven't seen it. So like we are really kind of projecting forward something that we have not seen yet. So I do think that the range of outcomes is pretty wide. So I think it makes sense if you're not confident one way or the other to just like, try to match the field. I do that in DFS all the time. Where when I'm not super confident, I'll just try and match the field on certain players, and then take stands where I am more confident.
Totally, and it's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder where I'd take. Yeah, I guess I would take London every time before like Olave, Adam, stuff like that. So he's not far off from where I would just take him like most times. So.
Your nemesis says Delvin Cook to the moon. I am out on Delvin Cook. You can have him. Do you feel differently though?
No, no. I've been a big Rico Dowdle exploiter all season. I mean, how like I don't know. I've gotten in so many arguments in my chat this summer, man. Like, I don't know if you guys are trolling me, if you're serious with some of the stuff you say, but I'm like, there's no way that like, I don't know. He's like being called the best at camp. Like Zeke is Zeke. Royce Freeman is the other guy. The other guy's 5'5". Like, how can this not work if they don't sign anyone else? And then they bring in Dalvin Cook, and I'm like, okay, it's solidified. Like Rico Dowdle is 100% the best running back in Dallas.
I
pick
feel
115 still. Yeah.
And I feel like you're asking, and I don't know if they are trolling you. I sort of feel like when he's throwing out takes like this, that feels like trolling. I mean,
he is.
He's just Gordinko, one of my friends who is going to be in a draft with me tomorrow. Gordon, are you going to the draft? Are you going to Jeremy's for the draft tomorrow? I am planning on it after I'm done streaming tomorrow. I'm in 3 drafts tomorrow night, 3 season-long drafts at the same time tomorrow night. Yeah.
Wow.
But a friend of mine just moved in like a couple months ago, moved about 2 miles from me here in St. Paul. So I'm going to go to his place for the draft tomorrow. Should be fun. Nice way to like celebrate being done with all of the best ball marathons, because I've been streaming nonstop. At that point, I'll just have the one draft left. So that'll feel good to be able to hang out, chill a little bit after, because my brain is fried. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm like streaming nonstop. I am like, oh my God.
I'm excited for you. So you're done after tomorrow is your goal. Like,
so I'm saving one draft for
the Pete overs that. Yes. Got it. Yeah. Awesome.
So when's
that video? Or when is that one happening?
That's going to be at 1 Eastern on Friday.
Okay. I will be there. I'll have it on at work. I'll put my AirPods in.
Hell yeah. No, it should be fun.
Sweet.
Devontae goes. That was
that was the dream. Juicy.
Yeah. He's been falling for whatever reason. Like I think I've gotten him around here.
Wow, leg is this your ranks or leg ups ranks?
So here is the leg up rankings, and over here are the ETR
they do
rankings.
have Diggs above Dell. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that's not like a super big stand for them, but yeah. Anyways, if you want to do Diggs here, when Dell in the last one, I'm fine with it. Like that's where I go. I take a receiver, so I'm either Diggs or Tank basically. Unless you wanted to get Higgins, but
I think I like getting pieces of that Houston offense. Like just what we've seen in the preseason, I feel like confirms what we already thought, that they're just going to be awesome this year. So I like getting at least a piece there. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Neil, don't be wishing luck on my opponents. Come on, it's very rude. I'm gonna crush those guys. Interesting that Hurts doesn't just jump ahead of Laporta. He's in behind Josh Allen. Like we have AJ Brown.
There's no way. Yeah, override. Yeah. We're taking Hurts.
Yeah, all day. Yeah, I'm not taking Josh Allen there.
It's funny though, because I feel like sometimes I build I call them like the obvious teams, where I do like Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, and like Diggs, and I'm like, this team's just obviously good.
Yeah.
It's like I overthought it all year taking Waddle and Devonta Smith and Malik Neighbors, and instead I could have literally had every team have Jefferson, like Jefferson, Cooper Cup, and
Right.
Diggs or something. Just
Right.
like what, like three 1,500-yard receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Neil says there's a finite amount of luck available to Niels. I'm trying to monopolize it.
Hell yeah.
Fair enough. Well, never wishing you luck either, buddy. So are you still packing your bags with Rico Dowdle? Because I still like, I'm not even that bullish on Rico Dowdle. It's mostly just most teams that I build, he kind of makes sense where he goes. Like he'll just like fall, and I'll be like, all right, another Rico Dowdle share, because it's between Rico Dowdle and like, I don't even know. I mean, it used to be like Marshawn Lloyd and Kendra Miller, and I was just like, well, I'm going to take the guy who I think's starting on the Cowboys feels like a better bet to me.
I'm still definitely still willing to mix him in. ADP 116 is what we're looking at. I have 12.7% of him, which I think must have come down because I felt like that was probably around 14, 15, because I felt like I haven't been clicking him, because now he goes next to like Tajay Spears and Zach Moss. And I'm not even saying those are better picks, but it makes me stop for a second and like that little hesitation. I don't know. I have not really been taking him at his new price, because he's kind of going, and he goes like ahead of his new price too. So
yeah.
But no, I still, after rethinking, like we just took Zamir White, or I could have the starter for Dallas. I'm like, man, I'd almost just rather have Rico in some worlds. So maybe he probably is still a great pick.
I just got tagged in a video by producer at Stochastic, and I'm trying to figure out what there's like a string of videos, and I can't figure out what is going on here. I'll have to go back to it, I guess, because there's a long string of Stochastic videos that I just got tagged in.
But there we go.
I went to it thinking it was going to be Jordan Chand, who we're drafting with, who is part of the SaberSim team, is drafting, and he took Devonta Smith 2 picks ahead of us. So I thought it was going to be related to that somehow. But I'll
got it.
Catch up on this later.
Okay. There he is. Sweet.
All right. Well, we got a stack early, so that feels good.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then this is the Dowdle team, the Philly stack, the Dowdle bring back, something like that. How you feeling with the Dallas peripheral receivers?
I'm not super into it. I have not been taking a lot of Tolbert or Brandon Cooks, which might be a huge mistake, because I think the offense should be pretty good. But just where they're going in drafts, like there's bets I'd rather make than Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
I don't think he's particularly great. Like, honestly, I didn't think he was going to be a starter. I kind of thought somebody else was going to beat Jalen Tolbert out. Looks less likely now.
Yeah. I'm kind of I'm just wondering, like, I feel like Dak will elevate someone else as a wide receiver too. And I think Cooks is like still banged up, I'm pretty sure. And he, fell off pretty drastically last year. So I'm wondering like who it is, because I know Tolbert's talent has not been there like at all. And he's gotten chances to play when Gallup was hurt, and Gallup was also bad and then retired, and he couldn't get on the field over him. And then it's like, I don't know, should we be looking more at Jalen Brooks or Flournoy, like as someone who could emerge down the stretch as the wide receiver too?
I've drafted a little bit of Flournoy. I have there's somebody in my Discord who was super into Flournoy for a while and talked me into it. So I'm glad he made the team.
That's great. No, that's great news alone. If you took Flournoy and he made the team, that's like how I feel about Brendan Rice making the team.
Yeah, right.
Honestly.
Mark Andrews still here.
Yeah, Mark Andrews, great correlation piece with Diggs for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I've done a Jalen Hurts Stroud team at the right price before. It's pretty fun.
Andrews goes. All right. Keenan Allen, Jaden Reed, Calvin Ridley.
I like Reed a lot, but if you don't, we can go Kittle or something. But yeah,
I don't have a ton of Reed. He has not been like a target for me, but I'm also, when I have somebody on who really likes Reed, I'm not opposed to him. Like, yeah, he could just be the wide receiver 1 on the Packers in a great offense. Like, that's definitely well within his range of outcomes. I've been playing it more through the later receivers, like that they're going to continue to run a rotation where nobody runs more than like 70% of
Yeah.
routes, and I don't know, but there's certainly a possibility that he just like he won that role. He was very good at the end of the year last year. Could be a 90+% next year.
Right. It's just like, what is a guy like if he repeats what he did last year? Like, I think he's worth this price is the thing. And I don't think it's that crazy as a rookie what he did to not only repeat last year, but to be better than he was last year on a great offense with a ascending like top 5 talent wise quarterback.
Yep.
At least in my opinion, but
yep. No, I think that is reasonable.
mhm.
I'm super Dontavian Wicks-pilled, but I was especially Dontavian Wicks-pilled
Yeah.
when he was going much later. Now it's gotten to the point where it's like he's gotten so expensive that I'm like, maybe I should start making the bet on the earlier guys. So I have been more in on Reed.
Okay.
We're on the clock. Keenan Allen comes all the way back to us. I guess it's not that. It's right around ADP. We could go running back here too, or
I'm
George
Kittle
Kittle.
with Debo.
Yeah, it's a good call. Kittle's the right call.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He's such a big tier break for me between him and Ingram.
Yeah, it's also like, how do you feel about the Ayuk situation? Like, are you doing any like Ayuk gets traded, just like make the assumption
This
Ayuk
team
gets
is
traded?
golden to take Purdy, and then
Yeah.
Ayuk just. Well, I don't know. I've heard a lot of sharp things. I don't think he gets traded. My friend who's like a diehard Niners fan is like so certain he's just gonna, because he's still on his contract technically. He just wants a new one, so it's not like he's not like under the teams, like he's on the team, right? So it's like I don't know what's going to end up happening. I don't think he holds out, but yeah, but the missing camp time, like Joe Schmo just said, basically like emo Cowboys always talking about this, but this risk for injury when you haven't been with the team going like full speed all off season. But yeah,
It's very real. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I got too big brain there and I lost my train of thought, but
Yeah,
I think he's fadeable. Yeah.
Yeah. I have been fading him because when we started drafting these contests, he was like mid-second round, right? It was like his ADP was right there, and I was drafting him there, and like part of me is like, am I an idiot for not buying the dip? Like I was buying him mid-second round, and now he's like mid-second round. Now he's like mid to sometimes late third round, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm not doing it because I'm so kind of. I think there's some chance he gets traded, but I think that is a good point. That it's like there is additional risk even without being traded to a worse offense. There is also like he has not been practicing with the team. Maybe he does.
Right.
It increases the injury risk. So I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, and then also like Joe Schmo said that brought that up on ship chasing or ADP chasing the other day, that they love like Shanahan. That's his favorite thing in the world is scheming up plays. Like, so not having your guy there to practice specific plays that are play designed to like get you the ball and stuff does hurt him a little bit. I'm sure they'll be able to work that out because of how good they were last year. Like, I'm sure it won't be a problem for him to figure out how to, when they fake the handoff to McCaffrey and he's wide open down the middle. Like,
but it is like, we also have to remember, was it 2 years ago that Ayuk was in the doghouse? Like he was a rookie, he was great as a rookie. We're all like, oh, he's going to crush this year. And then he was just in the doghouse, like not playing at all. And maybe they just don't have a good relationship. I don't know.
I know. That's so true. That's so true. And they don't talk about it at all. He was very open about it that year.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't heard anything about that. So I don't know. I need to like go see some more coach speak on what Shanahan's been saying lately. Like see how he's saying it. I need to get a vibe from this guy.
Well, we also have Ayuk, the video of Ayuk with Jaden Daniels being like, they don't want me. They don't want me. Like there's something going on there that is not great. The relationships don't seem great.
Yeah. It's a poor move by them. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. Just sign the guy. Like, he goes out of there after this year. Like, just
It is strange.
Pearsall's a total bust, though.
You're not a Pearsall. So that has been a lot of my like Ayuk gets traded teams. I've drafted Pearsall on them, but I'm like less and less confident because he keeps getting hurt.
I got the Niners insider, and he's not really an insider, so don't take. He's just my good friend who's a diehard Niners fan. But he is like but he reads about them all the time. He's in the weeds reading about it. But apparently this guy has a really bad shoulder socket and it just dislocates all the time. And apparently it's dislocated twice throughout camp already. And and the team knew this was a problem when they drafted him, and they thought that they could fix it or something, and they got him on this whole program or something. And apparently it's not working. His shoulder's still dislocating all the time. So he's got this reoccurring shoulder thing that is so just like,
it's not great.
He's calling him a bust. He's like, dude, it could be one of the worst first round picks. I mean, besides taking Trey Lance.
Right. Yeah. Good point.
That one will trump it, but
yeah. I mean, I think that has been my biggest hesitation with him, like that, because I was super into it, and now I'm still buying like in Kittle, I'm buying some Debo, but like the hesitation is just like, why can't this guy stay healthy? Like, what is going on?
We almost got Christian Watson.
These were the two that I really wanted, James Conner and Christian Watson. So that does hurt a little bit.
Okay.
We could go Ferguson for the bring back, or we could wait for Goddard. One of these. I like Jalen Warren. Aaron Jones.
Warren's good.
We took Aaron Jones last time, and I'm not that confident in it. So, although Warren, we're taking him ahead of ADP when he's like kind of dipping, but whatever. I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it's okay. We're gonna want a different pick on this next turn.
Interesting.
It's fine. I mean, we can. I've been mixing in Mostert over Warren. I saw you just went there, but that's so like I don't even know if I really like that.
Yeah.
But anyways,
I do agree with this. Joe Schmo says Trent Williams sold out matters more for the Niners than Ayuk. I mean, Ayuk is really talented, but I do think that's probably true.
Trent Williams is everything for the Niners. It's really funny because even in the show receiver, they talk about Brock Purdy was 50% passing completions when Debo is out. It's like, yeah, you know who missed the same exact 4 games that Debo did was Trent Williams, and Purdy had no time in the pocket. So it's nothing to do with Debo, and maybe a little, but it was Trent Williams missing.
Yeah.
All right, we are probably running back here or Jordan Love, or D Hop. Actually, D Hop's a great pick. I don't know if you're into it, but
I'm super into D Hop. I think that's a pick. Yeah, because we have Hurts. I do a fair amount of Love as my second quarterback, but now we also have the Niners out. I think we got to go. D Hop, and
that's a tier break for me. I mean, and it's such a good price.
I actually almost said it after our last pick, like, oh shit, I didn't see D Hop there. We should have done it where we took Warren. So just flip them and
right, flip them, and it's all the same.
Yeah, because like for whatever reason, like I am always surprised that D Hop is not higher in the rankings here, because forever they had him super high, and now I don't always see him because he's, I guess because of the ADP, maybe he's and Love goes a pick after us. I guess this is a guy that took Christian Watson.
Yeah, man, so close to that double
person, I should say. Yeah, that would have been, if we had gotten Christian Watson and then taken Love, that would have been great.
The double stack was so nice. Cool. But no, it's chilling. This next pick is probably not Purdy yet. We're probably going to try to want to push Purdy, especially when you already have Jalen Hurts. You don't want to reach, I don't think. I think you'd rather. Yeah, fortunately. But I think it's a running back pick probably in the next one. What is it? 10 something, 105? Okay. Yeah. That's a good running back range.
Yeah, and how much do you care about getting Goddard when you have Hurts? Like,
I do like Goddard a lot. I've actually been wondering myself why I'd never take him, because it's just like this running back pocket. Like, it's so hard not to just grab one of the last starting running backs. Like, when
you do also occasionally see him fall all the way to 129. Like, I don't think we need to prioritize him because we already have AJ Brown. I like to get the double stack even with Hurts, but I do think, like, I don't think we need to take Goddard at 102 or at 105.
Right.
So I
think Goddard scored 30 points less than Jake Ferguson last year and missed 4 games. So
is that right?
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, he's a really good pick. I'm like, I'm kind of into it actually, but I'm hoping we can push him because, like you said, I've seen him fall so far before, and I still don't take him. I don't know what I'm doing. I need more Goddard this year. God, see, this is what happens. You get to the end of the season, you've done 750 drafts, and you don't have enough of all these guys.
I know. It's so tough. especially for guys like us who are wearing the even exposure blankets. Oh man, I feel like I saw the big game for Jaden Daniels. Like, oh, that's sweet. I draft a lot of Jaden Daniels, and I looked it up, and I had 11%, and he was my second exposed quarterback, second highest
Yeah.
exposed. I had 11%, and I'm like, man, maybe I need to start taking some stands, but
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. He was. It was so funny when I don't know when this was, maybe a month ago. I was looking at Jaden Daniels. I had so much of him, and I had like $800 put on Jaden Daniels, and my next highest drafted quarterback was only like $220 worth of drafts. And I was like, oh my God, that scared me so bad. I stopped taking him. I was like, this is concerning.
Yeah.
But it was just such a smash pick. I mean, it was like, oh my God, for so long there, like I just take Bowers and Jaden Daniels like every turn. I think it's the 8-9 or something.
Yep.
Just like Bowers, Daniels, Bowers, Daniels, Bowers, Daniels. It's like every team.
Yep.
Yeah.
How
do you feel about Dobbs? Oh, sorry. No, go for it.
So what I'm thinking is, I don't think we need Dobbs because we have 5 wide receivers, and we don't have Love. So what I'm thinking is, if a running back that we like comes to us at our next pick, we should take that running back. Otherwise, I don't know. Like, do we push? I mean, because we want both of Purdy and Goddard, right? Those are the two that I think we want both of those because we have the Niners double stack.
Yeah.
We have Goddard. We are just talking about how great of a pick he is. We have the quarterback. So, like, if there isn't a running back that we love, we might want to consider.
I would say if Chase Brown, and then I mean, we know I don't want to make both my teams on your channel Zamir White, but I do think it's a good value. Okay, there he goes. If it's not Chase Brown, I think I'm just pushing. I mean, B-Rob's interesting too.
I actually don't hate Zach Moss either. I've been buying Chase Brown more than Zach Moss, but yeah.
It's just I see him fall. He might actually be there on the next pick, but
yeah.
Anyways,
but I guess
either way.
So if we did push running back, who could we get at 129? I guess that would be like Gus Edwards, Austin Eckler. I mean, it is a different tier, I think.
Definitely,
if we did that,
it's way different. And B-Rob goes, yeah.
Oh, we got Chase Brown. Should we just do that?
With Chase Brown. I would love Chase Brown actually.
Yeah, let's go Chase Brown.
I am the Chase Brown. I definitely have way more Chase Brown than Zach Moss, but I am very open to saying this. I want to make this clear that I could be very wrong about it. I could be wrong about everything I'm ever saying, by the way. And you should never just watch two people that draft online and then try to talk things out in a draft and assume that we know anything at all, honestly. So
yeah, I'm telling you, I don't know shit. Don't know anything.
There you go. Me neither. Thank God.
But we can pretend. We can try to know shit.
Yeah, we can try.
I think I'm Purdy over Dallas Goedert with his next pick if they're both there. What do you think? Who's your preference? I mean,
or Goddard. Yeah, probably Purdy.
We've got the later out of Tennessee, but that's our only other late out.
Unless you wanted to Galaxy Brain who has which Niners on the board, and we can see if they already have two quarterbacks or something.
But you don't know if is McCaffrey. I guess he has Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, that's not saying much. I'm good with Purdy. Purdy's going to have a great year.
Yeah. All right.
It's a great offense. I mean, I mean, that's such a fun way to build your teams, play through the Eagles and the Niners.
Yeah.
It just seems so easy sometimes.
Yep. No, this is a really solid start. And honestly, not getting Dallas Goedert, who I care. I would like to have him, but we already have a stack at least. We have AJ Brown there. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. And we got and if we didn't get Purdy, then we lose out on the Niners double stacked with their quarterback. That hurts way worse than a little peripheral Goddard bonus stack. So I definitely agree with that.
Yep. What's more painful, sawing off your right arm or drafting Treylon Burks in the first round? I've never done either, to be honest. So I wouldn't know.
It's like a rookie startup. Some people did that. I famously
he might be in the Titans. He probably was the Titans. Yeah. Wait, you took Garrett Wilson over Treylon Burks?
Yeah,
the Jets did.
They did too, and so did I in my startup that year, or not my startup, my just my dynasty rookie draft. Yeah,
I mean, Garrett Wilson was ranked higher, wasn't he?
People were kind of flipping it a little bit because they were so worried about the Jets' offense. I think, but I don't quite remember actually. You're right. or maybe it was Jamison Williams or Garrett Wilson was and Burks. I was looking at like 3 of them, and I took Wilson, which was the right one. I think I was looking at Garrett Wilson, JMO, and Burks, and like Olave had already gone.
Oh yeah, you
And
definitely got the right one.
Yeah, and I was like, the ACL guy, Burks. Yeah, I don't know. So,
yep.
Good.
2-2-5-1. I'm liking this team. We have so many running backs late that I like.
Exactly, and we got the funnest too. We got like actual talent with hoping what are great run games basically to have.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both splitting the work, but like that could change. We could see both of these guys end up with much bigger. I mean, we don't even know. We're assuming that they're splitting the work. But there have been some people who have suggested that like Chase Brown might just be the guy, like
I would be so open to taking Zeke on this team. I'm not even kidding. Like, I mean, that would be
good bring back for Philly.
I don't know if you take, the bring back and the stabilizer, maybe.
Yep.
Just sun running some touchdowns early in the year.
I don't take a ton of Zeke, but I'm definitely open to it on the right team.
No, I don't either. But I will say now that he is clearly the cheaper one, it becomes interesting again because it's always a market thing, guys. Like that's why Dowdle was such an awesome pick. It's because everyone took Zeke at like 115, 120, and Dowdle will go at 150. And I was like, okay, well, I'm never taking Zeke. But now Zeke is like, he falls to the 140s. It'll be like, do I want Charbonnet or Zeke last second? I'm like, I guess I'll just take Zeke just in case. He might score 8 touchdowns randomly. So
right. Yep, I know, 100%. Like I think Zeke is a totally fine pick. Where he's round pick 130.
Do you take any Saquon, or are you on the no Saquon train as well?
I took a share of Saquon earlier. I hated it. I'll never do it again. No, I think he's fine. I don't draft Saquon typically, but like if he falls to the late second round, I'll take him here or there.
He's my scariest fade. He scares me because you know what it reminds me of, Neil? And I had this thought literally last night when my buddy drafted Saquon. I was giving him the bear case, but I felt bad, so I wanted to make him feel good. So I thought of the bull case, and what came to my mind, I was like, we hated the idea of Christian McCaffrey leaving the Panthers and going to the Niners because they're like, there's so many good players on that team and they're just going to feature him like here and there kind of a thing. And we totally big brained that. Like, I don't know if you remember that, but people were not into McCaffrey going to the Niners. He was like a sell in dynasty or a buy low or whatever you call it. I don't know. It was interesting. And I'm wondering if there's a little bit of that we're missing. And I scared myself just enough to draft him last night.
Nice. Holy shit, we got Dallas Goedert to come back to us.
Let's go.
We are living the dream with this draft.
Hell yeah.
I'm so glad that we took Chase Brown first because we almost went with Purdy, Goddard, and then pushed running back, and we would have been Zeke instead of Chase Brown. So that is our 1v1, and I'll take this 1v1 all day.
Yeah, we can correlate with like if we don't get Zeke here, Edwards kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if we get one of these dusty trio, I'll take it.
I don't know about Eckler. I don't know how that one works. It could, of course, Austin Eckler.
I mean, I'm not super into Eckler, but like, I'm starting to take him in this range here and there because I can see the bull case. Like he was literally a first round pick last year. The coaches are saying like, we think he still has it. Like people think he's dust. We understand, but think he's better than people think. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Yeah, I know. And then he tweaked his ankle last year. It's like it wasn't the same after that. That could be totally reasonable. Yeah. I think break the tie to Zeke if he's there with the week 17. But yeah, Eckler's actually fine.
Let's go, man. This is working out.
Absolutely.
We just said that we don't know anything, but I do know that this is an awesome team. I'm loving this team.
Totally.
I appreciate you all drafting with us.
Yeah,
colluding with us, listening to us, and just saying we're going to give these guys what they want.
These teams feel sharp to me. Like I really don't know if what I do is super optimal. I'm playing for 3 years and we've won some money, so we're doing all right. But this team feels really good. Like this feels like, I mean, and obviously everything fell to us. Like if we didn't get Zeke there, it was going to be like Jaleel McLaughlin kind of last second. So yeah, we're getting the perfect amount of luck with our 0.0001% skill.
Yeah, this is just everything that we talk about. Like, this is what I want to happen. Is keeps happening. We got the Goddard fall. We got the DeAndre Hopkins. I guess we didn't talk about it, but that was what I wanted to happen. Was DeAndre Hopkins come back to us?
Yeah.
Just all in all, feeling good.
Yeah, maybe Warren wouldn't have if we didn't take him there. So
yeah,
all worked out. Beautiful.
And even like the Devonta Smith, like I wanted to get Devonta Smith at 33, but like I don't actually know that you want AJ Brown with Devonta Smith. Like I wanted it because it's kind of unique to have that combo, but
no, I think you'd almost in a way rather have a different receiver in that third round.
Yeah,
and then get the falling Goddard, and then you're kind of like, because Goddard goes off if Devonta Smith misses games, like he will have a hell of a game or two or whatever. So I love that.
This is what I was asking for. Yeah, report us to Hope and Numi for how awesome our team is, and they'll look at it and they'll be like, "No, these guys are just awesome. Look at that awesome team they drafted."
Speaking of reporting teams, if anyone who's at Underdogs watching this, you sent me a team that got sent back a couple times, obviously because draft got thrown out. Can you send me the draft? I've emailed you about this. I've not received any drafts. I want to see what was so bad. So hit me up.
You want to see the whole board, not just your team.
Yes, I don't care about. I know my team's great because I took value of something, but I want to see what the pick was that messed it up so bad.
Yeah,
because I don't know. There's some teams on there that got like maybe they're super teams for a reason, but they're like, man, those are some good teams you guys are throwing out there.
So with that in mind, not trying to get this thrown out, but I did notice Gardner Minshew went at 125 here.
Oh God, it has got Samir Brock. No, and he's got Shaheed Kamara. He's got the massive Week 17 built out.
Yeah, he's got Lamar Jackson, Zay Flower. Like this is a good team. It's just my guess is that was a queue issue. Like he queued up Gardner Minshew, was not planning on taking him there.
Yeah, he gets back on track with Leged. We'll be okay. Good.
But I did think that was interesting.
Yeah. So if anything, right now I think we're behind. Where have we? I guess we're pretty balanced actually. I just feel much more comfy with running backs later in the draft right now than I do receivers, especially when we only have 5. So what do you think the final structure is? This a 2-6-8-2? Probably just fair and balanced, I think.
Yep. 2-6-8-2 probably.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're done at tight end. I think we're done at quarterback. Yeah, 2-6-8-2. Perfect.
Right. Okay. So we don't have a Detroit bring back. So I think we should think about that with one of our last picks. I think either wide receiver Raymond or Vaki are both very viable for a DFS type spike week.
What do you think about like Tim Patrick now that he signed there on the practice squad? Is that something?
No, actually, yeah, you're right. You're right about that. I'm not sure what that was. They let DPJ go. Raymond just had some good behind the scenes like metrics. Once again, guy, don't know ball. I'm just repeating what other people have told me.
It's true.
And it's like he's got like a good open score or something, and he's just a good deep threat receiver. He's one of those guys like an Alec Pierce type that just, an offense that good, he just gets some separation on a go route because their defense is thinking about guarding Gibbs, Laporta, Amon-Ra, all this stuff, and he's just, just like a 60 yards and a tutty, like a Tyquan Thornton type thing for Kerrane in a way. He's 18th round, so it's like super last second. Don't need to rush him. He's not like someone I want to force onto the lineup, but I do think Tim Patrick is interesting as well. But 30 years old, double ACL. I don't know. Like I would just give the point to Raymond for being healthy. How do you feel about
here? Yes, love it. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, 100%.
Add on to our stack a little bit. Get a low owned guy.
Get him while you can.
Yep. We're looking good. We're at 2-4-5-2. We got to get 2 more running backs, 3 more receivers. It's working out. And we're stacked. So like we don't have any like pressure in terms of like who do we need to get. We can just take who we want for the most part.
Right. Couldn't agree more. I love it. Jaleel was interesting there. I probably had Chase Brown, but Mason's he's probably not even coming back. Honestly, he's probably going so early in these drafts these days.
Yeah. Neil says, I'd be quite surprised if they ever distributed any information on that. I can see why they wouldn't, and I'd do the same in their place. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It opens up a can of worms, I guess, if you share that kind of information.
I guess so. I'm not. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I wasn't looking at it like that. I was not even going to exploit underdog. I was just more curious.
Yeah. Full transparency. That's what we want.
Yeah.
At least send us our teams now. That's it's helpful that they send us something,
Right.
so we
I
have
could
some
totally
idea of
see
what
people
happened.
like posting it online, like, look at this draft that got thrown out. Was it even worth it? Oh my gosh.
Exactly. Like you don't want to.
It's like
I can
the
see
team's
that.
gonna get 10th in the pod anyways, bro. No one cares.
Yeah.
Alrighty. We got to catch up a receiver. Yeah, there's McMillan and not much else for me. Wandale's interesting.
See, I'm very big.
You want to go Bateman?
Build.
Sure.
I love Bateman. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with Bateman. I totally. And we have Houston. Yeah, I like Bateman more than McMillan. Yeah, do it.
I like McMillan too, but yeah.
No, we might even get McMillan falling. He falls. He's not. People are not reaching as crazy on McMillan. Bateman's a good pick.
Zach Moss. I don't think that's that hot of a take. Zach Moss over Chase Brown. It's a little bit right now, just the way drafts have flipped. But I think it's a reasonable take, at least to say Zach Moss over Chase Brown. I'm not. I am fully on Chase Brown train right now, but I think it's a totally reasonable take.
I would not be surprised if Zach Moss was the one you needed, honestly. I really wouldn't. Yeah.
I just got another heads up 10 minutes left notification. So
yeah, I know. I should be checking some of my chow chows. That's the only thing I'm left in right now. Looks like Tommy Tremble's got a hamstring problem. Sanders might get off to a hot start.
Oh, all right. I've stopped drafting him. I drafted him earlier today with Megan Schaup, but in general, I've stopped drafting. I had been drafting a lot of them for a while, but I'd stopped. So now I'm getting back in on it.
There we go. Wow, it's like confirmed Rashee Rice. They're not making a decision on it until the legal process has concluded. That's what the NFL has come out and said.
All right, so wheels up.
It's wheels up. Rashee Rice playing the whole year. Ayuk not present. I'm just going through a couple notes here. Shaheed's back at practice. Noah Brown signed with the Commanders.
Yep, saw that.
Terrence Marshall to the Niners. None of this is that crazy. Yeah, Tommy Tremble hamstring. And yeah, not much else. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Just catching up. Yeah. Cool though. Yeah, Rashee Rice 100%. Let's go, dude. The one guy got over 20%. Finally doing something right.
Yeah, I feel dumb for not taking advantage of the dip. Like I was I was pretty scared of the, like, it sounded like a lot of people were saying 6 to 8 weeks he's going to be out, and my thinking was during that time he's not going to be like practicing with the team and stuff. Like they're just going to be like Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy, like they're just going to find a different offense. Like essentially they're going to focus on these other guys, and even when Rashee Rice comes back, he might not be in the same role that we expected, and that was just wrong at this point, like very clearly wrong. So kicking myself for that one.
Yeah, it's all good. He, for one, I'd like to say he's still very draftable. Like even at his price, it does not matter, especially when you take a Rashee Rice team and then you're the guy adding Emmanuel Wilson onto the end of it, and Emmanuel Wilson is like, splitting time with Jacobs and is better than Jacobs or something, and no other Rashee Rice team has that. So
yeah,
he's still very, he could pay off being a first round pick, being the Chiefs wide receiver one, hypothetically. I know that's a little crazy to hear, but hypothetically could, and would still be it's like getting Brees. If you knew we were unsure about Brees last year, like take him in the third, take him in the fourth, not sure. It's like, oh, he played the whole season. He's actually good. Yeah, it was a first round pick the whole time. So you're still potentially getting a first round pick in the third, fourth round with Rashee Rice. And when I make that argument, it's like, well, why didn't you take him on every single team you've drafted here tonight, Eric? I don't know. I forget sometimes, but there is an argument like that to be made.
Yeah. All right. So we're at 2-4-6-2. I wouldn't mind taking Perine here.
Nope. I'm fine with it. Yep. I meant nope, as in like I don't care either. Like I'm totally totally open to it. I don't know why I said nope instead of yeah.
No, you also wouldn't mind. No, I get it.
I wouldn't. Yes, I would not.
I tracked.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Perfect.
Let me send link to Jake. I'm very, very curious what this thread is that I'm tagged in.
What are we doing for this pick here? We probably need a receiver. I mean, these running backs are definitely the best pick. Like the leg up guys are not wrong about that.
Yeah,
but we do
I mean,
need receivers eventually.
Dortch is there. I don't hate Dortch.
No, but does he do
Detroit's
what we
good.
need for this team? Do we need upside here? Do we need like full Luke McCaffrey type swings or something?
Yeah, we have a pretty good base.
Yeah, we do.
Um,
I'm good with Dortch. Yeah, that's fun.
Do you see anybody else? Not really.
No, I like swinging a little bit, but I also respect that Dortch is. I'm not even. I don't want to make this sound negative at all, but like Perine always calls it, like just making sure you get a single, right? Like making sure you don't get a dead pick, like making sure you get a guy who's out there like running routes in the 16th round is also insanely valuable.
Right.
And I actually kind of like that instead of swinging with the last 2 receiver picks, swinging with just the last one feels good actually. Yeah.
Yep. Bye week wise makes a lot of sense for our team. Our first week 11 bye.
Yeah, that's true. I like that. It opens
this
up Jordan Whittington as a fun. That's the dart throw kind of play if we want to go Cardinals Rams for some correlation or something. But
true.
I'm also into the do we want to do any kind of Lions still? Is where I'm kind of wondering.
Right. Yep. That's another, kind of long shot dart throw. I would not be opposed to that. I also think like this tier of running backs, like any one of, I'm not super into Dameon Pierce, but at least these top 4, like if any of them come to us, I feel good about them. Roshan is still kind of interesting.
Yeah. I think, this goes back to like what I was saying, like in the last draft, where I'm just taking a guy that no one's taking, like, or no one took the whole time.
Yeah.
So all the guys at the top right there, I'm just like, I'm just, even if it would still make sense. But if I can find another running back 2 that went like under 5% draft, like we already did that with Perine though, technically.
And Mason, Mason to a lesser extent. So I was gonna counter with that. Like we kind of already got 2 super low owned running backs.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, no, great point. Yeah, we're totally live to just take Justice Hill or Estime or Tracy or something.
Yeah, just somebody who has big upside, I think is
all
I'm looking for.
Absolutely. Shipley be fun. Just stack it with Hurts. Just bet on the Eagles.
I do that quite a bit.
Yeah.
Someone said Dortch would be a top 5. That was Kyler Murray who said that. Dortch would be a top 5 receiver if he were 6'5".
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jeff says, I don't see the allure of Samaje and KC, unlikely to receive enough snaps to warrant consideration. You could be wrong about that. That is the allure, is that he is in a great offense. If he just plays the role of Jerick McKinnon, like Jerick McKinnon was great. Like he had some smash weeks when you needed him. I think that the pass catching running back role in Kansas City is very valuable. I think, we don't know exactly what the role is going to be. He might just be the RB2 with some standalone value. We also saw like Jerick McKinnon when CEH was hurt, had some games where he came in and he was like the primary guy. And I think Perine is capable of being that guy too. So yeah, I don't know that we can assume that he's not going to have enough snaps in KC.
Yeah. I'm into it. I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
I think it's a very interesting back. It's a very interesting running back room there.
Yeah.
But, just I don't know. The whole thing of it. Pacheco coming out of nowhere, 7th round pick. All of a sudden he's like taking over the Chiefs, and now he's a 3rd round pick in fantasy. And I'm like, okay, is that right? Is that real? Like Clyde is like, they bring him back, and it's been a roller coaster with Prince and Steele. It's been weird.
It's been really weird. Yeah, there was a while where it was like, I guess CEH, like they're not doing anything to make him not the RB2. And I sort of said early on, I was like, just the fact that he's the running back 2 doesn't mean he's going to be the running back 2. But like eventually it was like, well, nobody else seems to be emerging. Like there were no other running backs that were like, I felt great about. So it was like, I guess I'll take the guy that's maybe going to be the RB2 on the Chiefs. I don't know. And it's
right.
And he still could be. He still could have a role.
I like it. I think this team might need that too. Like that case of like early season type, just even him catching, a couple passes in a game and getting maybe a few carries or whatever. Like we might need those like 8 points or something. Like to get through a little bit of time before, because we're banking on Jordan Mason coming on or something, like McCaffrey going down. Like that's what basically you need things like that to happen. Estime, Shipley, either one is fine with me. Estime's a bring back on Chase Brown. He might have more standalone value, but I really don't know, honestly.
Yeah. Let's do the stack. Let's do the stack with Shipley, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds good.
I agree. I think either one of them would be a fine pick on this team. But
yeah,
I also have a lot of Estime, so I'm trying to get I like Shipley quite a bit. So I don't have as much. So
me too. Yeah.
So another wide receiver. I mean, I like Jalen Naylor as a last round pick. Jordan Whittington, as you said, some correlation there with Dortch.
Yeah, Naylor's interesting. Do you know much about him? Like, this is like what, his second or third year, or
third year. I know that he had a great separation score in the new metric that's coming out at fantasy points. So that's kind of promising. Small, very, very small sample size, but
no, I hear you. I know. He to me is only someone I'm putting in a Vikings type build, really.
And I think that's totally
right. And then there's Raymond, who's our fun little.
Yeah. Do you want to do?
I'm good with Raymond, or if you want to get crazy and do a Tim Patrick on this bring back kind of a situation, but he was drafted a decent amount. I might be Raymond personally.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. This is a guy that can catch 2-3 passes and one of them can be 60 yards for a touchdown. Like he does it all the time, actually. Not all the time. That was very hyperbolic, but he does it like twice a year, and it might just be at the exact
enough to pay off in the 18th round. Yeah.
Exactly. And they love him over there. He's been on the team for so long and they've used him every year. He's always good for like 400 yards and like 5 touchdowns. And the one time I've ever won money playing DFS was with a Khalif Raymond.
Nice.
Sneaky little like $3,100 start. So
yeah,
he's definitely I have an affinity towards him. But I love that team. That team's super fun.
Mewad says, dude, he's literally Jerick McKinnon. Pencil him in for 9 TDs. I mean,
let's go.
Yeah,
2 on the ground and 7 through the air for Perine this year.
Debro, not a believer, says it's Pacheco and all scrubs. I don't know. I think that there are some stats that would suggest Samaje Perine is a decent, pass catching running back. Like he had some damn good yards per route run, that kind of stat. I mean, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in Samaje Perine as just like that vet who Andy Reid is going to love and going to give him the ball some.
Right.
Yeah.
And Derek Brown saying adding Perine isn't an indictment to Pacheco.
No, I agree with that.
It's really not. Pacheco is just kind of his price currently for me. I think Pacheco's going to have a great year. I just don't know if he's going to pay off in the 670,000 person best ball contest specifically in a home league or even a smaller contest. I think it could be a really good pick. But,
Spurrier says maybe the Boomerang, but I like Gainwell more than Shipley. I think that's reasonable. I packed my Gainwell bags in the big board, the pre-draft stuff, where I was like, at that time he was still the starter on the Eagles and going in the 18th round. And I was like, all right, if nobody else wants to draft this guy, I guess I'll draft him.
Right? Yeah. I was like, I have so much Gainwell. Why did I take so much? You're right. There was no one there. I remember I even took a little Boston Scott because I was like, maybe he's the guy.
Well, it was also like Gainwell was eating into Swift's role late in the year last year. So it was like they seem to like this guy. He seems to be the starter. There is, no guarantee that they're going to bring somebody in. So like if they believe in this guy, I think that, he was above average, I would say. Like he's not like a special talent, but I think he was good enough last year on a good Eagles offense. So it was like there are no indications that they don't like him. They were giving him more of a role as the year went on. Then of course they went out and got Saquon Barkley, which
playoffs a lot too. They definitely use Gainwell in the playoffs a lot. That's he's used. Okay, but no, that's interesting there. I would take a lot of Shipley, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've also been taking. I think just listening to Sean Siegel, how much he's into Will Shipley. It's like, man, that's interesting. I guess
it's hard not to, right? Yeah, it's hard not to.
Yeah,
but it's also like you just want to bank on talent. For one, we need to get insanely lucky, guys. This is why we do it. And it's just like if the luck bounces your way, Saquon goes down, bad injury, whatever, or it's just the right time of year for Shipley to be, the playoffs basically. Is like Shipley gets a chance and he's just like, the next like Pacheco. Like he's just really good and it was your 18th round pick. Running backs in the 18th round are so fun because they are the ones that hit. It's those sneaky running back twos like Zamir White. There's so many weird ones last year. Like obviously Kyron, there was Zamir White. There's all these weird little running back twos last year, and they're just smash at the end of the year or throughout the year.
Ty Chandler was another one late last year.
Chandler, right? Jerome
Chase
Ford.
Brown.
Yeah.
They're just
all
so
these
many
guys. Like you're just like, dude, every team you click on that's like in first place in a best ball contest, like has one of these guys on it. Yeah. And they're just carrying you. So it's awesome.
It is awesome. Jordan Chand here. What's up, Jordan from Saber Sim?
Yo,
it's fun drafting with you. Also, I like drafting with Jordan because he like stays in his lane. You know, he's a rational drafter, so he's not someone who's gonna snipe you.
Right.
All right. So we did 2 drafts. I'll read off our second team also. So we go Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy at quarterback, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Zeke Elliott, Jordan Mason, Samaje Perine, and Will Shipley at running back. At wide receiver, AJ Brown, Deebo Samuel, Stephon Diggs, Jaden Reed, D-Hop, Rashad Bateman, Greg Dortch, Khalif Raymond, and then at tight end, George Kittle and Dallas Goedert. I think it's a really solid squad.
It's fun. The upside lays within those last 3 running backs, and the rest is kind of just like guaranteed routes and points in my eyes. And I really like that. Actually, the whole running back room besides Zeke is like really kind of special. I think our receivers are going to be really strong. Like they're all, like I said, they're at least like the number 3s on their team, if not number 2 or 1. There's really no like flyers out there. Like all those guys are starting basically. 2 elite tight ends again. So hopefully those running backs are just the ones that you needed, the right handcuffs this year. And that's basically how you do it. You just do it 150 times and hope you win.
And hope for the best. Yeah, that's all you can really do. We got the correlations. We got it built out correctly by position. I think it's a really solid squad. We got a nice some luck here with the Dallas Goedert fall. Yeah, feels good to me.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Neil, thanks for having me on, man. It was nice to meet you. I had a great time.
It was fun, yeah, and we'll have to do this on your channel next week sometime after I'm done with my 150. Assuming you still want to be drafting.
Well, how about this? Maybe to help me get into the DFS world, I can have Neil on and we'll make like a single entry DraftKings lineup or something. Because I'm pretty sure my drafts will be over unless actually until the end of it, I'll probably be running sprints as much as I can afford. So maybe we'll have you on for a sprint actually. But we'll figure it out.
Hit me up. You got my DMs.
I'm sliding in the DMs, baby.
Cool. Well, yeah, really appreciate you hanging out here, Eric. And again, where can people find you coming up?
Yeah, sure. The link's down below for the YouTube channel. I'll be live. I'll be live at the same time as Neil, unfortunately. But you go down.
Are you going to do a BBM?
More than
you should draft a BBM against me.
I should try to draft a BBM against you. I should. Well, let's see here. Well, I got to make the whole thumbnail and everything. I know you're going to be going for a while. So what I'll do is I'm going to probably do dinner, thumbnail, get it all set up. And I'll probably join you in your following draft from this one. And I'll just come in the chat and try to time it right. Or you can, I'll DM you on Twitter and you can start it. We can start at the same time or something.
Yeah. Either way, if it works out, it works out. Otherwise, if you come back later tonight, that would be great. No pressure. I also have Jake Tribbey coming on in about 10 minutes to join me. So
sweet.
So hopefully he'll stick around for a couple hours at least, and then
I'll be around. I'm fired up. These next 3 nights are my BBM nights, and then I'm done. Like I'm nice. I'm head to the grindstone. We're building some fun teams. So hit me up, Best Ball Guy. You can Twitter, YouTube, all that good stuff, people. But Neil, thank you so much. I'm gonna run.
Thank you, Eric. This is fun.
Peace out, everyone.
Enjoy your dinner.
You too. Well, yep.
What's going on, guys? So I don't think I should start a draft right now until Jake gets here. I also do need to take a piss. So and get a refill of my beer. I did time this well. The plan was make this one beer last for 2 drafts. I'm not like trying to get drunk. I'm just trying to, enjoy a beer while I'm streaming here. So this has worked out well. Finishing this beer. So I'm going to vamp for a minute here. After I vamp for a minute, maybe I'll go take a piss, refill my beer. Piss boys. That's right. I am a literal piss boy in multiple ways. But also just buying time until Jake gets here. Jake, where are you? Okay, he said he's on in a couple. He sent me a DM. So maybe he'll show up a little bit early. I was debating, should I go take a piss, grab my beer before Jake gets here? Do I leave him in that awkward situation of like he has to vamp on my channel, doesn't know how the drafts have gone so far, doesn't really know the people here as well, probably. I don't know. Should I put Jake in that situation, or should I just leave an empty screen here for a while I go get my refill and my piss? I don't know. Jordan says, I am finishing my last 15 BBM site, and I think I have Mason and Perine and at least 12 of them. That's the dream. That's the goal for me typically. Piss angle. So you're saying that I should piss first, and then after Jake gets here, we'll jump into a draft. That's probably right. That's probably the kind thing to do, would be for me to piss now, so Jake isn't sitting here awkwardly by himself. All right, you guys are right. I am gonna go take my break now, and then I'll continue vamping after I get back. We'll see if Jake is here also, and then we'll jump into a stream shortly after I get back. So I will be back momentarily. There he is. Jake, are you ready to join the stream? Thumbs up if so. Yeah. All right. Bringing in my old friend, Jake Tribbey, who I did the UFL breakdown show with this spring, Jake, the spring football GOAT. And we are going to be streaming again in the fall. We're going to be doing the, what do we call it? The clash, the
cage match, I believe.
Doing a cage match on Wednesdays. We're going to still working out some of the details, but starting next week on Wednesday, Jake and I will be streaming on the Fantasy Points channel together every week on Wednesdays. How you doing tonight, Jake?
I'm doing well. It was a hot one again in Augusta, so it got nice and sweaty, running errands outside. And then I watched some TV with my girlfriend and, rip some drafts. I'm trying to fire probably 80%, I think, of my bankroll on best ball in the next 5 days. So this is going to be quite a busy Labor Day week for me.
Nice. How are you
doing, Neil? That's what the people really want to know.
Well, they know because I've been live on this channel for the past week. I'm down to 12 more of these drafts. So I'm getting close to my 150 streamed. And I am exhausted, but also enjoying myself.
How do you feel about your current pace? Because we're probably, what do you think, 2 to 3 days away from Best Ball Mania filling completely?
I think we have at least 3 days. I've been tracking the fill rate, and it was basically just like 0.1% per hour. So I think we're going about 2.5% per day. I am a little bit nervous that it's going to fill up like exponentially at the end as people realize got to get my drafts in. But at least Underdog continues to drop new drafts, so that's helpful.
Yeah, it is. It does seem like they've slowed down on those a bit. I think they're a little worried about overlay in the sprint and the marathon.
Yeah. True.
So that makes me think Best Ball Mania might fill a bit faster than we're anticipating.
Yep. How many do I have left? So my plan, Jake, I'm trying to get through 149 by the end of the day tomorrow. And I have 3 fantasy football drafts tomorrow night. So I'm not going to be drafting tomorrow night, but I'm going to be the rest of the night tonight just streaming. And then tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to stream up until the evening when I have my fantasy football drafts. And then I have my 150th draft planned with Pete Overzet on Friday at 1:00 Eastern, because I wanted to do the passing of the baton, because he's the only other person who has streamed all 150. So he's going to pass the baton to me to now be the oldest person to ever stream all 150 BBM drafts.
Wow.
So that is the plan, is to get through 149 by the end of the day today, finish early in the afternoon on Friday. I think I'm going to be okay. There's a chance that I'm just going to on Thursday be like, oh shit, I need to finish this, but I think we're on a good pace. Actually, let me look. Where are we at in terms of fill rate? So I started at noon yesterday. Oh yeah, I think I'm still good. So I started at noon yesterday and it was at 88.9% full. So I think we're still on a good pace. It'd be, if it's at 93.9 at noon tomorrow. Yeah, I think we're maybe a little bit more than 0.1% per hour, but not like a crazy amount over that. So, yeah, I'm monitoring. All right,
love to see it. A very well planned 150. This has been, Neil. I know a lot of people are quite impressed.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody has the stamina to do 150, Jake. Especially at my age, it's tough. Mm-hmm. It's tough, but we're making it work. We're powering through.
As a true alpha would.
Exactly. Boo Earns in the draft. Is that I wonder if that is the DFS GOAT, Boo Earns, or somebody else. Anybody else in here drafting with us? Unfortunately, Jake, we got the 11 hole.
Not great.
It's not great. It's not ideal. Jake, so you said you were up early this morning, and you are also like myself, like Scott, a night owl.
Yes. Yeah. So it's always very unfortunate when, you have a doctor's appointment or a dentist or whatever at 8 or 9 a.m. When your average bedtime is like 2:30.
I've got that next week, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. That can be pretty tough. But we power through, you do the appointment, you have an early day, and then you just stay up till 2 again. You don't go to bed early. because that throw everything off. You gotta stick to your routine no matter
Gotta
what,
stick
no
to your
matter
routine
when you
and then
wake up.
just drag the rest of the next day. Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Have you been doing anything different at the end of drafts? Anything, or just kind of going by ADP?
At the very end of drafts, or do you mean at like the end of the first
No,
round?
like the end of the first round. Yeah.
I see. I've mostly just been going by ADP. I have been a little spooked off of Puka just because we haven't really seen or heard much about his injury.
Yep.
But outside of that, yeah, I have mostly just been going off of ADP. What about you?
Yeah, I have been sometimes bringing up Achan a little bit to this 1-2 turn.
Oh,
just
wow,
because
really?
occasionally I don't do it a ton because I'm typically a zero RB bro, but I'm willing to, take that swing occasionally.
Yeah, I've been grabbing him whenever I have a middle of the second round pick, so I haven't felt super pressured to reach at the turn. But I mean, honestly, I'm fine with it. I think he should be going above Gibbs. I feel, roughly the same about him as I do Jonathan Taylor. Definitely above Saquon. He's just a great pick. I mean, to me, it's either, he's going to break fantasy or he's going to get hurt and play like 7 games. I see almost no in between.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that kind of is how it feels, at least. Like, I'm sure there is an in between, but that's exactly how I think most of us feel. It's like, if this guy can just stay healthy, he's going to crush. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe there is that weird in between where he, does well, but maybe not quite as well. And they never give him, Mostert stays healthy and they never just, give him the carries. That could happen. But even then you're not, you're not getting too killed. I mean, obviously you'd miss out on some upside with, a few of these other picks, presumably, but yeah, it's not too bad. What beer are you drinking, Neil?
This is a Spotted Cow. It is.
Is that a local beer?
It's a Wisconsin beer. Yeah. Could also go Gibbs here.
Marv is probably my favorite, but if you have anyone you really like here, I am okay with all these picks.
We could do Marv Puka in the reverse order of what you usually do.
Okay. Yeah, I would prefer, I think, Marv to Puka right now. I mean, the real answer, Neil, to Puka Nacua or Cooper Kupp is DeMarcus Robinson.
Hell yeah. I'm in on DeMarcus Robinson.
I know you are. All the real alphas are.
But I'm also pretty into Puka, so I guess there's
and I'm
second round Puka feels good to me.
Yeah, second round Puka is fine. First round is.
We could also reach for Cup here if you prefer. Get the rare Cup Marv.
Nah, I think I'd just take Puka here.
So we really did just do it in the reverse order of what you usually do with those two.
No, but that's going to win us the tournament. Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah. So what do you have as far as content plans for DFS season, or for NFL season? I should say might not all be DFS.
Yeah. So I'll have an off-season article coming out tomorrow on quarterback positional target tendencies. I know I teased that the last time I was on, and then I got like really close to finishing, went on vacation, and then there was cut day, so it got delayed. But that should be out tomorrow. Quick fun article with a few interesting data points there, and then when it comes to in-season stuff, I'll be doing like a DFS early look, which that'll be your first look at the DFS slate. That should be out on Tuesdays. We'll be doing our show on Wednesdays, I believe.
Yep.
And then I'll also be helping Scott Barrett out with his big slate breakdown, which is just a massive piece. And I will also be doing cashing points fairly regularly with Grant Barfield, and I believe we'll have rotating third guests, but it'll include Scott, Hilo, some of the other great talent on staff. And then I will be doing and I don't think that anyone knows about this, Neil, but I will be doing a battle royale show with stud young writer Ryan Heath on Friday nights after cashing points. That's after our show, of course, Neil. That's the show I'm probably the most excited about.
Yeah, you and I had talked about that. It was unclear if it was going to happen the last time we talked, so that's good to hear.
Yeah. Well, and you really inspired me because when I was thinking about Battle Royale, I was like, oh, I feel like Neil would make for a great Battle Royale show. And you were like, I'm not sure I want to give away my edge. And then I thought, well, I better take it then. It seems like a great content niche. But more importantly, it's an unsolved game right now. And obviously, you could argue DFS tournaments are as well. There's still a pretty significant edge there. But you see a much bigger one in these Battle Royale tournaments. Without a doubt. And they just appeal a lot more to casuals. A lot of the hardcore DFS players don't want to take the time to manually enter, 30, 40, 50 drafts. And obviously you can max, 150 of these. So I think, Battle Royale is going to be a place where I get down a pretty good chunk of my weekly volume. And I'm super excited to do a show with someone who I consider, significantly sharper than me at, both player analysis and, game analysis. So that should be great. It'll be late on Friday nights. I'm sure I'll crack open plenty of beers and, just draft lots of teams. It'll be great.
I'll definitely be in chat for some of those. Probably not all of them on Friday nights because my entire life is going to revolve around football, and usually Friday nights are like date night. So gotta spend some of those Friday nights dating. But other than that, I'm sure I'll be there for some chats. Looking forward to it.
Well, you could always pull a Scott Barrett and just tell your wife 5 more minutes while you watch our stream and ignore date night. Yeah,
that is true. I could do the Scott Barrett route.
It's unbeatable work-life balance strategy.
I am sad to report that Scott Barrett is a changed man, because initially I also invited him on this stream for tonight. He told me, he was like, oh, I'm free tonight if you want to do it. And I told him, could you come on like 10 p.m.? And he was like, that's too late for me. What? Scott Barrett? That's too late for Scott Barrett? Who is this guy?
Why did he say that? Does he have plans?
Apparently he is the CEO of a fantasy football site and he's swamped. So just apparently getting up early. I don't know. You'd have to talk to Scott.
Huh. It's quite strange.
I bet he's watching. My guess would be that Scott is watching right now. Maybe not. Maybe he's too busy. But we talked about him earlier. Somebody in chat was like, you got to get Scott Barrett back on the show. And I talked about him and then he DM'd me like right away. Hey, I'm free today. So might be watching.
Huh. Yeah, quite strange to hear Scott Barrett going to bed earlier, but he has been better about that. When we, when I first started working at Fantasy Points a few years ago, it was like, he was a lock to be up at 3 a.m. like every day.
Yeah, I think he still is. I think he actually still is.
Well, it's a little bit more hit or miss now. You can see him growing up a little bit in front of our eyes.
It's very sad. It's very sad to see.
It is.
So the suggestion here: Diggs, Dell, Laporta, Kelsey. Anybody you like in this? We go McBride to pair with Marv.
Yeah, fine with McBride. Dell's my favorite pick though in this range.
Let's go Dell because I think, McBride would be reaching to take him ahead of Laporta and Kelsey. Mm-hmm. So yeah. I think most likely Vinny is going to go. If he takes the tight end, it's probably not going to be McBride.
Yeah,
I guess we could have gone Kelsey Mahomes or something, but
Dell versus Diggs and Odunze versus Keenan Allen feel the exact same to me, and I just want the younger guy in both of those spots. McBride seems to me like the best pick. We could go Diggs and go for a Stroud stack. I don't know if you have a strong lean. Do you have much Kyler?
I do have Kyler is one of my bigger stands this year.
Okay.
I'd be fine with either. Who's your preference? Diggs, McBride.
Ooh, I don't have much Kyler, so let's make this a strong Kyler team here.
Yep. I will say it's a little bit of an awkward position for both Diggs, or for both Stroud and Kyler. So our next picks are 59 and 62, and then 83 and 86. And if you look at the quarterback ADP, Stroud is 71, so he's kind of right in the middle, and then Kyler's 72. So like it's a little bit tough with those two quarterbacks. Like, I don't know, but maybe we'll be able to push Kyler because we have both Marv and McBride.
I would hope so. And this draft has a good amount of shields, so that's generally a good sign for those guys falling.
Yep. 1/3 of your drafts from the 12 spot is awful this year. Just I don't enjoy it.
Oh geez, Jeff.
nearly as much.
Is,
yeah.
How big is the sample there? If it's more than like 10, I'm really sorry, man.
Yeah. I've had some of those periods where it's just like all of my picks are the worst picks. It definitely sucks. It's
absolutely brutal. It can be really bad in some of the, like, if you play like Monday, Thursday Battle Royale and you're only getting pick 3 and it's like a Lamar Jackson slate or something. Oh my gosh, It can be brutal.
No, definitely it can be the worst. What's up, Pat? Ooh, Pat just finished 150. Let's go. Good for you. Did you stream all 150 of them though, Pat? That's the real challenge.
That really slows you down too.
It does. It slows you down quite a bit. I can't just like do it in my bed on my phone. Can't just slow drafts.
That's true. Have you ever been worried that you would accidentally enter a BBM casually?
I am so nervous about accidentally entering a BBM, like, especially because I've been like when I go in and I check to see what the fill rate is, I'm so nervous that I'm gonna accidentally click enter a BBM. No, definitely nervous about it.
Okay. Well, I'll be rooting for you in these final 13. I guess that would probably trigger an emergency stream, right? You just have to run to your PC and
I've actually thought about that. Like when I was on vacation, I was like, oh God, what will I do? Like I have to be like, oh shit, gotta get my computer out, better get started. Yeah. No, it's a real worry.
Yeah.
Most people don't know.
No, they wouldn't understand those kind of
They wouldn't
fears.
understand. Yeah. All right. Nor that old. Oh, that is painful. I mean, you don't have to be old to do it. You just have to be old to be the oldest to do it. You could be the second or third oldest. I don't know how old you are relative to Pete.
You could attempt to be the fastest.
You could attempt to be the fastest.
Mm-hmm. Or just, make all your picks very quickly so you spend the least amount of time on the clock. There are a lot of records still left to be set in the best ball space.
There's so many.
Yeah, the only limit is your imagination, really.
I mean, that's what I did. Like, I just thought, what could I do that would be a record? And the oldest to stream all 150 Best Ball Mania decided that was a good record to have.
Yeah, I think we talked about that last time, how it's kind of like a Guinness Book of World Record situation where you can just kind of make anything up. And
it's true.
Yeah, just go after it, and it's a record until proven otherwise.
Exactly. All right, we're coming up.
Kyler here. I mean, we can wait until our. Where are we at? 60? Are you fine reaching here? I mean, we could try to.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got the double stack with the bring back. Like I kind of feel like.
Yeah, I'm more than fine reaching around for a quarterback in those situations. Do you have a limit to how far you would reach? Because to me, 10, 12 spots is about it.
Yeah, I think that's about the same for me.
All right.
Do you like Odunze? Sounds like. Do you like
I do
better
really
than,
like Odunze. Yes.
Is he your favorite of?
Yes, better than Reed. Yeah, I'd say better than Ridley. I'm hard not to be nervous about Levis when he threw the same amount of touchdowns in his final 8 games as he did his first game.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, in this range, like I'd reach for Kyler because like the other options here are just not really inspiring to me. Like I'm just fine with the next set. The picks available at the next turn are not that different to me. They're a little I do like Godwin. I like Reed just fine, but yeah, I think Kyler's the pick for me.
Yep. Yeah.
Taking over Anthony Richardson, I would have preferred Anthony Richardson to be gone, so we would be at least like, all right, we're still getting the top quarterback, but whatever. I like Kyler. I have some, I think people are getting nervous about Anthony Richardson. He's fallen in terms of ADP apparently.
That definitely makes him a lot juicier in fantasy. I mean, I'm sure I said this last time, but the real play with Richardson is betting him to win MVP. You can get like 30 to 1 out there. He's 12th, 13th among quarterbacks in MVP odds. And in fantasy, he's the QB5, and obviously those two shouldn't perfectly align. But an elite fantasy season from Anthony Richardson would certainly put him in the MVP conversation if the Colts won 12 games.
Yep, that would probably mean he stayed healthy. The team did well. Yeah, true. What's up, Oscar? Appreciate you. Green Bean. I am 41 years old. So I'm going to have this record for a long time. Almost impossible
Wow.
to beat that. Do you know
Neil-
anybody older than 41, Jake? I mean,
my parents,
Okay.
some like aunts and uncles,
all right.
my girlfriend's parents. That
Okay.
would be pretty much it.
Yeah, that's about it.
So yeah. What's the youngest guest you've had, Neil?
BP Colonna is 22 years old.
Yeah, I forgot that he's like a child that just graduated college.
I actually just hung out with him for most of the last weekend. I was at the DraftKings MLB Live Final and like going out to bars with him and stuff. And like I'm 41 and I look. I mean, if I told you I was 50, people would believe me. Like I've always looked a little bit older than I am. I've got a beard. It's got a lot of gray in it. I'm bald. Like I look older. He is 22 and he looks 16. Like he could convince people that he's 16. Like, maybe he looks 19, but like if he wanted to tell people he was 16, they'd believe him. So it was kind of funny hanging out with him at bars and stuff.
Yeah, that's quite the. I mean, I imagine a lot of people were probably like, "Oh, a nice father and son."
Yeah, exactly.
But really,
exactly.
it's just
That's what we look like.
two DFS goats.
Yep.
Incredible.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Very, very smart. Very good at these games.
Did you have fun at the live final?
It was super fun. Yeah. It was got a lot of good food, fancy hotel room after 2 vacations where I was often like staying in small cabins. It was kind of cool having my own very nice hotel room right outside Wrigley, like overlooking Wrigley Field. That was pretty cool.
Very neat. How many live finals have you been to, Neil?
So I've been to the Tournament of Champions twice. And then as a guest, I've been to the NFL live final this past December. Went with Hitchboo. The PGA live final I went for like an hour and a half. I was invited by Will Sue from who was also a Millie Maker winner on DraftKings, but a friend of mine on Twitter.
I know Will.
Yep. And because it was in Minnesota, he invited me to come out. He actually had the ticket. It was funny. He was going on Yoda Cow's ticket. Like Yoda Cow had next ticket, gave it to him, and then he invited me. You can bring a guest with the ticket. So he invited me. So for like an hour and a half out here in Minnesota, I went to that, and then the MLB Live Final in Chicago. Those are the 3 I've been to. As I guess five total if you count the TOC.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. One day, Neil, we will meet at a UFL Live Final.
Hell yeah!
I can feel it in my bones.
Maybe at a Battle Royale Live Final. Maybe at the Dog Bowl.
Yeah, those qualifiers were absolutely brutal, weren't they? For the old Dog Bowl, it was because it was top 3, right? Would win a ticket, and it'd be like hundreds, right, or maybe 1,000 total entrants. It was. Yeah. I remember looking at those and being like, "Oh yeah, there's just no way." I mean, if you want to just blow up your bankroll, playing only qualifiers is probably the best way to do it.
Yep. All right. So we have a 1041 build. We're honestly looking pretty good. I'm liking this team so far.
Yeah, I am as well. Pretty fine with all these picks. This is a range where I typically go running back. Mostert and Aaron Jones would be my favorite. I'd probably give a slight lean to Jones.
He has a higher ADP.
Yeah. And how would you feel about doubling up on running back here? Or would you rather grab a wide receiver?
I wouldn't love to do it with those two because they have the same bye week.
Yeah, and you are a bye week bro.
I'm very much a bye week bro. DeAndre Hopkins also here. I do really like D Hop. I like Jalen Warren. I don't have much Keon Coleman at all.
Okay.
So I don't hate the idea of just
I'd be good to grab a
rare share past ADP.
Do you have a strong take on Kincaid? Because in my positional target tendencies article, I've had a really hard time writing him up and kind of figuring out what I wanted to do with these Buffalo wide receivers. It's a really tough assessment for these guys.
Yeah, I honestly know. Like I can see the upside. Obviously, he could be the number 1 pass catcher in a great offense, and he's tight end eligible. So like I understand the bull case for Dalton Kincaid. I don't think he has the same kind of talent as the other tight ends are in that range. So that's the the downside to Dalton Kincaid. Maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he's just not the number one pass catcher. Generally, I'm not taking him unless I have Josh Allen, or like I try to take him when I have Josh Allen. Yeah, I don't know. Kincaid, if all of the other tight ends that I like better than him are gone, I'll consider it, but not super high on Kincaid.
Yeah, I mean it's tough where you could just say he's going to get all the targets, and what obviously could be a great passing offense. Like that's a pretty easy bull case. But obviously after Joe Brady took over as their offensive coordinator, they went from the 3rd highest pass rate over expectation to the 26th highest pass rate over expectation.
Not great.
Yeah, that is not great. Dawson Knox, still a guy who's going to play. And that's a little concerning, even if Kincaid does still get a ton of targets. And Josh Allen, just not a guy to target tight ends a lot historically. Obviously that has a lot to do with the talent they've had in Buffalo.
Yeah.
But, those do seem like notable headwinds. And to me, I've just kind of fallen at, I think he's fine at ADP. Both cases make sense. I don't, barring injury, I really don't think he's going to kill you. Probably tight end 6, tight end 7 at absolute worst. So, more than fine with it. But yeah, it is a really polarizing pick to me. And he's a guy I've been thinking about a lot.
Who is your tight end 1 this year?
Ooh, the thing, I've been going a lot more later round tight end. But Neil, I mean, you know me, where I went to school. It's Travis Kelce.
Oh, I didn't know that Travis Kelce went to Arizona. Is that no, Cincinnati Bearcats. I did not know that.
Wow.
I did not know that Travis Kelce went there. I was like, I do know where you went, but I couldn't think of.
Look at what I'm drinking. I'm in Augusta, Georgia with one of these. You know how hard that is to get?
Where do you even get that in Augusta, Georgia?
Well, I got it from friends. I had me and my college buddies do an annual fellas trip every year where we draft our fantasy team and hike, and we rode horses this year. It was pretty silly.
Where?
And it was in North Carolina, maybe like 45 minutes outside of Asheville. It's a good centralized point for all of us. Since a lot
is it the same place every year?
It's been like kind of that area every year. We've been talking a lot about Vegas, so hopefully soon we can
just like every guy's trip talks a lot about Vegas.
Gosh,
I feel like I talk with all my friends about we should go to Vegas, and it never happens.
Yeah. We'll I'm sure we'll make it happen eventually, but yeah, North Carolina is just the most convenient.
Yeah,
right now.
I did a guy's trip in Asheville, so I was wondering for a second if you were going to say Asheville. Very, very fun.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, if you like the outdoors, Asheville is ideal. And I don't think it's right around Asheville, but it's pretty close. Some of that forest area has the exact climate to be classified as a rainforest.
Really?
It's the only rainforest in the United States, from what I understand, which is pretty neat.
That is pretty neat.
But yeah, that's a long-winded way of saying I can never betray a Cincinnati Bearcat, Travis Kelce, even if he is 1,000 years old, and even if his route share has been dwindling in recent years.
All right, I feel like I'm going to sound ignorant here, but isn't Puerto Rico part of the United States? Like, isn't it technically?
It's a territory. So I would, when I say U.S., I say like the 50 states. That's what I'm referencing. But if you wanted to include Puerto Rico, I suppose I could not argue against that.
Yeah, because I did go to a rainforest in Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay.
Last year.
Well,
so that's why I had to question it.
There's one far closer to you in North Carolina, Neil.
Yeah. Who do you like here? Jonathan Brooks, Josh Palmer, Blake Corum. I
have been loving Jonathan Brooks. I think Corum's a fine pick. I like Palmer. I like Shaheed. Yeah, I think since we're a one running back team, let's go Brooks. He just feels like such a great upside play to me. I understand the concerns that he's going to obviously start, miss the first 4 games, and probably start in some kind of a committee. But
yeah,
I play for week 17, which is important to remember. And that's another good note on Travis Kelce, which I can mention shortly. Dowdle, Corum, Palmer, all fine with all those guys. Probably Corum if you don't hate the buy overlap.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be probably a 6 running back team.
Yeah.
Corum, we've got the obviously the week 17 correlation. So that's fine.
And we could take. We only have one quarterback, right?
Yeah.
We could grab a Stafford in a couple rounds here.
Yeah.
That could be fun. But yeah, I was going to mention with Kelsey, I know a lot of people have knocked the route share, which has gone down in recent years. But we've seen this with Jerick McKinnon, and a few other older players on Kansas City, where they will ramp these guys up during the fantasy playoffs as they're fighting for the number 1 seed. And I think you could see something similar with Kelsey, where maybe he's 6-7 targets a game for the first half of the season, and then as we get into the weeks that really matter, they start feeding him again.
Could be. I guess I've been concerned about the opposite, that he's just like during the regular season they're never going to have him, give him kind of that full workload, and that maybe during the actual NFL playoffs is when. But yeah, you might be right. They could try to ramp him up, depending on how things are going, I guess, during the season.
And I mean, the number 1 seed matters so much, right?
Yeah.
So assuming there's some sort of a battle for that, I do think you'd see it happen during the fantasy playoffs, like we've seen with Jerick McKinnon.
Yeah. On that note, I mean, Samaje Perine is a smash because he's the guy they're going to be ramping up.
He's a pretty interesting 18th round pick right now, isn't he? Where
I've been taking.
He could end up as the RB3 behind CEH. Like he might just be a 0 for you, but
yeah,
there's also the chance that he could have a pretty good role here if something happens to Pacheco, and he's going to be like unowned in Best Ball Mania, which is the really exciting thing about it.
I'm viewing him more as like a 15th round pick, so I think he's a great 18th round pick if you can get him there. But
I've seen him all over the map. I've done 5 or 6 Best Ball Manias today. I've seen drafts where he hasn't gotten picked, and then I've seen 16th ish. Yeah.
What's up, Bindles? Been a minute. Crutches has been, I think, 2 days, something like that. But good to see you. It's going well. Down to I think I'm down to a dozen now, maybe something like that. I forget. I checked right before we started, and I just it all runs together. I think we're at like 12 left, maybe 13. We're getting there.
I'm proud to be here for so many of these drafts, Neil. Thank you so much for having me. It's a true honor.
No, thank you for joining. I believe this is my 6th of today, and I want to get at least 9 done today. I think is kind of the goal, so that I can just like do one big chunk tomorrow to get myself to 149.
Oh wow! So you're gonna be going late tonight, huh, Neil?
I am. Yep. I'm gonna be going for a while. And I am expecting you to stay on for all of them.
I will do my absolute best. I'm feeling good now. I closed my eyes for like 15 minutes around 9. And those quick naps are honestly really underrated as a way to bring yourself back. You're not about that, Neil?
I am incapable. I am about it.
Really?
Like, if I were capable of taking quick naps and like, recovering real quick, I would do it. I'm not capable of napping. That's another thing that I'm just super jealous of, people who are able to just nap. We were talking about earlier. I have my friend Jeremy, who was in chat earlier. We went to a monster truck rally. He fell asleep at the monster truck rally. He'll just fall asleep at like random bars and just fall asleep wherever. And I'm like, I can't fall asleep in my own bed most of the time. Like that's how much I struggle with sleep. So I'm just jealous. I'm jealous of people who are capable of doing it.
So it's an issue of like falling asleep for you. You just can't.
I'm not good at falling asleep. Yeah,
I see. So when I do it, I find it's more like a meditation where I'm really not like getting fully asleep, but just like even just having my eyes closed for 15 or 20 minutes can bring me back. When I was writing like my big UFL pieces, which I basically do like, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 words in a day, I needed stuff like that. Tough to make it through assignments like that without a quick little breather. So yeah, those are really great if you're capable. But yeah, to me, it's more of a meditation than it is like a real, slumber.
Yeah. So we're going to make our next 2 picks, and then I am going to go. I have less than 3 minutes left in a slow draft that I'm doing right now for one of my picks. So as soon as we're done making these picks, I'm going to pull it up on the screen. Going to use the sidekick to help me make my picks, so I don't have to think about it too hard. Do you like Sharbs, Zeke, Jalen Polk? I mean, we could go Jalen Polk, give ourselves another quarterback out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with Polk. Yeah, Polk or Sharp would be my pick here.
Let's go Polk. I think
Okay.
he's
We can probably get
yeah,
Sharp on the
Sharps
turn.
might maybe on the turnaround.
Where are you at on these Dallas running backs now that they have the all dust backfield?
Yeah, I mean, I like Dowdle. I've been drafting a ton of Dowdle all off season.
What a run out for a
Yeah,
Dowdle
signing
like
Delvin Cook
yourself.
is
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah,
That's as good as it gets,
thank
man.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if Zeke if he goes Charbonnet, I'd be fine taking Zeke here.
Yeah, I think the best argument for Zeke is that he's the favorite to get the inside the 5 work.
Yeah.
And Underdog is a half PPR site. I don't think I'd touch him on DK, but I haven't done a DK draft in a few days, so I'm not sure where he's going around there. But more than
that's
happy
that's an
with
early
Charbonnet.
Tolbert pick there. Tolbert at 133 there.
Wow.
All right, I'm going to go straight to my active drafts on the clock in this puppy. Oh man, they like the running backs here. Here. All right. Audric Estime, come on down.
Yeah, he's a guy I've been taking a ton in that range.
I'll do this puppy too since it's under 10 minutes left. We've got Mahomes and Cousins. Definitely need a wide receiver here. Oh man, perine is there. Nah, I'll go. Who do you like of these receivers? Wandale, Luke McCaffrey, Yoshivas?
Yoshi would probably be my favorite, then McCaffrey and Mims.
All right, let's go Yoshi.
Would be up there. Mims is a scary one though.
Yeah,
I am. I mean, even with Patrick gone, I'm just worried they view him as like a clear out kick return guy when he's obviously better than that. But
yep,
might just be it. Tale as old as time. The fantasy community begging a coach to give a talented player more touches.
Yep. And then like Tony Pollard finally gets those touches, and suddenly he's dust.
Hey man, he broke his leg.
That's true. That is true.
That's not fair. They have a pretty fun backfield when it comes to guys coming back from injury because Tajay Spears has no ACL in one knee.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard is allegedly back from the dead after being, pretty rough last year off that broken leg.
Yep. All right. Good. I bought myself some time. I've got an hour and a half until I have to make my next pick in slow drafts.
How stressful is it to always be on the clock this time of year, Neil?
Somewhat. I mean, mostly because I'm streaming all the time. So it's like
Yes,
between streams, I try to get them done as soon as I'm done streaming, but then I forget. I've definitely had some auto picks, which I finally the first time yesterday I got the notification, we're sending you to auto draft because you had 2 consecutive missed picks. I was like, oh shit, 2 consecutive missed slow draft picks. That's not great.
Yeah, it's the season for consecutive missed slow draft picks. What's the timer down to? Is it 4 hours right now?
Yep.
Okay. It's probably dropping to 1 in a couple days, right?
Yeah. Luckily, I'll be mostly done by then, I think, because I'm very near the end in like all of them.
Oh, that's good.
Thankfully. Let me remind people, since I always forget to do this, please do subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already done so. I am trying to get to 2,000 subscribers before the NFL season. I'm at 1924. Is the latest that I've seen, at least. So getting there, getting close. Might be able to get to 2,000 by the NFL season, but pretty limited time left. So if you haven't already subscribed, would appreciate the subscription. Like the video, comment under the video. That all helps quite a bit in growing the channel. And I'm going to be doing tons of DFS showdown content in particular on this channel in the NFL season. So we'll get you covered there.
Yes, I highly recommend Neil's YouTube channel.
Thank you.
As one of the most handsome analysts in spring football.
That's really what you're here for.
I can confirm. Yes, that is.
Stafford is here for us.
Ooh,
we do it.
I feel like we got to do it, right?
Yeah. He's a little
10
bit past
spots after
ADP.
ADP. Yeah, that's nice.
That is nice.
That's a good one.
Maybe
I'm really glad.
throw on your favorite receiver in the next round potentially.
Oh, yes, please. Gosh, the man who's aging in reverse and people are passing him.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, ridiculous.
Who are these people?
Right? It's insane.
All right, looks like running back probably here.
Yeah, Mason or Allen, pretty comparable picks to me.
I prefer Mason now
Okay.
just because he has not been drafted in that many BBMs.
Yeah, no, that's a good call.
Whereas Allen
sharp
gets
for sure.
picked every time. I like Allen quite a bit too, but I've been drafting him. So getting my exposure up to a running back that won't be owned in majority of BBMs, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, these Jets running backs, obviously they got a lot of checkdowns last year, but they could be in line for extreme levels of checkdowns this year. We've seen this with Tom Brady. We've seen this with Drew Brees. These really old quarterbacks, I mean, obviously the arm goes a little bit, but really they want to protect their body. If you get hit by an NFL player when you're, 38, 40 years old, it can be pretty bad. And Rodgers is going to be checking down a ton. And he used to be, a little more reliant on his mobility, and obviously post Achilles, that's just not going to be happening.
Yep. Stafford, I am nervous about Stafford. Like, I'm nervous about the whole offense. So, like, I've drafted a ton of Puka, but there is a part of me that's like, what happens if Stafford gets hurt? Which, like, going into last year, he had back problems. We thought he was maybe going to retire prior to last year, and now I feel like we're back in just like treating Stafford like he's healthy, like he's going to be fine all year. If he's not, I feel like that's like going to be awful for all of his pass catchers as well. Even the running backs, like everybody gets affected if Stafford is hurt. Are you nervous at all about the Rams offense?
Not a ton. I mean, to me, he's fairly priced. He's going in between the Achilles quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's
so true. To me that seems fair. If he was, QB 13, QB 14, I would definitely be pretty wary. But I think the price is appropriate for the risk. And obviously, as you mentioned, I mean, Stafford has some injury potential, but Kupp and Nakua are both have pretty awful injury histories. And Nakua's dealing with something right now. I mean, if it was week 10 and their leading receiver was Demarcus Robinson, that would be great for my best ball teams, but it would absolutely tank the offense.
Yeah. I guess that's the nice thing about taking like J Jets is he's not reliant on his quarterback, because we've seen J Jets perform with some really bad quarterbacks.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, maybe it is injury discount a little bit, but we don't get that discount for his receivers, I guess is more my concern of like, because I draft a lot of Puka. I draft more Puka than I do Stafford. And that's where my concern really is. It's not really Stafford himself, but like what happens to his receivers. Maybe they're good enough that they'll be fine anyway, but
I mean, you can build a nice discount stack though if you go Stafford, Robinson, Parkinson, right?
True. Yeah.
So it's really, I mean, it's as expensive or as cheap as you want to make it, which is one of the reasons I've found myself taking some Stafford. He offers a lot of flexibility with roster building.
Yeah. I thought for a second that Drake May was gone. He is not gone. He has been like really moving up boards though. So I think I'm glad we took Stafford just so that we could be done at quarterback if we need to be. I wouldn't mind making this a 3 quarterback build.
Yeah, it's fine. I could go either way. I'd say it's probably a coin flip for a 3rd quarterback. If May fell a little bit, I'd be okay with it. I still really can't tell where I'm at on this Patriots offense. I think it's, baseline probably not great, but there is some potential for excitement there, especially if we get a lot of Drake May. But who knows, man? Maybe Jacoby Brissett absolutely cucks us.
I think that I've come around to Drake May. I've never been like, I've not got a ton of Drake May. Like I'm underweight to Drake May, and so many people that I like respect, who are like sharp football minds, are like, dude, you got to take Drake May. Like, he's a great talent. He can run, he can throw. He goes so late. Just bet on that offense that I've come around to like, yeah, I probably should be making the bet on Drake May and the Patriots. But here, I mean, Demarcus Robinson's here.
You know we got to do it.
Yeah. Double stack. We're just going full game stack. Arizona.
Yeah.
LA.
They made it too easy on us.
They did. Oh man, Dort is still there. I don't know. We already have the double stack with Marv and McBride.
Just get every single player in the game.
See, P. Ryan here is where I'm like, that's kind of tempting. Marshawn Lloyd too, though.
Ooh, yeah.
We've got some good running back options.
I like Lloyd the most.
I'm good with that.
Where would you rank P. Ryan versus Lloyd?
Yeah, I think I like Lloyd better than P. Ryan. I think he has more. I don't know. It's really tough because Lloyd has been hurt, and I guess I don't fully understand the injury situation. Like, I kind of thought he was going to go on the IR, and then he didn't, which I guess is bullish. But like, I don't know. It's still makes me nervous. But yeah, I think Lloyd is probably the better pick. It's close. They're very close for me.
Yeah, I definitely like Lloyd more. I think the key argument would be like P. Ryan just has a much higher zero risk. I don't think there's any way Lloyd zeros unless something further happened with that injury. But yeah, I mean, the argument for P. Ryan is that no one's really taken him in these best ball manias. So I mean, he could be 5% owned, and Lloyd's going to be 100, right? I mean, I can't imagine he's going undrafted anywhere at really any point.
I think he might have been in like the past few weeks is the one point where maybe
Lloyd
really
was he falling that much?
He's been falling quite a bit because everybody was like, well, first of all, they were like, oh, AJ Dillon is going to be the RB2. Like there were some reports like AJ Dillon going to be the RB2. He's being used like the RB2. And then it was looking like Lloyd might be like going on the IR. So that combo had people spooked enough on Lloyd that I think has gone undrafted some, not a ton.
Huh. That Dillon injury was so weird. Apparently it was 2 stingers in 9 months, so severe that he has to sit out an entire season. Not something I've really heard of before. And I didn't realize guys could miss extended time with stingers until Anthony McFarland did in the UFL last year. So, stingers making a comeback in 2024.
Apparently. All right. So we are 2 picks left. We are at 2, 6, 7, 1. Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford at quarterback. Aaron Jones, Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, Zach Charbonnet, Jordan Mason, Marshawn Lloyd at running back. Marvin Harrison, Puka Nacua, Tank Dell, Remo Dunze, Keon Coleman, Jalen Polk, Demarcus Robinson at wide receiver, and then just Trey McBride so far at tight end. So we probably want to go, I mean, definitely at least one more tight end, maybe 2. If Drake May comes back to us, I would probably take him since we have Jalen Polk. I think we're good enough at running back. Probably good enough at wide receiver. So yeah, that would be like my preference if I could choose how things go.
Yeah, would you have a tight end preference for when that comes back to us?
Yeah, I mean, I would love. I don't really want to say it right now.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna wait until our turn.
Yeah.
But I definitely have opinions.
That's good to know.
I guess there are a couple different options that would make sense for our team. Man, Estimate, it's interesting. For a little while, it looked like Estimate was going to move quite a bit up boards, and now that is not happening. All right, Juwan Johnson was the tight end that I really wanted. He would have been a nice pairing with Trey McBride. If we could have gotten him late, that would have been ideal. But he went.
Yeah, I don't have a strong take on these other guys. We have plenty of Rams, so I'm not super eager to take a Rams tight end, but we can.
Drake May goes too. So I think now we could go 3 tight ends.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there any? No other real quarterback outs. I kind of wanted perine, but he went. So yeah, I kind of think now probably just 3 tight ends is the play. Could go Hayden Hurst with Parham being cut. I like Michael Mayer as a late round.
Man, these are brutal. I would say go with your preference because I have a hard time having any opinions on these terrible.
It is a pretty tough range here.
Yeah, after Jawan's off the board, it's just off.
I'm gonna go Gesicki, and then if either Kraft or Michael Mayer comes back to us, I think they're the pick.
Yeah, I think that's fine. We're really just gunning for floor here. If you want like the most vomit-inducing floor play ever, it's Zach Ertz, who will probably catch an annoying amount of passes.
I don't want the most vomit-inducing floor play.
I don't either. But I look at his name and I'm like, oh, he's gonna beat his ADP, but like it's disgusting. And like there's no upside, right? But if you desperately needed floor at tight end, like you could definitely do worse.
I'm tying myself to Michael Mayer this year. I just think he's like they're going to use him more than like what you think of with a tight end too. I think he's talented. I think he was a 2nd round pick. I don't know, and he has clearly like great contingent upside if Brock Bowers goes down.
Aren't you worried about Trey Tucker?
I am worried about Trey Tucker. It keeps me up at night. Yeah, worrying about Trey Tucker.
I bet it does. Trey Tucker feels like the kind of guy who's going to be out there a lot and just do absolutely nothing all year. I just don't see this passing offense being valuable enough for. I mean, he would be the 4th pass catcher. Best. Yeah, it's not happening.
I didn't realize that chat was bumping. I went away from reading chat for a minute while I was thinking about our tight ends, and Debro shows up. So now chat is bumping suddenly. Chris, it's deja vu. Yeah, Marshawn Lloyd, 99% drafted. Okay.
Yeah,
confirmed.
That makes sense.
Tribbey emerging from the XFL/UFL streets for best ball. You do love to see it. He didn't do it right away, right? The first time I asked Jake, he said, "I'm not ready yet. You got to give me a little bit of time to prep." But now he's in the thick of it. Love to see it.
Had to hibernate for a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Debro says Lloyd Price is now criminal. He's missing 8 games. Yeah. Agreed. Love it that this is a good point. We could have been communicating non-verbally the picks we like, but you can just do it when the clock comes. Thankfully we also got the pick that Debro likes. We're all in the same. I guess Christopher wanted Dulcich. I haven't been super in on Dulcich. Are you in on Dulcich?
No, this Broncos tight end situation seems pretty gross.
Yeah.
I'm not really taking any of these guys. You want the running backs. And maybe Marvin Mims if God smiles upon us.
Kriyoth hates the Gesicki pick, likes the Mayer pick. So we'll take it. 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
I think Gesicki, I mean, his fantasy points per game is not going to be good. But really, when you have Trey McBride, we're just trying to get floor for a bye week, right?
Yeah.
And if McBride goes down, we're probably cooked anyway.
Debro, what do you think of Steele's Cubs team? I haven't had a chance to look closely, but Justin Steele had his Cubs draft tonight, and looked like it's had a good start from what I saw, as you would expect. All right, that was number 139. So 11 more to go. We're getting there. So when is the first Battle Royale stream? Are you doing it this Friday?
No, No. Well, they actually, they had a time box battle royale contest today. I don't know if you caught it. It was up for like an hour and a half and then it filled.
Oh, damn. I knew that they did one. I did not know that it filled already.
Yeah. And I saw it get posted and then I was like, oh, I've got time to run a couple errands. And then as soon as I get back, it was filled. So pretty disappointing. But yeah, the first show, we might try to squeeze one in beforehand, but the first show would be the Friday of, the Friday before the first main slate. So
Okay.
that'd be next Friday.
Yep. $10 more after this one. That's right. Going to be maybe down to single digits by the end of the night.
Wow. Are you gonna miss it, Neil, when the season starts? Are you gonna yearn for drafting, or are you gonna be enjoying the grind of the season?
I think I'll just be enjoying the grind of the season. It's just NFL season moves so quickly, especially when you are doing a ton of content. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it's like you just get in the grind, and it's just like you're not yearning for anything. You're just working all the time during NFL season. So yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, for me, it's always been a fast forward to Thanksgiving and then kind of a slow grind after that. But yeah, and it does just tend to go so fast, and it's always more exciting to me because obviously you get the stimulation of the games, but even more so you get the immediate sort of feedback of your gambling. You don't have to wait months and months to see what happens. You know your DFS teams, your battle royale teams, your sports bets, you're getting some immediate feedback there. It's pretty great.
Yep. You also get like if you've been drafting best balls all summer, like you're just constantly getting your feedback from everything you've been doing all summer, which is so fun. Just having stuff on the line at all times.
Yeah, getting super excited or depressed about your advance rate in week 4.
Yeah,
very, very good stuff.
I see Do Me Favor. I think I might know Braden. I don't know if I know any of these others. Do Me Favors, I know. Great best ball player. Yeah. Anybody else in here with us, drafting with us? Let us know. But we get the 10 hole. This has been, I was asked early in the stream, like how have your places been in these drafts? I'm like, I feel like it's been pretty fair. And then tonight it's just been brutal. Every draft we're getting the worst positions. But we'll make the most of it.
We will. Last time I was on, it was
there he is. What's up, Braden?
Hell yeah. It was all top 6 picks. It was great. It made drafting even easier.
Yeah.
But today might be a tough one. Might be a long stream.
Not so easy. It might be. It has been. I mean, just getting these awful picks every time is we're gonna be okay though. Our teams look pretty good. They look pretty good despite these picks.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're as sharp as we are, especially you.
Yeah, I mean,
really any pick is easy mode, but
that's true. That is true.
Yeah,
we're gonna find the best picks.
Of course. Yeah.
I was pretty worried it was gonna fill while I was on vacation. So pretty glad that it did not. Ben was asked, how was vacation? Vacation was awesome. Nice little break. Before the NFL season, I feel like recharged a little bit. So definitely, and it was my 3rd vacation, 3 vacations in the month of August. It's probably a bit much. Probably if I had my choice, I would not have taken 3 vacations in August while trying to grow an NFL YouTube channel. If I'm being honest with you, it was not the best timing for me, but it was nice.
Got to rest up before the season. It's important.
You do have to rest up before the season.
Bijan here would be pretty sweet.
Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Feels like the play.
I am with you there.
Maybe take a running back in the 2nd round. I don't know. We'll see what's there.
Yeah, 15 I'd be more than fine with Achan, JT. Yeah, it just depends. Depends what is available.
I feel like I'm not as in on JT as I should be. Like other people seem to really like JT, and I just doesn't excite me. I don't think A-Rich is going to be like checking down to him that much. So it's hard for me to get excited about JT, but I feel like I probably need to just take him some more than I want to.
The check down rate won't be good, but I do think the touchdown potential there is pretty massive, especially
Okay.
because both of Richardson's injuries last year came on designed runs.
Sure.
So I think the coaching staff could, maybe ease off those, especially around the goal line, and just feed their star running back.
What about with Harrison falling to us at 15?
I do like Marv here if he falls. Yeah,
He did fall.
Yeah, I'd be good. Yeah, I'm good with either.
I don't know that I have that much. I'm guessing I don't have that much of Marv with Garrett Wilson. So for that reason, I think we should just get the unique combo.
Yeah, how much are you prioritizing that right now as you sort of wrap things up? Are you trying to grab more combos that are not appearing on many of your teams that you've picked so far?
Yeah, I definitely like to diversify my portfolio. So, it's not the biggest concern. Like I do still typically I'm just going to take the best available, but when it comes down to Jonathan Taylor and Marvin Harrison, and I already like Marvin Harrison quite a bit. Like I've been packing my Harrison bags, not packing my Jonathan Taylor bags. So when I can get the guy that I want in a combo that I don't really think I have much, if any, so far, then I'll lean towards getting the new combo there.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm not that worried about like combinatorial ownership in the field. Like that's not the biggest factor for me, but at least like within my portfolio, I like to have some different looking teams.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're drafting 18 guys, you don't need to worry about combinations a ton, because basically nobody's gonna dupe you. But ideally, the differences wouldn't be like 17th and 18th round guys. You would have a little more juice there with because it will be very similar builds, as we know, that make it to the finals in these tournaments.
Yep. Yeah, Debro is on Team Marv. Good to hear.
Of course.
Yeah.
So I know I've heard people say like, oh, Puka Nacua obviously set many rookie records, only finished as the wide receiver 7. Marvin Harrison being drafted as wide receiver 9, also a rookie, Neil, if you didn't know.
Interesting.
Thoughts? Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not concerned about it because Marvin Harrison is one of the best wide receiver prospects we've seen. Lands in like the perfect spot in an offense where he just is immediately like, we know he's the alpha receiver there with a great quarterback, with a great schedule. Like everything lines up. Early season schedule, week 17, they're playing against the Rams. Like just the situation is so good for Marv. I know that you set me up because you feel the same way, or I'm speculating that you feel the same way about Marv.
Yeah, no, I do. Comparing him to Puka in that sense, I just don't think makes a ton of sense when he's clearly a significantly better prospect. So yeah, I'm totally in line with you there.
Yeah.
Where would you feel comfortable taking the Rams punt returner?
Oh, that's an 18th round pick. Yeah, I'm not taking Kyron anywhere in the first.
Yeah, after Sean McVay said that he wanted Kyron Williams dead, I started getting a little concerned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for real though. I mean, I don't really. If we could get him at 34, I would take Kyron here all day.
Yes, I would.
I'll buy that dip. I'm not taking him at 25, but I already was not taking him at 25, so it's more like all right, if he dips, I'm in.
Yeah, mid 30s feels pretty appropriate.
Yeah,
I don't think the punt return stuff is a super big deal. I mean, it's obviously not ideal for him to have contact plays on plays that don't count for fantasy points.
Yeah.
But yeah, they want to get him touches. I mean, they really like him. Corum will still get work, but yeah, Kyron's gonna eat. Oh, someone already took Kyron.
Yeah, he's buying the dip too. He's got him with Cooper Kupp there.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that. I like that combo a lot. If you can get Stafford, especially if Puka misses time, I think this running back target share is gonna come up a decent bit.
With that said, I do like Corum quite a bit too. And this, it's a little bit of a bonus for Corum. It doesn't matter that much, but yeah. If Puka had a few more TDs, he would have been top 5. That's a good point. Like it's right there. Like I don't know. Who says Marv can't do it too? Who do you think has the better NFL career, Marvin Harrison or Puka Nacua?
Probably Marvin Harrison.
let's use the metric of more receiving yards. Marvin Harrison.
I believe I would go with Marvin Harrison. Nakua has some health issues. Obviously, currently he's dealing with some stuff, but his injury history in college was pretty brutal. It was part of why he fell in the draft.
How would you feel about Rashee Rice here?
More than fine with it. I love that pick. I think he's the best available wide receiver. Who do you think is going to have the better career, Neil?
I still think probably Marvin Harrison. It's having that good of a rookie season. Like we've seen it from Puka Nacua, how great he can be. I think it is a valid question, even considering the difference in draft capital. But ultimately, I still think Marvin Harrison he's going to be awesome.
Yeah, without a doubt. Trained from birth to be an elite wide receiver.
Yeah. Ooh. See, I want to take Mahomes here because we took Rashee Rice. Josh Allen's still available, though, and we do have the Garrett Wilson bring back. I don't know. What do you think?
I would probably lean Mahomes. But if you feel strongly about Allen, I'm fine with that, too. His wide receivers go so late that...
Let's go Mahomes.
All right. Maybe we'll get lucky and people will hate on the greatest tight end of all time, and he'll fall like 15 spots past ADP.
It could happen. There are those haters out there who think he's not going to ramp up in the fantasy playoffs.
Yeah, that's insane. Powered by his love for Taylor Swift and Andy Reid running him out there so that they can get the 1 seed. Come on.
Yeah. I saw a picture online of Andy Reid making out with Taylor Swift, so I'm a little bit nervous about a jealousy situation there. Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be bad. Are we sure that's a real picture? Was that not AI?
I saw it on Twitter, so I think it kind of has to be.
Damn. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, I'm gonna go into the fantasy points projections and make some changes.
Yeah, good. You got to.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Wecht will have quite the spreadsheet to wake up to in the morning.
Yeah, that's right.
After I explained to him what you just told me.
Yeah. Neil saw a picture.
He swore it was real, Chris. It was on Twitter.
Debro dropped Kyron to 40th overall. Where did you have him before, Debro? Because that feels pretty late to drop Kyron to 40th. 34
to 40 was kind of the range I was feeling pretty comfortable with Kyron, but yeah, 40 would be on the lower end. I mean, you can make a pretty compelling downside argument for him, I think.
Yeah. Yep. I wouldn't mind if we could just get like Xavier Worthy to fall back to us. That would be good.
That would be pretty
little bit more likely than Kelsey, I think.
Yeah. And then obviously we're going to take Juju, probably in the 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Juju
greatest practice squad slot wide receiver of August 2024, probably, maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, where do you think Rashee Rice should be going right now? Like around here, end of the 3rd round feels fine.
I mean, I think had it not been for the suspension concerns, he probably would have been going end of the 2nd. So that's where I would feel comfortable taking him. I mean, he's a really strong pick, especially if you're one of the people who are a little down on Kelsey. Rashee Rice is the guy you need to be taking like every time.
Yeah. Worthy goes.
Oh.
Which kind of a bummer, but it was a long shot that he would come back to us.
Worthy and Travis back to back. Don't they know that you can't take a pass catcher unless you've already drafted as quarterback? That's the rule. Now we have to throw the draft just to get $25 back and reset. Yep.
Yeah. All right. We'll adjust. Probably not taking Dalton Kincaid. I feel like at this point I probably push tight end. Oh, he goes. Okay.
definitely be fine with James Cook here. All the receivers are okay.
Yep. I have not been taking a ton of Hollywood. I have not been really buying that dip a ton, but he's usually available here at pick 82. I'll probably target Hollywood there.
Yeah. On a Mahomes team, I'm more than happy to take Hollywood.
Yeah,
I really
it's
haven't been taking him much outside of that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kyron averaged 19 touches a game when he previously held punt return duties. I would buy the dip. Yeah, I'd take 19 touches a game. Increases the injury risk a little bit.
Yeah, I think the major difference is just that Corum's going to be more involved than
Also
Cam Akers was, and maybe Corum ramps up a little bit more as the season goes on, or he could just be outright better.
Who do you like here?
I have a soft spot for a Dunze. Godwin's nice. Rashad's nice. I really like Kyle Pitts, but if you want to push tight end, we can wait.
Yeah, I guess neither of these teams has a tight end, so it's possible they both go, but let's push it. Let's see if one comes back.
So Kyle Pitts ADP by season, 2021, 40, 2022, 34, 2023, 66. This year, 60. And this is the first year where he's not dealing with Arthur Smith or like the worst quarterback in the NFL.
Yep. Can you convince Scott of that, though?
That he's worth
that he's
drafting?
Good. That he's yeah.
Well, I mean, he's 23, and he was like the best tight end prospect ever. So I think Scott's pretty convinced about Pitts.
Oh,
I think I'm probably the highest on Pitts out of anybody at the company, but I know Ryan really likes him. I would assume Scott does.
I say that. So sometimes Scott tweets things out and you can't really tell what he's saying with his tweets. I'm trying to remember what. So he tweeted out about Pitts, like how bad he has been, and like over time, like how was anybody still in on him in 2023? And I made a joke. I quote tweeted and said, "We're not letting Scott in on the Pitts bandwagon, are we?" But I couldn't tell if he actually like is still out on Pitts or if he. My guess would be that Scott is in on him now. I don't know.
Yeah,
didn't know what to make of it.
Yeah. It can be hard to read his tweets sometimes. Occasionally, it's just for an article. Like maybe he's presenting the counter argument, for Kyle Pitts in a tweet form that's going in an article where he's actually saying he likes him. But, this is the most convenient way to show the counter argument. That's very possible. He could also just be trolling to try to drive down the market price on some of his favorite assets, a little market manipulation. I have contacted the SEC. They have not gotten back to me.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm liking this team so far, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is great. Are you concerned at all about cover 2?
I'm not.
If you weren't aware, every time the opposing team calls cover 2, Mahomes basically just takes his helmet off and leaves the stadium. He can't,
is that right?
Can't do anything against it. Yeah.
Well, you've got me a little bit worried now.
Yeah, it is quite concerning. Chiefs yards per play against cover 2, like -20 or something. It's fantasy points data is, it's bad. It's bad, man.
All right. Yeah. Well, should we just throw this one out and start a new draft?
Probably. And that really is the best draft strategy. You can talk zero running back, hero running back, whatever. The best draft strategy is as soon as you get sniped on someone you want, just throwing the draft.
Yeah.
And then, if you do that too many times, don't fret. You can just switch to a significant other's underdog account and just keep going.
That's right. Starkindler has me nervous here. BBM could fill tomorrow or Friday latest. Better not fill tomorrow. It does not look like it was going to. Maybe I need to redo my math on the fill rate. I think it's been going just like 0.1% per hour, maybe slightly higher than that rate, but like not much higher.
A puppy would be perfect
for you.
Yeah,
I would love it if they drop one more contest. Because I just need to get through. Literally, I need to start a draft. Oh, Hollywood goes at 78. He has not been going.
Yeah, that's a little early.
Yeah. But But of course, when we have Mahomes, we're not going to get him. Yeah, my final draft at noon Central on Friday. I just need it to last past that. So I'll be monitoring. I guess if I need to, I can do a late night tomorrow.
Are you gonna jam the sprint and the marathon after you finish BBM?
No, I'm full pivoting to DFS at that point.
Okay, because I mean the overlay on these could be really juicy. We might only get, especially in the sprint, you might get like a 75 or 80% fill, which is really good.
Yeah. Christopher says 0.5 per hour. Now, if that's true, I am screwed. I mean, that's
oh, jeez.
That can't be right, though. All right. Najee Harris, obviously, we have the week 17 bring back on our Chiefs. We need a running back. J-Mo's there, too. We could go J-Mo and push the running back. What do you think?
Mostert or Aaron Jones. Fine. Warren actually wouldn't be too bad. If we're going Chiefs run back, let's go Warren over Najee because they're going to be losing that game.
True. All right. Good. Got Warren.
Neil.
Okay.
Every time, Christopher
did make me a little bit nervous.
Can't do that to our boy Neil. Every time I've seen somebody with a player, over 50% owned, it's in their, they've done a ton of volume in best ball. It's always Najee Harris. Why is
that? Is it just Felix every time? Felix Castro?
Maybe I am just seeing Felix over and over again, but I swear I saw another. Okay, I swear I saw another couple people with like obscene exposures, and it's always Najee Harris at the top.
All right. Well, let's make our pick, and then I'll give you potential reasoning. Do you want to go Aaron Jones here?
Yeah, he would probably be my favorite. J-Mo's fine.
All right, let's go Aaron Jones.
Yeah, I think this team could use another running back here.
So the real answer is I think the people who are like most inclined to load up on one player, like to have like heavy player takes, are also the people who are more contrarian to streamers. And like everybody who streams or does rankings loves Jaylen Warren. So my guess is they're saying, no, fuck you guys. I'm going to load up my exposures. And also I'm going to load up with Najee Harris instead of Jaylen Warren.
Yeah, that does make sense. And Arthur Smith is the coach, and he likes to run the ball. So these things do add up. It's just tough when you think the offense is going to be terrible. How many games will they actually be able to get him to 20 carries?
Right. I like Najee. I draft a fair amount of Najee. I'm just saying like that's the correlation that I could think of like why would some people have over 50% or a lot of people. Felix, we obviously we know the reason. It's kind of an homage to the guy who won him $1 million. He's just gonna draft him all the time whenever he can. But everybody else, my guess would be if that's the case, they're just trying to be contrarian in more than one way. Like they're going out of their way to be contrarian.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And they're going to stuff us nerds into some lockers. Those who have even exposures and like Jaylen Warren.
Yeah, that's true. Najee is quite an alpha pick. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah. Oh, big time alpha pick. The majority of max drafters are just donated to the prize. I mean, the majority of drafters, I would think max drafters are less likely to. Like, typically, it's going to be a sharper crowd. Still might be true the majority are.
The your biggest headwinds when you are drafting a ton of best ball teams are one, the value of your time, and then two, the value of the money you're putting into the contest over a period of time, which for most entries is probably 5 or 6 months. So you're losing like at 2%, 2.2% risk free. Plus maybe if you draft 500 teams, probably takes you 40 or 50 hours at least if you're going real fast. So those are the biggest headwinds. Is that if you say $10,000, 500 teams minus a week of wages minus the free 2% on the money that you locked up. it's definitely a tough calculation, but you could also turn $25 into 1.5 million, and it's fun as hell.
Yeah, it's just a good time. And it's a good time, like, for the entire season. It's like, when you think of the actual entertainment value you get out of it, it's like, this is extended. It's the entire season. I'm looking through my best ball teams pretty regularly. So, yeah. But 500 teams, how long do you think that takes to draft 500 teams?
40 to 50 hours would be like my loose calculation. I did the math.
Way more.
At one point. I gave it like the most favorable calculation imaginable. Where you're only doing slows and you're making every pick within 20 or 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I guess if you're only doing slows. Yep.
Yeah. If you're doing like what you're doing, I mean, you could throw that out the window. Like
it's a lot. Yeah. Because I'm taking 40, probably 50 minutes per draft on stream, maybe more.
Yeah. But that said, that's going to keep a lot of great gamblers out of best ball, is the time commitment and the fact that you have to lock up your money for so long.
Yep. And like I was talking with some DFS pros at the live final. And one of them was saying, like, he wants to do the high stakes stuff. He's like, that seems worth my time. And he enters it, the big dog, which is $500 on underdog. But then it like doesn't fill. It's a fast draft. It takes hours and hours to fill. So he enters, and then like hours later, he's like, well, fuck it. I'm just gonna, because you don't want to be like caught off guard where you enter it and then you don't actually get to draft. It goes overnight, whatever. So then everybody just like enters and then withdraws and then enters and withdraws. So it's tough to fill those.
Yeah, that's frustrating, and that's like you said, one of the only ways you could really save on time if you wanted to get down big volume here.
Yeah.
Do we want to go running back again? Shaheed would probably be my favorite wide receiver pick.
We can probably push Shaheed though.
Okay.
Do you have a favorite running back?
Moss is fine. Spears is fine. Do you have a strong preference? This is such a gross range.
Let's go Moss.
Okay. Yeah, I've been taking a decent amount of Moss. I've been taking some Singletary in the hopes that he can just fight off Tracy all year. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Week 1, Devin Singletary is going to be a pretty awesome play in weekly formats. He's looking at probably 85% snap share or something crazy like that. Can he maintain that over the full season? I don't know. But if he does, I mean, what a smash pick.
Yeah. I just said we could probably push Shaheed. He goes the pick after us. He's been going like in the 120s sometimes. Like he's been falling quite a bit, but he goes here.
He's such a good best ball pick. Like he's the kind of guy you just never touch in a redraft format. That is awesome in best ball for his 3 or 4 25-point weeks.
I'd be fine going with, I mean, we only have 4 receivers, 3 running backs, but I don't love this range of receivers. I feel like somebody's going to be available to us at the next turn who's going to be kind of a flat tier.
Good pushing receiver. Fine with Spears, fine with Singletary. Do you have a strong preference?
I think I like later running backs with the week 11 bye week better than week 5 bye week, which is, I don't know, not the biggest factor, but I guess slight preference for Ty J.
Okay. Yeah, more than good with that.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably going to be a receiver that I like at the next turn. Maybe 2.
Do you want to try to make this a Rodgers team for our second quarterback, or do you want to try to build one of the later stacks?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is we have the Rodgers out, we have the Kirk Cousins out.
Oh yeah.
We also potentially could take like a Jalen Polk with our next pick, give us another Drake May out. Jacoby Myers, I don't know. I don't love taking Gardner Minshew.
Ugh, yeah, that is going to be a gross passing offense.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what's there.
Yeah, this year feels like a particularly easy year to build late quarterback stacks relative to the last couple seasons.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, it's like last year I didn't feel that great about them, but then like CJ Stroud was who you needed. Of course, I was all in on Bryce Young. I was drafting, so which that's one of my bigger regrets is last year. I sort of felt I was like, everybody keeps talking about like CJ Stroud, like he is this great, like he's the prototypical NFL passer. Like he's a good quarterback. He throws really well. So there was part of me that was like, why are we so sure that Bryce Young is going to be better? But then people would always, end up being like, but Bryce Young is just a better quarterback. He's going to be great. We know he's going to be great. So I drafted so much more Bryce Young than CJ Stroud, even though Nico Collins is one of my highest owned players. Man, that was a regret. But anyway, that was a late round quarterback who worked out really well last year.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, Purdy was a smash pick.
Yep.
At like what, QB 20 or something. That was pretty awesome.
Baker Mayfield worked out pretty well, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some fun late rookies this year.
There certainly are. Who do you think is going to end up being the best rookie quarterback, both this season and career?
Caleb Williams.
For both.
Hate to go chalky, but yeah, I think he's a pretty good bet.
I'll say for fantasy this year, Jade Daniels. But yeah, full career, Caleb Williams. He's probably got the juice, it seems.
Jeff says, what I mean by that is I see a lot of bad habits that compound with max drafters. Yeah, that could be the case.
I think that's fair. I think one of the biggest psychological hurdles to overcome if you're doing a ton of drafts or making like a ton of DFS lineups by hand is like mental clustering, where you're always taking, say a Donnie Mitchell and Mike Williams right next to each other, back to back in those rounds because those are just your favorite guys.
Yeah.
And then, you check your exposures and it turns out that combo's on 15% of your teams, right? Even though, those guys individually are only 20% owned or 22% owned or something like that.
Yeah.
And that makes drafting really tricky, figuring out how you want to spread out those exposures. And honestly, I find myself impressed whenever I see people post and they have like 11% of everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, it is it's a pretty good exercise in like self-control and just sort of reminding yourself, I've already got a lot of this guy. Let's, just go with the market pick there. Definitely something I struggle with.
Yeah. Man, D Mooney just keeps on getting my guys. I wanted Trey Benson on this pick, but that's fine.
Could that be Darnell Mooney undercover?
Could be. That would make sense.
Yeah, no one would guess if I spelled my name differently.
Yeah.
It's probably what he's thinking.
That's just like Justin Steele on DraftKings. His username is SteelDough21, but the Steele doesn't have the E at the end. It's
ooh, sneaky, Justin.
Very tricky. We could go Darnell Mooney and then Kirk Cousins.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. It's very
Scott
interesting.
Is super into Darnell Mooney.
Yeah, and with these Atlanta guys, it's so interesting to me how the only guy who had, an upgrade baked into his price is Drake London. Obviously there's no movement with Pitts, and then you see Mooney going so late. I mean, the wide receiver 2 in this offense is certainly more valuable than where Mooney's going.
Yeah.
So I really like the building out like a Cousins Pitts Mooney stack. Yeah, because I mean, after Mooney, there's just nothing there.
Yeah, and I had not been super into it until I did a stream with Scott, and he was like, "Mooney's a smash where he's going in drafts," and so now I'm buying in on Mooney. Some positive preseason play, just a lot going for him at this point.
Yeah, the wide receiver
got hurt.
Yeah, wide receiver 3 here is going to steal basically nothing.
Oh, he goes. Totally unstacked.
Wow.
All right. Well,
they need to ban people without shields.
That's right.
Are there shield only drafts?
Yeah, there should be. There should be shield.
There should be, because those would be a lot more predictable than these. Running back wouldn't be terrible here.
Anybody you like? Eckler, McLaughlin?
McLaughlin and Charbonnet would be my favorites. I'm really not taking much Eckler at all. Have you been taking much Eckler?
A little bit. I had not been, but he's fallen enough that I'm sort of buying in on Eckler now. I don't like the offensive line is so bad that I'm like I can't like fully love it, but I think he's fine.
Yeah, I'm just worried that a guy who scrambles and runs as much as Jaden Daniels does won't check down. We've seen that over and over again with these rushing quarterbacks. A handful break the mold. Justin Fields kind of has. Kyler Murray kind of has, but it's pretty rare. And generally, the lowest running back target rates come from the guys who run the most.
Yeah. Chicago D could limit Caleb's ceiling. Yeah, could.
What if he's just that dude, though?
What if he is? And I'm counting on it. Starkindler, what are your stands this year? I've got 25% Khalil Herbert. That's something, right? Here's my stand.
I've taken
Washington.
Casey Washington is the number 5 wide receiver on Atlanta.
I'm impressed that you know that.
Okay. Yeah, man. I know a lot of football players that people have not thought about since they played on like a Thursday night football game on ESPN in college.
Yeah, no, I am not familiar with Casey Washington. All right, we've got 40 minutes before I have to make a slow draft pick. I guess I'll pull it up and take a look. On my phone. Ooh, 40% Jalen McMillan. All right.
I'm at probably 45% Demarcus Robinson. So I respect that. With these late round wide receivers, I think you can get pretty aggressive.
Yeah, agreed.
If you're, anything over 25 or 30% on, pretty much anyone drafted in the first 10, 12 rounds, I think is a bit much. But once you get into, 15, 16, 17, 18, just do whatever you want.
Yep. Agreed. Yeah, like that is like the most reasonable place to take stands is like later rounds, those players you want to take a stand. Obviously, nothing wrong with that. I think the biggest stand I ever took was Darrell Williams, Chiefs backup running back, CEH's rookie year. I thought was just an awesome pick. And he didn't do shit the entire year, but the next year he was very good.
Oh, those are always brutal. Being a year early in best ball is the most worthless thing imaginable.
Yep.
I had a ton of Waller. What was his breakout year? 19.
Is that right?
On draft.com.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. The old school site. Do you remember the year? Forget if it was it 2020 when draft got sold to FanDuel and there were no best ball sites?
I wasn't into best ball yet. I was not
really?
even like aware of best ball yet at that point.
I was like posting on Roto Grinders trying to figure out like where I could get action down. It was a tough time.
That is tough. Yeah. If best ball went away now, I would be so frustrated. Like I'm so obsessed with it. 30% Kyron. Congrats on your punt returner. He'll be like the best punt returner in the league for you, Starkindler.
Yeah, I didn't realize Underdog Fantasy with Scott Fishbowl rules. With what is it, like a point for every 10 return yards or something?
Is that right?
Like
yeah.
That.
Yeah.
It's I know Ryan Heath was chatting to me about the Scott Fishbowl article that he wrote. And he was like, yeah, basically if you can just project all the returners, you will win with ease because of how the scoring works, which is pretty silly.
Have you done Scott Fishbowl at all?
I did 2 years ago, and then I've forgotten to sign up 2 years in a row. This has plagued me. I also forgot to sign up for SFWA awards this past year, so I was not nominated for anything. Yeah. Oops.
Aaron Rodgers all day here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, more than good with that. We don't have a second tight end, so I love Conklin, assuming the bye doesn't. Oh, well, we can't grab Conklin because of the bye.
We could go three tight ends if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's true. On Pitt's teams, I'm generally going 2 because when you draft Pitts, you're
Me too.
hoping that he's the GOAT, that he's Calvin Johnson with a tight end designation.
Yeah.
Which, obviously is what's going to happen this year.
I also think like it's more okay to not have the bye week, all bye weeks covered at tight end than quarterback. I'm trying to open myself up to it at least. Ooh, option goes Conklin. All right, so this is I guess I was not that far. 13 picks at ADP. All right, Jordan Mason is here. To me, that's all day. We got to go Jordan Mason here.
Yeah, Jordan Mason's pretty nice.
And then we're probably done at running back.
Where do you think Perine's going to come up to?
He hasn't moved as much as I thought he would.
Yeah.
So I would guess 16th round, like maybe the end of the 16th round even.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. End of the 16th, early 17th. Yeah, it's a tough sell because it's just a little bit more complicated contingency value than a guy like
Look at this guy.
Oh,
Justin just finished his Cubs League draft, which I don't think I've seen the finished product yet, but I asked Debro about it. He said it was good. So, which kind of goes without saying.
I'd assume so.
The Fantasy Football Shark with all of his casual friends. Nice. Justin was on with me. Me, Justin, Drew, and Debro till like 2 a.m. last night. Maybe even later than 2 a.m. Did not realize that the Cubs had a super early game today. So hopefully Justin's not dragging. It wasn't dragging. Was fully like mentally there for his draft tonight.
Man, I do anything to make my home league higher stakes. I would imagine the Cubs league is pretty high stakes, right?
I think Justin said on my podcast, $3,000 buy-in. Some of the MLB ones are like $10,000 buy-ins.
Mm-hmm. I've heard all those guys absolutely love fantasy. Dr. Edwin Porras worked with the Minnesota Twins for a little bit. He was talking about how every single pro baseball player he talked to is just a massive fantasy degen.
Yeah, I mean, you remember I'm blanking. Tommy Pham slapped. Do you remember that incident? Tommy Pham.
Oh yeah,
slapped an opposing player. Oh, here we go. Justin laying out his team for us. Jaden Daniels, love that. ETN, Stevenson, Garrett Wilson, Debo, McBride. I mean, McBride is Justin's like number one target. Yeah, McLaurin, the starting lineup. I mean, that's damn good. He's even got the stack.
Yeah, can we see
Daniels and McLaurin?
Can we see the bench, Justin? I'm always very curious. So my bench in redraft is always just the highest upside.
Me too. Oh, and 5K buy-in. Damn. Okay.
Hell yes.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I try to fill out like a safe starting lineup like that I'm gonna feel good about every week. And then just like my bench, I took, Blake Corum, Bucky Irving, like guys that are just like took those guys over the like and I'm going to give an example that I actually took later on, but like Mike Williams, I took at the end of the draft because I was like, I don't feel like I'm going to feel that confident starting. He's probably not the best example. I don't know. Like DeMarcus Robinson is not somebody I'm taking in a redraft. I'm going to take those high upside rookies instead of DeMarcus Robinson.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm basically all rookies, Josh Downs, and then also Palmer just for some additional depth on my redraft team bench. But going from best ball to redraft feels like easy mode when you're in like a friends league or whatever.
Yeah,
it's absolutely insane. And then when you see these ESPN or these Yahoo rankings, it makes you wonder how they even created them. Rashee Rice on ESPN ended up being like a 7th round pick in my super flex league, which was insane. I didn't even know he was still on the board. I forgot to scroll down. That's how obscene these rankings are.
Yeah, that looks like a high upside bench. Is Deontay Johnson? Is he a bench play? That feels good. Gus Edwards could, if he retains that role, he's an upside play. Purdy, Jalen Polk, I love that for a bench play. Yeah, that's he's even got the Senate. Yep. So
yeah, very strong,
awesome.
Justin.
Very strong. Gonna crush. I think I maybe told the story last night, but I was trying to get Jaden Daniels I'm in an unlimited keeper league. And I was like, Jaden Daniels is kind of my target. Like I was like, I dropped Justin Herbert. I was like, I'm going to get Jaden Daniels. He's going to be my franchise quarterback. But we had Joe Burrow and Kyler Murray and Caleb Williams were all available also. So I thought I'll wait until those guys go and then jump on Jaden Daniels. Or like once one of them goes, like once the quarterback run starts. But the quarterback run started with Jaden Daniels, which caught me off guard. So didn't get him in my unlimited keeper league.
That is the tricky thing with home leagues, is that predicting what people are going to do is definitely a bit tougher.
Yeah. Anybody you like here? Oh, Demarcus Robinson's there.
Dortch or D-Rob, depending on whatever you prefer. If you want a little more diversity, we do have Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, we can still bet on that offense.
Yeah, that's fine. Tight end. Do you have a general favorite in this range? I've been taking a lot of Jawan.
Yep.
Kate Otten feels okay if you just need floor.
Jawan has the bye week overlap. He's the only one of this group that does. I do like Ben Sinnott. You can sometimes get him later than this, but I like kind of making that bet.
Man, Ertz is just going to make you pull your hair out. But yeah, I don't hate Sinnott. I've been taking some of him, but I just always sigh when I do it.
Jonnu too. I like Jonnu. I'd be fine just going with Jonnu. Or we could go to Demarcus Robinson and push it, since we don't feel that strongly about this group.
Yeah, I'd be good with that. Wouldn't hate like Luke McCaffrey if you wanted to diversify, but why bother when there's a man aging in reverse still available?
Yeah, a little bit more correlation there because we built out the Arizona stuff too.
Oh yeah, good call.
And they just signed Noah Brown. Which,
Arizona did?
Yeah. Oh, no. Washington did.
Yeah. Noah Brown, I think Scott tweeted it out, played 3 full games and was over 150 receiving yards in all of them. I mean, he looked amazing when he was healthy and out there for every route. It's kind of interesting. He hasn't been able, outside of, last year with the Texans, really hasn't been able to break out of a wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 type role.
Yep. Man, Purdy, Justin says Purdy fell deep, so I took him 6-point passing touchdown, so I felt good value. I almost wonder if Purdy is going to be better than Jaden Daniels in a league with 6-point passing touchdowns. Like, Purdy's damn good in that kind of league, I would think.
Maybe, yeah. That's a quarterback room I would feel really good about.
Yeah.
In 6-point passing touchdowns, because Jaden Daniels, a lot of variance there, obviously, with his range of outcomes, but we know what we're getting out of Purdy, especially in a 6-point passing touchdown league. That floor is awesome.
All right, where are we at? Oh, yeah, we still need a tight end, maybe 2 tight ends. We have Mahomes and Rodgers, Jalen Warren, Aaron Jones, Zach Moss, Tyjae Spears, Jaleel McLaughlin, Jordan Mason, Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Romo Dunze, Darnell Mooney, Greg Dortch, Demarcus Robinson, and then Kyle Pitts. So we need definitely one more tight end. We only have 2 more picks, so probably Are there any like quarterback tight end backstacks that we could do? I guess Bryce Young, Jatavian Sanders, we could. Gardner Minshew with Michael Mayer. I don't know.
Those are pretty gross.
We have Mahomes, I guess, so we don't really need a third quarterback.
Yeah, I think with this quarterback room, I'd rather just grab 2 of these gross tight ends. I guess if Luke McCaffrey fell, I'd be okay with him. I don't really see many other upside wide receivers that I'd be excited about taking over a third tight end.
Yeah. Tim Patrick, sort of interesting since he went to Detroit. I'm still not super into it, but
I mean, the outside wide receiver role in Detroit is just worthless, especially if it's going to be any kind of a split. Because if Patrick were to emerge as that guy, it's he's probably losing a decent amount of routes to Jameson Williams. It's hard to get behind.
Yeah. Kate Otten goes. I was sort of hoping Kate Otten was going to come all the way around.
When you're hoping for Kate Otten, it's bad, man.
I know, exactly. Bryce Young goes. So yeah, probably not doing the third quarterback thing on this one. This might end up being, I think, a 3 tight end team.
Yeah, I'm more than fine with that.
Dawson Knox for the bring back on Aaron Rodgers. He has the same bye week as Kyle Pitts, though.
I think I'd rather take Chig than Dawson Knox. But yeah,
we can go Chig and see who else comes back.
Yeah, maybe Theo.
Do you like Chig better than Theo?
I mean, they're all so gross. I have a hard time giving you a strong opinion here.
I think I prefer Theo if I had to. Just feels like there's more upside there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Chig is a decent bet to beat, where he's being drafted, but top 12 tight end probably isn't going to happen unless Josh Wiley gets hurt. And probably, DeAndre Hopkins or Ridley does too.
All right. Well, we can get both.
Hell yeah.
Andrew asks, got here late. What would be Perine value if he goes to KC? Yeah, he already is signed with the KC practice squad. We talked about a little bit earlier. I think my guess is he ends up in the 16th round, like his ADP, his final ADP, probably in the 16th round. I think he'll go anywhere from like the 14th to the 17th right now in drafts. I guess we saw him go in the 10th round earlier on the Swolecast.
Whoa, really?
I don't know if it was a Soulcast, but it was David Kitchen apparently did a blindfolded draft and took him in the 10th round, so we didn't know who else was available.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I missed it. I don't know exactly what happened there, but
yeah, that's great, man.
All right, so the final team we have at quarterback: Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers; running back: Jalen Warren, Aaron Jones, Zach Moss, Tyjae Spears, Jaleel McLaughlin, Jordan Mason; wide receiver: Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Rome Odunze, Darnell Mooney, Greg Dortch, Demarcus Robinson; tight ends: Kyle Pitts, Theo Johnson, and Chig Okongwu. Not bad.
It's solid. Yeah, it's solid. Really glad Scott couldn't make it tonight.
Me too.
Not want him stealing the EV.
He would be stealing, so much equity. I mean, we go from $250,000 from each of us if you were here tonight. So
yeah, it's insane.
Thank you, Scott, for not being available tonight. For being an old married man with a bedtime.
Tough luck.
As you know, Jake, I am going to continue drafting. Probably 2 more tonight. You are you still? Do you have enough energy to stick around? How are we doing?
Yeah, you can put me down for at least one more. I think I'll grab another beer and refill my water. But yeah,
I'm going to do the same. All right, we're gonna take a quick break.
Do you want me to stay and
no? We can do it at the same time.
No simultaneous. All right.
No, we're doing it. We're actually let me write this down first. We gotta fill out and then we'll go. You can go if you want to, I guess.
All right. This is an awesome team. 1.5 million headed our way.
Yep.
And yeah, it's gonna be great. Don't have to split it with anybody, except for my best friend Neil.
Except for your best friend Neil. All right, we're going. BRB. What's up, CLN? We will be right back. We got at least a couple more drafts to go. I'm going to refill my beer and my water.
All right. Looks like I am back before Neil. That means it is the Jake Tribbey Show. Yeah, you can find all my stuff over at Fantasy Points. Not sure I have much more to say than that. Really blowing my premium airtime here. I've really enjoyed drafting with Neil. I think Neil's a great guy. Neil has to be the most liked person in the entire industry. I've never met anyone with any bad things to say about Neil. But what really makes Neil stand out is that everyone has only the best things to say about him. He's a really nice guy, the guy I've talked to a ton, both on stream and off. And he doesn't get any meaner off stream, is actually still just as nice. Any good future bets this year? Yeah, so I've taken two. The first one is Anthony Richardson to win MVP. That I think is just a great bet. It feels like a nice arbitrage between where the fantasy market is at with quarterbacks, where AR is a consensus top 6 quarterback, versus where the futures market is at, where he's 30-1. I've seen some sites list him with the same odds as Christian McCaffrey, who has no realistic chance of winning the award. He's the best athlete to ever play the position, and if the Colts win 11, 12 games this year, he'll certainly be in the conversation. The other bet that I took was Devon Achane to win Offensive Player of the Year. I believe I saw on Twitter that Ryan Reynolds was also on that, which made me feel a little bit better about the bet. But I got 66-1 over at Bet Online. So that was a bet that I felt pretty good about. They actually limited me to $76 on that. So wouldn't even take 100 on Devon Achane to win Offensive Player of the Year. And unfortunately, I'm in Georgia, so I can't bet legally. But I'm actually going to North Carolina to visit my mom, so I might be able to get a little more action down.
You're going back to North Carolina, man.
Yeah. Well, my mom lives there, and then obviously I had my my boys trip a few weeks ago. So I always try to get a lot of traveling in August before the season rolls around, and I sit at my PC for 5 months straight.
Right.
Am I worried about Chase? I would say no. I don't know if you are at all, Neil, with the contract stuff. He still has a practice. Returned to practice yesterday, if I remember correctly, and then was out of practice again today. He's 2 years out from needing a new contract, or he has 2 years left on his current deal. So yeah, the Bengals are stubborn. They're really weird with how they handle guarantees. Mike Brown is, I believe, the only owner, or right there is the only owner who doesn't have any other businesses going on. So all of his money comes from the fact that his dad was Paul Brown, and he owns Mike Brown now owns the Bengals. So yeah, the city's never been quite thrilled to have Mike Brown as an owner, but I think they'll get it done. I mean, I think Mike Brown knows that if you keep Burrow and Chase, you can have a skeleton crew for the rest of the team. It doesn't matter. You're still going to sell a ton of jerseys and have a pretty decent football team.
Yeah. Jake, we got the 2-hole.
Hell yes. It's about time. We earned it.
I see CLN made it into this draft with us. Good to have you in here, CLM. Pigskin a Blanket, an OG DFS player who I had a beer with him in Minneapolis a couple of months ago. So that was fun. He was visiting. We got together. Really, really good guy and a great DFS player who's also super into best ball. CeeDee Lamb is my pick at the 2-hole. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy one. I'm happy with all these wide receivers. The top 6 picks after Christian McCaffrey all feel pretty similar to me.
KZ Brown in here with us. Feel like I know Juice, maybe. Maybe Steel Thief is Justin Steele and he just doesn't want to admit it because he says he doesn't have an underdog, but there are a lot of people who have names that look like his name in the underdog lobbies. So who knows?
Is Justin getting all his best ball volume down on DK?
Yeah, he drafts a lot on DraftKings.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. If you have a limited budget, I really
like Justin Steele does. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like Major League Baseball player Justin Steele.
Yeah.
You should definitely be drafting on DK. But the rooms just are, so much softer. It's quite noticeable. You see it. I think you see it the most with just guys falling. Underdog is quite tight to ADP, whereas DraftKings is, especially at this time of year, DraftKings is a free for all. And DraftKings, it's not going to fill their main GPP. They're going to give out a ton of tickets this weekend. It's going to be absolutely bananas.
Yeah. What's up, Drew?
Hey, how's it going, Drew?
I'm making a pick. I've got 28 minutes left, so plenty of time to make my my slow draft pick here. But I should probably make it because I'm going to forget. I'm going to go with your guy, DeMarcus Robinson, in an eliminator. Man. Thank you. Ooh, and then I make this one. 36 minutes left on the clock, and then I buy myself an hour.
Yeah, I've always found it's just too easy to forget that I'm on the clock.
Yeah,
I have such a hard time reminding myself. I guess you can set up notifications, but it's quite the phone spam if you get to do a lot of drafts.
Yeah, I mean, I have notifications on, but sometimes I just don't look at my phone for a long time.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever looked away from my phone for more than like 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah, I guess it only really becomes an issue when I'm sleeping or streaming. Those are the times that I don't look at my phone.
Hell yeah. Like a true alpha. Yeah. Never living in the moment. Always a phone in sight.
Yeah, right. Oh, Drew finishing off his DKs. Very nice.
Best time to draft a DK is next Thursday afternoon.
Is it still going to be? I mean, there has to be like an end time to enter, right?
Yeah, it'll probably be like an hour and a half or 2 hours before kickoff. Oh, Drew, I'm curious. What percentage of your best ball volume do you save for August or the final few weeks of August?
Good question. All right, so we have CD Lamb coming up on our pick. Oh, CLM is right next to us. I don't love that, if I'm being honest. Chris Olave, maybe kind of a rare pairing. Chris Olave with CD Lamb.
Yeah, that's fine. I do really like Devontae. He may come back to us. Let's go, Olave.
It's getting less and less rare. Like Olave used to be like an early second round pick, and he's just been dropping and dropping. Devontae goes. Evans, DK.
I don't
Kyron.
really have a strong take. All these guys are pretty similar to me.
Let's go DK. Could have gone Rashi there. I kind of thought about it.
Yeah, he's he should be going in that range. It's surprising he hasn't come up more since it's kind of settled in that the suspension isn't going to happen.
Yeah. So the trickiest thing I found the past couple nights, Jake, is I'm not drinking a lot. Like I've been doing 1 beer per 2 drafts, which is I think a pretty reasonable rate. But then every time I go to refill it, my water is still like there. So like usually if I'm not streaming, I'll drink basically a water per beer, like 1 glass of water. But I'm like, I just don't drink water because then I have to pee, and I don't want to have to pee while I'm on stream. So that's my my biggest struggle.
Yeah, well, and the beer just tastes better too.
It does. Beer is delicious.
It is quite good. Yeah, Drew says about 50% in August. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm always interested when people play, when you play bigger volume, and obviously Drew's very sharp, sort of how they divvy that up, because it's, from a time perspective, if you're only doing fast drafts, you really can't save it. If you want to do 150 for the final week, unless you just want to make it your full-time job. So It is always interesting to see where the sharps end up drawing that line in terms of divvying up their entries.
Yeah. Drew says, I drank too much on stream last night. CLN says, I can't see Drew's chats. Can you see mine? It's because Drew is on Twitter. So if you see on here, you can see the little X on his avatar. I am streaming. So StreamYard allows you to stream to multiple locations. So when people are commenting on Twitter, you can't see them on YouTube and vice versa, unless I pull them up. It took me a long time to realize that people were commenting in two different locations. And then eventually say, oh yeah, you can see a little icon that shows you where they're commenting. CLN was saying in my Discord earlier that he might start streaming best balls, maybe stream 150 next year. Is that right, CLN? Am I remembering that right? Jake, when are you going to start your best ball streaming career?
Well, I feel like the hardest part would be explaining to my girlfriend that I'm going to stream 150 drafts, and that would take probably 120 hours or so.
Yep.
Yeah, but after I got over that hurdle, I mean, I guess I could start next year. I'd have to decide what record I'm going for as well.
Well, here's what I'm saying. The reason I ask is because I want to warn CLN. He says he's 29 years old, and he might do it next year. Try to be the youngest to stream all 150. Take Pete Overzet's record, but I believe you would still have him beat by a few years.
Yeah, I would be the youngest then, but then I'd be pretty worried about that record being broken. Because there's still a big gap between me and you have to be 18, right, to play best ball. So yeah, that's not good. I'd rather go for something goofier that no one would want to recreate.
The nice thing about being the oldest is that I'm 41, so I'm like a year or two from like death. So like there's not that many people older than me who could still draft and beat my record.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, most people older than you can't use computers at all.
That's also true. So there's a lot of obstacles to anybody ever beating my record. I was hoping that we could do Kelsey Mahomes. Mahomes falls. He goes at 45. That's a bummer. Does he have Rushy Rice? No, just naked Mahomes. Okay. Man, Kelsey at 47. I prefer McBride in a vacuum. I also, with Lamar there, we could do the Andrews Lamar thing. I don't know. What do you like to do here?
I like the Andrews Lamar stack. Obviously, always good with Kelsey, but yeah, let's go Andrews Lamar here.
I mean, we're no guarantee we get Lamar by going Andrews, but yeah.
Well, we can hope. Take you home, please. Do what's right.
Take you home would never do us wrong. Okay.
Yes.
Man, it still wants us to take Travis Kelsey. I mean, we're not going to, but that's interesting. Like it is a pretty big fall for Kelsey.
Have you gone many bully tight end teams this year? Like 2 top 6 tight ends?
I've done it. I have done it some. Not a ton. I don't like to do it. Ooh, CLN. Got him. Look at that.
Yeah, some nice value there.
Yep. Because JT Lowe almost got the very, very late Mahomes Kelsey stack.
Drew is planning on streaming 150 from the sauna next year. That will definitely not be broken.
The nakedest person to stream 150.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Got the Miami and Chiefs so far. What up, Who Hames? I think you were in chat at the start of this stream, if I'm not mistaken. It was not my first stream. I think you were actually here for this stream. So checking back in. Good to see you. It does always look pretty good to me getting that Lamar Andrews. Like, part of me is like, it's kind of boring. Everybody does it, but at the same time, just like getting elite onesies stacked up feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Lamar and Andrews and Kelsey Mahomes always feels great. And then with those onesie positions, we can put off those next picks off, for 10 rounds if we want to.
Can you translate something for me, Jake?
Yeah.
AFK?
Away from keyboard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I bring the young guys on the stream so they can convert.
Yep. I know all the abbreviations. I can text super efficiently. I do have a Snapchat.
You have a Snapchat?
Yeah, that's how young I am, Neil.
That's how you send. I mean, those are just for dick pics, right?
Yes. Yeah. Pretty. I guess so. Really, I just got it because, like, for whatever reason, some girls would rather Snapchat than text. I've always preferred text, but the Snapchats do disappear. So yes, you could use them for nefarious purposes, Neil.
Yeah. CLN says Snapchat is kind of old. I mean, TikTok is the thing now, Jake.
Yeah. I guess I also have a TikTok that I don't use. Man, I'm really showing my age. Getting cooked.
Yeah. I do not have a TikTok. Many people have suggested to me that, like, if you're doing content, you really got to get into TikTok. And I could, like, there's no age barrier. You could do it as a 40-plus-year-old, but I don't know.
So the really nice thing with TikTok, like on Twitter, if you have 0 Twitter followers, you're just never going to get engagement, right? Yeah. On TikTok, your first post, and I mean subsequent posts, but especially your first one, are boosted by the algo naturally. Oh. Yeah, so even with 0 followers, you will get views. I actually, a couple of years ago, built up a fantasy TikTok from like 0 to 3,000 followers in the span of a month and a half. And then the comments drove me to the brink of insanity, and I stopped posting because it is. I mean, if you think you see dumb stuff on Twitter, man, I mean, the TikTok comments are insane. Like it felt like I was just talking to like kids or something, and that's probably true. You probably are just like talking fantasy football with kids.
Yeah,
and it's just not my cup of tea when it comes to online engagement type stuff.
See, to me, that's like a barrier to entry for me. That they boost your first TikTok. That makes me think like, oh, you really got to do a perfect TikTok to start. Like, you better be damn good with your first TikTok if you want to get that engagement.
Yeah, I would highly recommend coming out, with some super hot fire.
Coming out cooking, yeah.
Ask Jake about Hawk Tua. You know about that, Neil?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it? Man, it's well, I got a funny video for you.
Alvin Kamara is a player that I'm trying to get some exposure to.
He's a nice floor play. The upside isn't great, but
we have Olave too.
Yeah, I'm good with it. I don't know how much of a Saints stack I want, but we already got Lamar, so Derek Carr's not bad if you just need 15 points in Lamar's bye week.
All right, strong endorsement there for the play. I do like James Conner too. We haven't taken him yet. Who do you like here?
There. Could you scroll back up? Probably Coleman. Yeah, let's go Coleman. We've already got a lot of secure floor guys, so I'm fine taking a shot at wide receiver.
All right.
Carr will cook the Cowboys week 2. Has Carr cooked anyone ever?
I believe the answer is no. I think maybe you and I have talked about like the number of spike weeks he's ever had.
We have. This used to be an annual tweet for me. He's had like 2 25+ fantasy point games over the last 4 or 5 years or something. It's one of the worst rates among starters in the NFL when it comes to upside fantasy games. Well, yeah, and that's the crazy thing is he's hitting 300 yards all the time, but he's never scoring touchdowns, and they turn so run heavy. I can pull the numbers up in the red zone. It's Taysom Hill Taysom Hill hours. Taysom Hill, by the way, amazing pick on DK.
Oh, he's the best.
Tight end 14. Yeah, what a killer pick over there.
While we're talking about it, can you tell me how many spike weeks Sal Cannella has had?
Well,
this fucking guy.
Neil, why?
This fucking guy.
Why would you do that to me?
Why would you?
A lot of these people
Listen.
don't even know about the heinous crime I committed in UFL.
I need to do this to you because you hurt me, because I was drafting so much Sal Cannella, and then finally Jake was like, he's never really had a big game. He's never had a big spike week, and I was like, you know what? It's a small sample size, but I think you might be right. Maybe the upside isn't there. And then he goes off for like 30 fantasy points that week.
Yeah,
that was so brutal.
It was crazy. Yeah, he had never scored more than, I think it was 17.8 in like a 15 game sample, and then he's dropped 25 3 games in a row. Yeah, what a legend. The difference though is that with Derek Carr we have 150 game sample.
That is fair.
Yeah, not super encouraging.
Yeah. Yeah, Taysom. I love taking Taysom on DraftKings.
Yeah, he's a legitimately great pick over there.
He was promising 2016, but that leg injury broke him, was never the same. Who are we talking about? Sal Cannella?
Sal Cannella? Was Sal Cannella in high school?
Derek Carr, maybe?
Oh, yeah, that must be Derek Carr. Yeah, Sal Cannella, his first year of college was 2016. So, okay. Unless you were following him at Scottsdale Community College, it's got to be Derek Carr. First thing I do in the optimizer is uncheck Carr. You and me, both, brother.
I don't uncheck anybody, so can't relate.
You play everyone?
Yeah. All right, we're coming up. We've got Lamar, Alvin Kamara, CeeDee Lamb, Chris Olave, DK Metcalf, Keon Coleman, and Mark Andrews.
I definitely like that team. Do you want to... It's kind of a tricky range. I'm fine with any of these quarterbacks I wouldn't hate. No, can't go Jaden because of the bye. Couldn't really stack Caleb.
I don't hate Javonte.
Yeah.
We could go Dobbs and then Love potentially.
I think I'd rather grab Javonte here, given our construction.
Yeah. I like it. We could still go Dobbs or Palmer, Sutton.
Palmer's probably my favorite in this range. I like Shaheed as well. We've already got a good amount of New Orleans, though, and I don't want to get too hitched to that.
Yeah. All right, another wide receiver. So what do we have as far as quarterback outs? I guess we could have gone Dak there. I didn't even think about doing just Dak because we already have CD. But we've got Olave, we have Gino, we've got Herbert. So we have outs. How do you feel about the Lamar Dak pairing? Like if we had done that.
Oh, I would have felt pretty good about that. I think running back made a little bit more sense there, but that would have been fine. Yeah. That's the best part about best ball, Neil, is that there's so many right answers.
There are so many. Best ball guy, good to see you back. Started the stream with best ball guy many hours ago, 4 hours ago.
Yeah, geez, this has been going on for a while. You're putting in the hours. You absolutely deserve to be the oldest man to ever stream 150.
Thank you. How many more do I have? I think 10 more after this one, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe 9 more after this one. Losing track. I guess I can look on my phone.
It all just melts away when you're drafting.
It's just, yeah.
Neil, are you going to get to drafters this year? A lot of overlay brewing on drafters. There's been a ton of overlay there for like multiple years, right?
Yeah, there's always overlay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is number 141. So I will have 9 remaining after this draft. Bring me down to single digits. Jake, what are we drinking tonight?
I got another one.
Cincy Light.
I'm running low. I only got like 6 or 7 left, and then after that, it's back to Miller Lite and
sad,
probably whiskey. Yeah, it's disappointing.
I finished my my makers. I guess I have a tiny bit left, but more or less finished it on the stream last night.
What's your favorite whiskey, Neil?
I have simple tastes. I usually just go with makers. Bourbon in general, I go with. I like Jefferson's, makers. Dak went. I was hoping Dak, like, it was looking for a second, but then Steel Thief stole Dak, so we can't do it. Almost.
Yeah, I'm a big Angels Envy fan.
Oh, Angels Envy's good.
Yeah, it is really good. But yeah, there's a ton of great whiskeys out there. Yeah. The only whiskey I found myself being like a little iffy on is anything where the proof is like significantly higher than average.
You saying you're not a fan of that?
Generally, no. I mean, I'm sure I could develop more of a taste for it, but I found right around what's standard 80.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
no, I'm the same way. I'm with you. I like a lot of the time, like the fancier whiskeys are just the ones that are higher proof, and I'm like,
yeah,
I don't need higher proof. Like,
no, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's whiskey. There's already a lot of alcohol in it.
Yeah. I was hoping Zach Moss was going to fall. So that's why I didn't want to draft next to CLN. I don't hate Jalen Polk here. Gives us another quarterback out. Tyler Lockett also we could pair with DK Metcalf, Rico Dowdle. Anybody you like here? Gus Edwards, Blake Corum.
I'd rather go Polk, and then let's grab a running back with our next pick.
Corum kind of fun, like since we have Kamara and Javonte. Oh, Corum goes. I'd be fine with Gus. I used to really love Gus. I think I still kind of like Gus, but
I like Gus.
Doesn't excite me, but
yeah.
This is
fine.
good. Yeah,
fine with Gus.
Pull this back up. CLN says you can do a light Thursday and then finish it off with Pete on Friday. Is that the plan? Yeah, that is the plan. That's the hope. We'll see how deep I can get into it tonight. Like I said, 9 more after this. So I could do just one more draft after this, get it down to 8, try to do 7 tomorrow. Yeah, that might be the plan. 7 tomorrow. Or if I get ambitious, maybe I'll do 2 more after this. That is the I think my limit would be 2 more after this one. Have you had Amagang beer? I don't think I know it. Tommy says, as we get closer to the season, I like Dobbins over Gus, but I still take all 3 backs. I still prefer Gus, but I get it.
Yeah, I think I prefer Gus as well. A little bit cleaner on the injury front, but yeah, you can make a decent case for Dobbins.
Yeah, like they've always liked Dobbins better when both are healthy. So like, I definitely get the case of if they're both healthy, they're probably going to prefer Dobbins, give him the bigger workload, but I'm just not convinced that Dobbins is healthy.
Yeah, it's always tough when a guy has a leg that is significantly smaller than the other one.
Yeah. Trying to find the picture of J.K. Dobbins' mismatched legs. Yeah, whatever. Are you doing a draft right now, Jake?
I'm not. I was looking for J.K. Dobbins' legs and also contemplating some DraftKings entries.
Nice.
I'm gonna fire a ton of DK drafts over the weekend. Nothing better than a final weekend away with your significant other, full of drafts.
That's right.
How is he running with the ones with that atrophied leg? Well, I mean, he's probably using his other leg primarily. Yeah.
I mean, it's promising. It's definitely a good thing that they're running them with the ones.
Yeah. The Chargers backfield is so wide open. I really can't fault anybody for virtually any take on those guys.
Uh-oh. Scott says he drafted a team today and then had to do a live radio spot, so got auto-drafted 4 quarterbacks. I kind of think Justin Herbert's a pick here. We've got Palmer with the Jalen Polk bring back.
Yeah.
If you feel differently, I'm
more than good with that. We got Gus Bus too, so.
Man, John Boy Beef just tweeted out, BBM 5 is going to fill Saturday morning, maybe sooner. If you're reading this, you're running out of time. What are you doing to me, John? What are you doing to me?
Yeah,
don't tell people to fill it.
Yeah, it's not going to help. Neil, maybe you could put a tweet out saying, don't worry about the fill rate.
Don't worry about the fill rate.
It's all going to be okay.
Do Me Favors, who I think we're drafting with. Maybe is he in this one? Says he thinks it's going to fill Friday. Shit. You guys are killing me. You're blowing up my spot here.
Would you move this stream up with Pete at all? Do you have a backup plan?
My backup plan would be to stream without Pete, sadly. Like Pete can't. That was like literally the only time. All right, who do you like here? Tyler Algier, J.K. Dobbins, Khalil Herbert, Jordan Mason, Julie McLaughlin. A lot of my favorites available here.
Yeah, I'm good with any of these guys. Herbert, Mason, Algier. Yeah, probably Herbert or Mason since no buy overlap.
Herbert usually would be available at our next pick, I think. Yeah, I do think there's a good chance that it fills on Friday. Hopefully just after my draft on Friday. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I believe, Neil. I think you're going to time it perfectly. It'll fill right after you're done. Maybe you and Pete will be in the final BBM draft of the season.
Could happen.
Yeah. Then you can feel really good about a successful offseason. One good note on best ball is that I feel like it's far less psychologically damaging than DFS can be. Because say you put in $5,000 and you get back $4,000. Well, that happened over the course of like 5 months. So not much.
That's right. Yeah.
DFS though, if that happens to you week after week after week,
it's tough. It's
hard to look in the mirror. Yeah.
Believe me, I've experienced it. It's not fun. And then there's a showdown. So it's like, oh man, just like brutal. Just like not just week after week, but like week after week. And then it's Monday and then it's Thursday and then it's Sunday and then it's Thanksgiving and it's just a whole thing. Yeah.
Early only, afternoon only, Sunday night. Yeah. That can be a tough stretch.
Yeah. Vidal is the fun, sharp pick. Yeah, maybe. Vidal is kind of fun.
I've taken a good amount of him.
Sorry, we took your Mason. Let's go, Keith. Welcome to Best Ball. First of the season or first ever?
They're fun, man. And now's the time to do them. So
be careful because you're gonna get obsessed quickly. Also, I'd recommend doing more than one your first year because you're gonna love it and you're gonna wish you had done more if you don't. Do you agree with that, Jake? I think like
happened
to me,
yeah.
like
100%. I mean, I think, you want to get down as many drafts as you can. Like if I had the time, I'd just do like $1,000 $3 drafts or whatever, because then my variance wouldn't be too bad, and I wouldn't have too much hitch to any individual entry. But yeah, definitely want to do a handful of drafts. I mean, and drafting's the most fun part. You get different lineups to sweat. You don't want your season to end in week 14, week 15. Want to give yourself plenty of outs.
Yeah. The little box I'm using is the Sidekick. Legendary Upside is the company that produces. It's $500 for a season or $200 per month to use the Sidekick. So, it's obviously only worth doing if you're doing high volume or like high dollar drafts. But very, very useful tool. Factors in like team correlations, so you can stack your quarterback with your wide receivers. Things like if you want to factor on the playoff weeks, it factors in who the opponents are of your teams in those playoff weeks to boost your correlation for a potential shootout game. It's a very cool and like your positional needs, very useful. All right, I'm Bateman all day here.
Yeah, let's rip it.
I did not say I'm baiting all day here, just to be clear. I said I'm Bateman all day here. I don't do that while I'm streaming. Kamani Vidal is still there. Marshawn Lloyd, Samaje Perine. Who do you like here, Jake?
Lloyd is my favorite.
In.
Yep. All right. If I remember correctly, Bateman was pretty great in average separation score, which, by the way, guys, it looks like that average separation score data and articles are going to be coming out. Maybe not this week, but early next week, certainly before the season starts. So that's something to get excited about, because that is some really cool data over at Fantasy Points.
That is exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, Bateman was fourth. Or wait, no, I don't have it sorted. Let's see.
Yep.
My computer is about to break because I'm sorting a giant Google sheet. Third in total separation score. So he gets open.
Yeah, I mean, that is awesome to hear. The team keeps hyping him up. Just I'm super in on Bateman again this year.
Yeah.
I mean, we obviously have Lamar, so that's just an extra boost. But I am back in.
No, yeah, I'm with you. I think he's a pretty strong pick.
Yeah, sorry, I you don't really ask me to see the board. I try to. I feel like I've gotten worse at it since I got the Sidekick, like because I just like I'm looking at that what it's telling me instead of looking at the board, so I forget sometimes to go back to the board view. C. Thomas, this is my first year and I'm hooked. I mean, it's addictive. It is super addictive. I don't like you were saying you want to go all in, like maybe don't max it your first year because if you have the bankroll, sure, but like you want to kind of figure out what you're doing. But I do think it's definitely worth doing many drafts.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just playing around, DK has a lot of good low stakes tournaments, like $3 stuff. So if you just want to get reps in, I think those are great.
Yeah, that's a good point. You don't have to do $25 for all of them. That's a good point.
Yeah, and obviously most people love the extreme variance, but if you did for whatever reason want to limit your variance, the 12-man drafts are an incredible ROI opportunity. I think you can just take the best values. You don't really have to worry much about upside.
Yep. Couple things I want to say to chat, but first, most importantly, because I haven't said it in a while, and apparently we have some new people in here. If you haven't already subscribed to this YouTube channel, I would appreciate it. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers before the NFL season. We're only a week away, so trying to ramp up quickly. Would appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel. Going to be doing a lot of best ball content, including another marathon stream tomorrow, and then finally my 150th stream draft with Pete Overzet on Friday is the plan, at least for now. Like the video, comment under it. It is all very helpful as far as the algorithm goes. So that is first of all, and then responding to Bateman fluff seems like Minnesota bias. Although I did go to law school at the University of Minnesota, I didn't go there for undergrad. I'm not like a huge Gophers fan. I think I went to one football game while I was at the U of M for law school. That's I'm not like a huge Gophers fan, so it is not. It's just I'm buying into the coach speak, to the ass score, all that good stuff. I actually didn't know about the ass score until you told me tonight, but yeah, I just think he's a good bet.
He's one of the biggest outliers if you look at separation versus targets per route run, which we only have 2 years of data on this, so it's not fully provable, but we would assume guys who get open, their targets would increase eventually.
I like Tyler Conklin. I think that's a great pick here.
Yep, I do as well. I think that's pretty easy.
Yep. All right, so we're at 2-5-7-2. We have 2 picks left to make. Do you like Justice Hill, Audric Estime? Oh, the other one that somebody called out was we could do Cam Akers on this team. Yeah, 18th round Cam Akers. I actually like that. I have not drafted a single share of Cam Akers, but that's another option for us.
Yeah, I'm good with 18th round Cam Akers. Do you want to take Dortch to fill in wide receiver?
Yeah, I think Dortch makes sense for us.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Akers is kind of like perine, where no one's taken him, and maybe the path is a little iffy, but he looked good in preseason, which is super encouraging for a guy who has had 4 Achilles in his life.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I've taken a single share of Cam Akers in my 700 drafts this year, whatever it is. So yeah, I'm in. Good shout out. Oh yeah, DK has a $3.20 max. C. Thomas says he's doing it right now. That's great.
And the nice thing with DK is they'll keep posting that. Like if it were to fill, they would just post another smaller one.
That's true. Yeah, they've done several.
Yeah, so there are plenty of opportunities to get those $3 entries in. Again, if you just want the reps or want to be a little more, a little more spread out.
Dude says, Neil, at 2K subs, can we please get a video of you doing an impression of Pete? I'm so bad at impressions, but maybe I might. Not making any promises.
I think I need that, man.
I would have to I'd have to spend some time, I think, because
I'll retweet if I promise a retweet. What if I got Scott Barrett to promise a retweet as well?
A retweet of my impression of Pete Overzet. That would be
would
that'd be interesting.
Help?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even
Or do you not want anyone to see?
No,
what if I promise that? Oh, you do.
If I post it publicly, I want people to see my awful impression. The tough thing is when I'm thinking of if I did a Pete Overzet impression, all I can think of is Pete Overzet doing an impression of Davis Maddock. What's up, Ryan? Ryan's here too. Good to see you, Ryan.
Oh, let's go, Ryan.
You ever heard of that guy, Jake?
I've read a few of his articles. Otherwise, haven't really heard of him. He's a solid fantasy analyst. Not as good as me, obviously.
Not as good as you, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's learned most of what he knows from reading my award-winning articles. Neil doing a Davis impression, man. Yeah, Neil, maybe you could do an impression montage.
An impression. Maybe I should do Pete Overzet's just a take on Pete Overzet's best ball guys.
You should do an impression of every major best ball influencer.
Yeah. The problem is the ones that are actually the biggest, like the fantasy flock. I've never watched it. I could do Davis. I could do Pete. I could do Pat.
Mm-hmm.
But the true the 200,000 subs, whatever best ball guys.
They have 200,000 subs.
I don't know. It's a lot. I don't know if maybe I'm exaggerating by quite a bit.
What if you had to do an impression of any fantasy analyst? Who do you think you could nail the best?
Ooh. Any fantasy analyst. Does that include DFS?
Yes.
So I was forced to do a blender head impression when I was on Pete's stream. I forget what it's called, with the wheel, whatever.
Randomizer.
The randomizer, and it was not great, but I think with time he is one of the people who's more impressionable Like it'd be easier to do an impression. Whereas like
Mhm.
because he has such like he's so idiosyncratic. He's interesting in his
Yes.
the way he speaks, the way he like uses his hands. It's all interesting.
Mhm.
Whereas most people, it's like it's more subtle. Which as somebody who is not good at impressions, the more subtle you are, the more difficult it's going to be for me.
Well, the key to impressions is practice. So if you just like
Is that true? I've never
shower,
practiced. Yeah.
in the shower, you just practice your P overs at voice, over and over again, and then you hit the community with the take.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna start practicing my Pete Overzet impression.
Ooh, Evan Silva's a good one too.
Oh, Evan Silva. Evan Silva.
He is a good way of talking. That's good for impressions.
Levitan. Hello. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a great Levitan right there.
Thank you. Listen. All right. We need the Neil backward. Yeah, the backward. I guess I could do little easy things like that with that. Neil Cardio Club. Now listen, I might be a fat guy, but I do run. I do actually run. But I would be out of breath trying to do the cardio club.
During UFL, I couldn't believe how often you messaged me and were just like, just ran 5 miles.
Yeah,
that's bananas. I haven't ran longer than 2 miles in probably my entire life.
What's up, Drew? So I was a cross country runner in college. So like,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. It comes naturally to me. I think I have big, long, strong legs, like the things that it just comes naturally to me relative to other like athleticism. Forgetting about David Kitchen. I don't know Kitchen as well. As an influencer. That's funny. Yeah, that's right. You're right. He's the number one best ball influencer. All right, I made the spicy pick that was suggested to me. Cam Akers. Do as many takes as you want. All right, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'm going to be pretty busy with DFS prep as soon as I'm done with all my drafts, but it would be kind of fun. All right, let's label this one. Jake, I'm continuing. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
How we doing?
I'm good for one more. I'll run to the bathroom here, but yeah, man.
I've heard that before, but yeah, run to the bathroom.
I mean,
that's what I like. I mean, keep saying it. I'm down.
We
I like to hear.
We've been going for a while, so that's what happens, man.
Yeah. Evan Silva, I feel like I could do. I would have to practice. I would have to watch a little bit more Silva. Like I watched some of his stuff. I haven't really been watching Silva for years. More so the past year or two. I don't wait for Jake, right? I just get into it. Like by the time it's going, yeah, I'm just gonna go. Who do you guys think? If you had to do an impression of a fantasy analyst, who would be the analyst that you would do the impression of? Like who would be the easiest in your mind? Spags, I feel like if you watch him like for a show and practice a little bit, I feel like Spags is somebody you could do an impression of. That's good. That's funny. Yeah, Chess Liam. I mean, Chess Liam, I feel like you just include like the takes in the impression and like people would know exactly who you're doing an impression of. Maddock, yeah, he's definitely one of the easier impressions. 4 late quarterbacks on DraftKings. I wouldn't plan for it, but I think it's fine as like when you're forced into it, like because you might be forced into it on DraftKings. It is tough. Like people want to get their quarterbacks on DraftKings, and I've been forced into some gross builds. So not something I would go after, but I think it's fine. A lot of familiar names in here. Polite Hater was in a draft today or yesterday. Again, time is not real to me right now. I've been on stream so much this week. Pigs in a Blanket back in here with us. Who, by the way, I'm not going to dox him except to say older than me. Pigs in a Blanket. Scott's in this one. What's up, Scott? Yeah, the Spags meltdown would be pretty easy. Leone, I can see that. How about you, Jake? if you had to do an impression of one fantasy analyst, who do you think would be easiest? CLN back in this one.
Scott, I think, would be a pretty easy one because his voice sounds about like mine, and it would just be like changing, maybe my cadence slightly, and then pulling up some obscene reasons for why you should draft some guy nobody's ever heard of.
I could do Scott too. You need a vape. You need a vape pen, like 100%.
Yes,
as part of the
a
impression.
Juul. Yeah, you need a Juul with some Virginia tobacco pods.
Yeah,
and you need to rip like 40 of them a month.
Yeah,
or maybe 80. Yeah, that would be that's kind of a layup. You want to go Chase here?
Are we nervous enough about Chase that we should go Amon-Ra or Jefferson?
I mean, I'm not, but if you are, these guys are the same to me. Chase, Jefferson, and Amon-Ra. So whoever you're most comfortable with.
Amon-Ra mostly just because I need to get more exposure. I am way underweight to Amon-Ra.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think Scott's would be the easiest layup for me.
Big T, I think, would actually be a pretty easy impression if we're going to DFS guys. Just
I'm trying to think who would be the most fun to do an impression of. Silva and Blender come to the top of my mind. Those are pretty good ones. Blender especially. Because he has quite a way of talking.
See, Will, I've never watched the flock. I don't even know what the flock is. It one person? Is it a team of people? I literally don't know anything about the flock because all I know about them is the people that I do watch kind of make fun of them. So it's so I'm not incentivized to be like, oh, I'm gonna go watch. Except for they're great at YouTube, obviously. So I guess there is that incentive to figure out how to grow a YouTube audience.
It's one person. How can one person be a flock?
It's just one person. That's interesting. One person, 200. I mean, that's I should probably be studying them, to be honest.
How much are you willing to sell your soul to the algorithm for engagement, Neil? I think this is something every creator has to deal with because there's a lot of cringe shit you could tweet out that would get a lot of good engagement, but might, not look the best to people who consider you cool.
Yeah, I struggle with that. I am not somebody who readily sells my soul. So I guess not a lot. I think you have to do it to some extent. Talking about past wins. I hate to do it to bring up things that I've won, ways I've been good at fantasy sports in the past, but that's the number one thing that drives people to your content, especially for somebody like me who's not an entertainer. You need to give people a reason to listen to you, and that's the best reason is I've had success at this stuff. But I don't enjoy talking about it.
You're selling yourself short, Neil. You're quite the entertainer.
Thank you.
Neighbors would probably be my favorite, either him or Olave.
Let's go Neighbors. We just went Olave.
Yeah, I like Neighbors a lot.
Yeah, nice start.
But yeah, it is always a battle because if you go full engagement, people will just think you're a robot. That's kind of how you come off, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is always tough.
It's for Gen Z, the fantasy flock. Okay. Order of Neil's impression video: Pete, Davis, Short King Summer, Sack, Chalkboard, Jacquard. Yeah, it's funny. Liam Bills and Kyron, Levitan, hello, Evan Silva, Yoda, knowing ball projection, Sam Sherman's. That's fair. That's true. Sam Sherman would be kind of fun. Debro is definitely somebody I could do an impression of if I gave it some practice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so these are all I'm going through Fantasy Flock's YouTube channel. It's all list videos.
Okay.
Top 5 whatever, top 6 whatever. 6 running backs experts won't touch. Yeah.
Who do you like here? Stephon Diggs, DJ Moore, Mike Evans, Devonta Smith, Tank Dell, Derrick Henry.
Devonta Smith here. Yeah. As long as you can live with the bye overlap.
I hate it, but I'll do it. I'll do it for you. Yeah, Luke's. I don't know if I already read this, but doesn't think that the flock is so bad. Yeah, maybe I should give him a chance. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think that winning $1 million by itself is that big of an indication that you know what you're talking about. But Perine, Fantasy Dog Pound, Gretsch buying for.
Neil, you don't just have a milli maker; you have several 6-figure wins as well.
Thank you for reading my Twitter bio.
Mm-hmm. Every day, it's the first thing I look at when I wake up.
Motivation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. One day, this will be my Twitter bio.
Yeah. Sean Siegel, that's a good one. I think you're answering for yourself now, right? Not for me. Yeah, that's a good call. I do like the I don't have a ton of it, the Colts Giants week 17 match, but I do think it's a good one to target. Like, it's probably underrated to go with Neighbors and then get A-Rich later and build out that game stack.
Well, and all you need is Neighbors, because who else on the Giants is even going to score any fantasy points?
Nobody.
Exactly.
Oh, that's cool. Well, thank you for finding my new channel, Drew. Neil's Debro impression. I'm not sure your voice can get high pitched enough. That would be a little tough. I think I could do it though. I can go high.
Well, the people are gonna really love these videos then. This will be like a series for you, right? Impersonating
I'm just gonna do
every fantasy analyst.
Yeah, canceling all the rest of my content for the year. I'm just doing impersonations from here on out.
You got it, man.
Don't do it to me, Scott. I can see you thinking about it. Don't do it to me. All right, thank you. Jalen Hurts all day, right?
Yeah, and then we could grab some Cowboys later on.
Yep. He gets 1,000 likes often on his love streams. What's a love stream? Wait, I don't think I understand. He go to live. Me gets one. I'm not understanding, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that means. Are his love streams on YouTube or OnlyFans? Would be my question.
That's a good question too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott was thinking about it. I knew it, Scott. MS says, I went to the casino drunk after the stream last night. Well, thank you for hanging out with us, and I still having energy. That's kind of nuts. Hopefully you're on the West Coast, so it was not super late for you, because it was like literally, I think it was past 2 a.m. when we stopped last night in Minnesota.
Jeez, it's not easy streaming 150 drafts. That's for sure.
No, you gotta get them in. Again, I think I said it earlier. I don't know if I said it to you or somebody else, maybe just to myself. But I think part of the reason it was tough for me is because of all the vacations that I've done in August. Like, could have spread these out a bit more if I didn't go on 3 separate vacations in August.
You're not one to live stream your drafts on vacation?
So I didn't have any internet at the first place. Oh, Kelsey goes. I was kind of hoping he was going to fall.
Yeah, that would have been easy. Kirk O'Dunsey feels a tad early for Pickens, but I'd be okay with it. Do you have a strong preference here?
Yeah, I could go Kirk.
All right. Good with that.
I have a lot of Kirk, so I'm like not that excited about it, but I'll do it. He's fallen. Yeah, I know that you weren't going to do it, Scott. The nice thing about drafting next to Scott is I know he's a rational drafter, so he's not going to snipe me on like my stacks. He's going to snipe me on the best players. Yes, sir. I'll be doing every showdown. I'm going to be doing videos on this chat. Well, actually, what day of the week is that? Because I'm going to be doing Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football. I don't think I'm going to do the Friday game next week. I think that's the Thursday game. But yeah, I'm going to be doing every Thursday night, Monday night, and Sunday night. I'm going to be doing showdown content on this channel. So the one thing that I have reserved for this channel, most of my work this fall is going to be for other sites, including Fantasy Points with Jake in some of it.
That's right. It's going to be awesome working together again, Neil.
The dream.
Exactly. Nothing better than a live stream with one of the best to ever do it.
Thank you. And I mean, the best to ever do UFL, some would argue. Jake Tribbey.
Some would argue that. I don't know if I'm the best, but I'm definitely one of the 6 or 7 most handsome UFL fantasy football analysts of all time. I think that's
of all time
safe to say. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Let me just think of who I would rank ahead of you. So obviously, Cody Main, John Daigle.
Cody
Alex.
is jacked. Like Cody is unbelievably jacked. So I would definitely put Cody ahead of me.
Cody Main, John Daigle, Alex Levy, myself. I've run out of UFL analysts as far as I know.
Justin Freeman,
he does obviously. Furby, yeah, you're right. I guess if you count those guys who do guest appearances sometimes. Okay, yeah,
I count everybody, man.
Okay, yeah.
I won't leave anybody out in the UFL streets. I mean, there's only like 8 of us anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the goal was just to name every single person who's ever done UFL content,
and we already did. So there you have it.
That's funny. MS went out after the stream last night, so it was like 3 a.m. Went out drunk to the casino.
Sleep schedule's all messed up. See, I fixed mine this morning by waking up at 8, and now I'm staying up with Neil until God knows when to get the sweet equity in his Best Ball Mania teams.
We're pulling an all-nighter.
Oh God.
Deontay Johnson, David Montgomery, Christian Watson. Who do you like here?
With the no running back, I don't hate Montgomery. We can target Goff later on.
We do have a Mon-Ra, yeah. I think he's a good first running back on a 0 RB kind of guy.
Where are you at on Gibbs, by the way? Not a guy I've been taking a lot of. In the second round, I'm just HN. I mean, not every time, but a lot.
Yeah, I view them pretty similarly. I mean, Gibbs, obviously uber talented and also best offensive line in the league. Like he's in a very good spot. So I do like Gibbs. I still don't draft him much just because I'm usually going wide receiver there at the end. But like if he just takes on a little bit bigger role, it would not shock me if he does outscore Bijan Breece. Like I think he's very much live to be the top scoring running back of the season. So yeah, I think he's a solid pick, but I'm underweight to the field on Gibbs just because usually taking wide receivers there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the team just, they really like David Montgomery, and it's hard for me to project a huge workload bounce for him. Probably no McConkey because of the bye overlap.
Yep.
You want to grab a running back here? Or would you rather go? We could go JMO and just go full Lions.
Yeah, that's true. I actually like that. Although it is still the bye, but it's only 3.
Yeah,
we'll survive it. Yeah, CLM was still up there. I can pull off Matt Walsh. I don't know what Matt Walsh sounds like. Could not do the impression. Yeah, Drew, I'll be doing. So I'll run down my DFS content schedule since we have a minute here. So for 4 I will be doing full breakdowns for the main slate, publishing those on Fridays for both GPPs and cash games. So every week on Fridays, releasing those on 4 that will be paywalled. I'm also going to be doing for free, not behind a paywall, on the 4for4 YouTube channel on Friday afternoons, currently set for 4 Eastern. I'll be doing streams with Davis Maddock and Pat Corraine, the DFS MVP. Really knowledgeable football guys. Should be a fun and good stream with a lot of good information. So that's what I'm doing for 4for4. For fantasy points, I'm going to be doing on Wednesdays. Jake and I are going to be doing a cage match weekly where we will be. Do you think we're going to do battle royales or DFS? We've been talking about, are we going to build like DFS lineups against each other or battle royale? We're still kind of working out the details.
I've been thinking about that a lot. I think DFS lineups against each other would probably be the most interesting because battle royales would just be the top values, right? Especially if we, the plan is to have a rotating third guest, if I remember correctly. Yep. So you'd just be seeing, if we were taking 6 players per draft, the top 18 values. I don't think that's as entertaining as seeing, the top 18 values, or what would it be, 27 relative to their DFS salaries.
Yeah.
It would just be a more interesting discussion.
Ooh, Ferguson at 94 when we have the Hurt stack feels pretty good.
Yes, I'm with that. That's great.
So that's, I'll be doing that with Jake on 4for4 on Fantasy Points YouTube channel on Wednesdays. I will also once again be doing Outside the Box with Scott Barrett, which was the most popular piece of content I've ever done. Is Outside the Box with Scott Barrett. Like, people loved it. Like, so many people have reached out to me and been like, are you doing Outside the Box with Scott Barrett again? It is insane how much people supported that, loved that. And it was super good. I mean, Scott is the GOAT. You get so much great info. It was fun.
Yeah,
I learned a lot. I felt like it was a great show. That'll be on Saturdays.
That's an amazing show. Scott's probably the best ever at player takes, but his game theory stuff certainly leaves a lot to be desired, and that's where Neil comes in. So it's the perfect yin and yang for any sort of DFS analysis. I think if you only watch that show, you could pretty easily be a winning player in DFS. It's awesome.
Yeah, that is a piece of feedback that we got often. This is the only piece of content I consume for DFS every week, and I had success. So I'm super excited to be doing that again with Scott on Saturdays. That should be early afternoon Saturdays on the Fantasy Points channel. And then the third thing I'm doing for Fantasy Points is Showdown Breakdown. So that will be, I assume, paywalled. I'm going to be doing breakdowns each Monday night, Thursday night, and Sunday night for Fantasy Points, full written breakdowns. All right, let's make our pick. I don't take a lot of Swift. I guess I can consider him here at pick 100. Brooks, Chase Brown. Anybody you like here?
I don't hate Swift since he's fallen. Not a guy I've taken a ton at ADP, but getting anybody 12 picks after their ADP in this range is pretty reasonable.
Good time to get a rare share, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
So those two, and then for Roto Grinders, I'll be doing for every slate, main slate, each showdown slate, doing the expert survey, and then doing blurbs for the main slate in Lineup HQ, and then Sunday mornings I'll be doing like a mid-morning Sunday morning, kind of last minute show on Roto Grinders Sunday mornings. And then this channel, I'll just be doing showdown breakdowns Monday, Thursday, Sunday. Not sure if I'm going to post something early in the day or just do like a live stream after inactives come out. Kind of still figuring out the details, but I'll be doing a lot of showdown content on this channel.
I could really use a live stream after inactives come out, Neil. Historically, never been great at NFL Showdown. There's a reason I'm not doing any NFL Showdown content. I never have. So I'm gonna be watching a lot of your streams. I need the help.
I'm sure you could be great at it because you were very, very successful at UFL Showdown.
Those are very different games, man.
I mean, it's you can find smaller fields for NFL, and you're obviously knowledgeable about NFL, so you would be fine. But
yeah, that's true. Maybe I should step down in contest size type stuff. But yeah, UFL Showdowns were so awesome. I'd do anything to make those contests bigger.
Oh, yes. Chiefs. I'll be doing the Chiefs Ravens breakdown on Thursday. I can't wait. I'm so excited for if you can't tell, as I'm running through my schedule, I have a lot on my plate, but it's going to be so fun to get back into it. Can we talk you out of Kittle finishing as a TE1? No, I think if Ayuk gets traded, I think Kittle is a very solid bet. I mean, I take the field over Kittle, but will not talk you out of drafting a lot of Kittle. One of my highest exposed tight ends too.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a pretty strong pick, especially in best ball formats. I mean, George Kittle has had as many spike weeks as any elite tight end or any tight end at all over the last 4 or 5 years. So yeah, he's a great best ball pick. My only counter argument would be Kyle Pitts is, generational prospect, and Kirk Cousins is now his quarterback. Oh, and Rams coaching tree trickling down into the Atlanta offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson, who used to be one of my coworkers at PFF.
Insane.
Crazy.
Dallas Goedert double stack?
Yes, sir.
Hurts? Yeah. I also like Trey McBride is my tight end one, but yeah, I mean, would not shock me if George Kittle ends up there, especially if Ayuk gets traded.
It's definitely fun that tight end is a little more wide open for tight end one than it's felt in years past. Any of the top 6 guys, I think you could make a pretty solid argument for.
Oh no, CLN's accusing me of turning into a non-bye. No, I'm still very much a bye week bro.
Nobody's reminded me about bye weeks more than this guy.
Yeah, thank you. Credit where it's due. I am the number 1 bye week bro. What did I do? That was I guess we did the 3 week 5 receivers. All right,
don't worry.
That's fair. That's fair.
We'll make up for it later on.
Oh shit, he's right. He is right. We're building out a full Detroit stack when we already have Hurts.
Yeah,
street cred here as a bye week bro.
Neil, what if we just throw week 5 out the window?
Never. Looks like Jared Goff went though. Did Jared Goff go like unstacked? What happened there?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, Jared Goff.
Pretty much unstacked. Yeah, looks like it.
Totally unstacked Jared Goff. Probably where would you rank the worst quarterback to take unstacked? I think it's got to be up there.
Ooh, yeah, he would be up there. I mean, some of the later round guys who don't move would be the worst, obviously. But yeah, he would be up there for sure.
Rico Dowdle, continue building out that game stack.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Would be fine with Lockett, fine with Sharp.
Lockett does give us another later out. We don't have many. Maybe we just do that. Give us the Geno out.
Yeah, Tua would be pretty bad unstacked.
Yeah.
Who would be the stone worst? Russell Wilson. Yeah.
The sidekick that I'm using does not work on Chrome. Only works on Firefox, which not difficult to just switch to playing on Firefox. I had been doing everything on Chrome until I got it. But yeah, only works on Firefox, at least for now. Dog Bowl would be fun head-to-head draft. Yeah, we'll figure out which ones we want to do. Yes, CLN. So actually, he asked, I'd be down to a cage match. Are you referring to what Smizzle used to do? Yeah. So Scott actually reached out to Smizzle to see if he would be okay, because Smizzle is apparently retiring from DFS content. To ask Smizzle, would you be okay with fantasy points doing this instead? And Smizzle gave him his blessing to do the cage match. Pigskin says, just realized you were likely streaming this. I just assumed that you were in here with us, Pigskin. How many BBMs deep are you, Pigskin? Hell yeah, we're value hounding. I don't know who we got that was a great value. I believe you. Yep, team Kittle all day. I do still think there's a good chance today. Good chance. I mean, what do you think? I think 20% chance Ayuk gets traded. What do you think, Jake?
That sounds about right. It probably ticks down by a couple points with each passing day, but I suppose a week 4 trade isn't that out of the realm of possibility either. Yeah, 20% sounds about right though.
when I heard he was practicing, I thought, okay, it's over. He's just going to go back to the team. But then that turned out to be fake news. Like he actually was not. I don't know. It was very confusing.
It's certainly a weird situation. I mean, I think everybody's leaning for him just playing for San Francisco, but yeah, trade's definitely still possible. It's just strange. It's hard to get a read on a spot like that.
Do you like Zeke, McLaughlin, Mason?
Let's see. McLaughlin would probably be my favorite. I feel about the same on all these guys. I've been taking a lot of Jaleel though.
Jaleel does give us the Bo Nix out. Like I do think he's the rare running back that I'm okay stacking with the quarterback without like a ton of pass catchers, or without a pass catcher, without a receiver or tight end, I should say. Let's see. Tua stacked with Mostert, 1 BBM though. Was Tua the quarterback in that lineup? I actually don't know.
Yeah, I think
it does work for DraftKings.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
It's new, actually. Yeah.
But I was going to note, I think it's easy to overanalyze some of the winners.
Yeah.
You know, of past years. Realistically, it's going to be a whole lot of luck that gets you there. Perine needed a guy to die
that is
win.
true. Yeah.
So keep that in mind.
He might have won anyway.
Yeah, he may have. It would have depended on how that game went. Man, I can't imagine how much sleep I would have lost if I was chasing him with, Chase or Higgins or Burrow or what a crazy run out.
Pigskin takes Jordan Mason, son of a gun.
I love Josh Downs here.
We already have 6 receivers.
Okay, yeah. If you feel good on receiver,
I think we probably do want one more. Let's just do it. I'm just thinking, like, do we want to save the out of taking another receiver later? But we could, yeah. We're all right. We can take Danny Dimes later. Maybe Gino will still be there.
Yeah, no, I think we got it, Neil. You just got to believe.
Also, we're probably done at the tight end at least.
Yeah, I think we're set at tight end and wide receiver pretty much.
Better believe I'm still going, Josh. Value Helmets for his Burrow pick. Yeah, that was tough. That was tough losing out on Jordan Mason, but I've been packing my bags all day, so it's all good. All right, let's see. Slow drafts. All right, I only have two left before the big break. 24 minutes and 27 minutes left.
How many drafts is it going to be this year, Neil?
Like in total?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go through counting all of them, but I'll show you. Let's see. Drafts completed. So you got 40 rookies and sophomores, 192 pre-draft, 389 so far of like this regular season, 5 marathon, 4 sprint, 29 eliminator, 52 super flex, 11 weekly winners. So
wow.
Yeah, I might get to, I don't know. I'm not going to count it all out. Probably like 700-800 in total. And then I guess DraftKings, I've got another 100 or so. A lot of drafts.
What adjustments do you plan to make for next year, or would you do it all over again?
I'm not gonna stream 150 next year. I don't think. I just think like my time could have been spent better on other content. Like I think that I should have done more like deep dives into certain teams or players, like really, really well researched, as opposed to just like always any moment I have to be working, like being like, all right, better do a stream. No vacation. That's another good one. Yeah, no vacation next year. But yeah, I think the biggest adjustment is just doing more pre-recorded, produced content instead of just jumping on streams constantly.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Well, and if you can put off streaming 150 again for 16 years, then I can break the record and be the oldest person to ever stream 150 BBMs.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Gino? Hell yeah.
I'll do that for you. I'll hold off streaming 150, breaking my own record. Probably.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll forget, like maybe by the end of the NFL season, I'll forget how much of a struggle it was to get through 150. And I'll be, I can do that. Totally fine.
Oh,
but
that would be devastating.
Yeah, and just keep setting that standard higher and higher to be the oldest.
Yeah, you can keep going. I'm going to really have to focus on life extension and longevity type optimization.
Yeah,
in order to draft 150 when I'm like 95.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It's never easy in these best ball streets, man.
We're still at just 3 running backs, so we probably want another running back as the draft helper, as the psychic is telling us.
Tracy would be my favorite pick. Vidal would probably be number 2. I'm fine with Perine. I don't know if you have a strong take between those 3.
Yeah, I'm fine with that order.
Hell yeah.
All right. And we're good with bye weeks there. See, I'm still a bye week, bro. 5, 7, 14, 11.
Yeah, we saved it. Almost a bye week disaster, which would have been pretty rough for Neil's reputation.
It would have. People would never forget that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with streaming, right, Neil? Is that any mistake you make lives forever on the internet.
That is true. People remember.
They do.
What if Gorendo is a 49er backup you need? It's possible, but I'm willing to bet against it. Do I trade Kenneth Walker and Ferguson for Kincaid and Keenan? Depends on your team, probably. I guess that is you're trading a tight end for an arguably better tight end, running back for a receiver. Yeah, that one, I think it depends. It's not straightforward, in my opinion. I think it depends on your team.
Yeah, if you need the wide receiver depth, I think that's fine. I mean, Keenan isn't my favorite, but at least in terms of raw value, loosely similar to Walker. But yeah, a lot of questions like that depend on like team context, what your league's looking like, what your team's looking like, all that.
Overall, I think like you just look at like where they go in drafts. I suppose you'd be picking up a little bit of value by doing that trade, because Keenan and Walker are like almost neck and neck in terms of like where they go in ADP, whereas Ferguson goes a couple rounds later than Kincaid. So I guess he'd be picking up a little bit of value, but I don't know. Not enough for me that it's obvious. What is up, Parker Colonna? Some people know him as BP Colonna. Some people know him as one of my sons. Could be definitely young enough to be one of my sons.
He's way too damn good at DFS.
He is way too damn
That's
good.
my problem with this guy. Way too good.
Me too. Not a fan. Not a fan of these young bucks winning all of our money.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. All these are gross. Estime would be my favorite if we need another running back.
We have Jaleel. Do you care at all? I'm fine taking the two of them together.
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Let's do it. I believe BP also getting into best ball this year, which, come on, man, stay out of our streets. This is, I forgot already. I think this is number 142, maybe 141. I'll go look. Where are we? Oh, here. This is number 142 that we're drafting currently.
So close to the end.
BP Kelowna. So moving on Monday from Green Bay, moving to Chicago, his new place. And his plan was, rather than like getting a bed and then moving, he was going to move in and then like try and get a bed a few days later, just like sleep on the floor, which blew my mind. Yeah.
That's a very like fresh out of college dude thing to do. So I respect it.
How is the sleep going? Do you have a bed yet, Parker?
Yeah, the bed would be a pretty big priority for me.
It would be the biggest priority for him. I mean, a desk is up there for sure, but
well, does he have a couch? Like he's going straight to the floor?
So if you watch my video with BP when he came on my Playing for Keeps podcast, lives a pretty sparse lifestyle. Does not have much furnishings in his place.
Right. I recall him doing that show on his phone, right?
That sounds plausible.
Yeah.
Will Shipley or Tank Bigsby would be my picks here.
I would lean towards whatever your preference is, because all of these guys make me see red.
Oh, I'm Team Shipley. I'm buying in.
Okay. I'm taking a lot of Shipley on DK and half PPR. I'm like, ugh. But it's fine.
Oh, he's got his mattress. Okay, if you have a mattress on the floor, that's fine. Like, you don't need the rest of it. The mattress is good 100%. Enough.
Yeah. I've had a mattress on a box spring on the floor since I was 19. So
yeah,
it works. It works pretty well. And people will say like, oh, girls don't like that. No, they're fine. They're fine with it.
Yeah, I had that throughout college. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, totally fine.
He's got the platform, hasn't put it together. Okay, yeah, it's like you can do it over the weekend. Once you're out of slow draft hell, you can put that together.
No, it's like a bedside table. You never take that out of the box. You just put stuff on top of the box.
Yeah. Other than that, how is the move to Chicago going, BP? He said he was not hiring movers, which I told him, pro tip, as you get older, you realize how great movers are. And like, he has the money. He could hire movers.
As a young man, though, I feel like you gotta put your body to use.
It's like a rite of passage. Also, like you need to do a fair, like I've done so many moves for myself, for other people. Like I've done the work.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. Is he moving into an apartment? Because that's the worst part, is like if you're navigating up a staircase or like through an elevator or whatever, a couch, anything big.
It's a swanky one, God. So I would imagine he has an elevator.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember a condo or apartment or whatever, but yeah. Thank you, Pigskin. Another old guy understands. You gotta get movers. All right, we're at 2-6-7-2 with one pick left. What do you think?
Do you want a wide receiver?
I'd be fine with a wide receiver.
You want to just get the guaranteed points and take Trey Tucker for like max floor, or do you want to go upside here?
Yeah, we could go Trey Tucker if I can find him.
Javon Baker would probably be my preference over him, actually.
All right, let's do that.
How much do you value floor when it's 7 points per game, probably at best, out of Trey Tucker?
You think so? I mean, if floor, yeah. 7 points per game. That's kind of a valuable floor, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't worthless. But it's, the upside case I just don't really think is there. He's just not a particularly skilled wide receiver.
I think he will have spike weeks though. Like, I don't think he's just a floor play.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, if he's out there for every route, And he's certainly, fast enough to,
Yeah.
big plays.
All right, let's label this. Very nice. All right. How we doing, Jake?
Doing great, man. How are you?
I'm ready to do one more.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's go.
All right. Love it. We're doing this thing. All right. I have 8 left. So this will actually be my final one. That'll get me in position to just do 7 tomorrow, and then the final one with Pete on Friday.
Who do you think has captured most of your best ball equity outside of yourself, obviously?
I think you're catching up. Bindles and I did like home and away streams for a while where I would go on his channel and he would come on mine. But I don't know. That might not have lasted enough. Is this the third time you've come on to do best ball drafts with me?
So yeah, I did an impromptu one after drinking a bit, and then we did a Friday one like 2 weeks ago, and then there's this one. So we're probably at like 8 or 9 drafts together or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So we are. You are definitely catching up.
Hell yeah.
As having the most equity in my drafts after myself.
That feels good, man. I need that sweet equity.
12 hole. What's going on there? Well, let's see. I can I haven't labeled all of them, sadly. So you have 4 there.
Yeah.
So we'll see if I've labeled all of yours. Ooh, another. Look at that.
Ooh, that's a hot
9.
streak.
We're already at 9.
I think that might be it, though. Yeah, because we did like back to back, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
All right, so this will be my 10th team.
Yep. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is pretty good. So Neil, I have 3.3% of your total equity in Best Ball Mania.
How do you feel about that?
Feels pretty fucking awesome, man.
Yeah. Congrats. Yeah. You've earned it. You've earned it. That's a lot of hours to put in to get 3.3% of my total equity.
I mean, I love talking ball with you. Love coming on these streams. Obviously an honor to be invited. Such a great man streaming all these drafts. Ask me to hop on. That kicks ass.
That's why I invite you on, because you glaze me up so well.
Of course. How can I not? I hate that term, man.
It's funny.
I know if I said that around my girlfriend, she would give me quite the look, I'm sure.
Cringe a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Apparently Trey Tucker was already gone. Pigskin Blanket took him.
Oh, well, thank goodness Javon Baker was still around.
Yeah. Later, Scott. Thanks for hanging.
Have a good one, Scott. Yeah, Neil, you're definitely too old to say glazed.
You're never too old to say glazed. It's a funny term. You can say
that's what happens when you spend too much time on Twitter.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're 41 saying glazed on a live stream at 1 a.m.
That's true. All right, what are we doing here?
Ooh.
We could do Puka and Marv again. We could go Achan and Collins. Something weird.
Do you want to try Marv and Achan here?
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay.
Yeah. Right? Is that how you pronounce that?
No way. Yeah, that was
okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that was real good, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chad, any more Zoomer terms you want to hear Neil say? I'm all about this.
I was legitimately not sure if you were laughing at me because I got it so wrong or so right.
I guess it was more just like the way way that you said it. I wouldn't say it was like wrong, but yeah, I was just kind of blindsided by that.
Yeah. Later, BP.
Have a good one, BP. Yeah, BP got what he wanted.
Yeah.
Heard you say some Zoomer words, and he's like, "All right, that's enough for me." Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, pigskin. I know that you know how to pronounce those Zoomer words. Guy's like 10 years older than me.
Do you find yourself using like internet or Zoomer terminology in real life? Like, have you ever said anything where your wife is like, "What the hell"?
Yeah, many times. But I can't think of any recent where I don't know that I use internet terms necessarily. But it has definitely happened.
It's unavoidable. You spend enough time online, and
you're at least not 10 years older than me, but you're older than me. I know that much because we talked about it.
What's the latest you've gone drafting so far? Was it your stream last night with
I think
Justin?
so. Yep, I think so. Neil needs to dab or gritty for the final stream, like dab it out after Pete passes the torch.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. How many Fortnite dances can Neil do on one stream?
Fortnite dances.
You don't.
I mean,
you don't,
a dab. What is this thing like the?
that would be the dab.
That's what I thought. Okay, the gritty. Yeah. I know what it is because Justin Jefferson does it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to do the and it's super easy. I could figure out how to do it, but the thing where people like do one hand behind the back, one hand in front of the back. Can't do it sitting down. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The thing the kids do where it's like you swing,
floss.
Flossing.
Floss.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
I've never tried to floss. I'm sure I could learn how, but
I can't do that well at all. I'm just not a very good dancer. So that's tough. The coordination of dancing never really hit with me, which is, I don't know, probably a little weird since I'm like actually a decent athlete, but I just can't. I don't know. I can't match up to the rhythm
tough.
very well.
It's tough.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that I am a fine dancer. My wife disagrees though. All right, let's see. Achan, Marvin Harrison. Could go Rashi Rice and Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I was thinking. I like that. I like that combo for sure.
We've done that one already on this stream, but I'm okay.
We did did we do? Was it Rice and Mahomes or was it Kelsey?
I think we did Rice and Mahomes already.
Okay. Well, I want more.
Let's do it again. Probably need to start going after some receivers. I guess that is, but we already have 2 non-receivers through 4 rounds. Is a little bit tough. That's debatable. I think we look pretty similar in age. Pigskin. I have 3 minutes left in this draft. I have 2 drafts left, and then I'm done with the slow drafts until after stream, at least.
Then you're allowed to sleep for 8 hours?
No, because they're like 6 hours away, so I'll still have to do them after I'm done streaming, but I can do that. All right, let's see here. Braylon Allen. Yeah, I couldn't do the worm. that is not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a pretty bananas request. Asking the oldest guy to ever stream 150 to do the worm.
Yeah, exactly.
What would be your if you had to do a dance move on stream, what would you go with?
A dance move on stream. I would just dab like I did earlier. That's a dance. Is that a dance move?
I don't know if that counts as a dance move.
Throw my hands in the air, that kind of.
Okay, sure.
Oh yeah, I mean that's my favorite wedding move is just Miley Cyrus, throw your hands up, playing my song.
Hell yeah.
I got that one down.
Would Neil be a sip the tea person or a spill the tea kind of person?
Yeah, I was reading that, trying to figure out what that means.
Does that reference like gossiping? Like, because I've
That's what
heard people say, like when they hear like a good piece of gossip, like, oh, tea.
Spill the tea. Yeah, spill the tea.
Yes.
I don't know what.
I think Neil would rather sip the tea than spill the tea. But what do you think, Neil?
Yeah, I would rather sip the tea than spill the tea.
You don't seem like a big tea spiller. I feel like I couldn't get a lot out of you.
No.
Yeah.
To be clear, I eat up like drama, like other people's drama. I love to hear about it, but I'm not one to share other people's drama.
That's
like the low streams when they like get super into like drama, like beefs with NDFS is like hilarious. I just find it super entertaining, but I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to, be the one, spilling it myself.
Yeah. Those streams are awesome. But yeah, generally I think that's a good strategy, because if you stay away from spilling it, then there's no chance anyone could ever involve you in literally anything.
Yeah. Could I eat the worm, like in a bottle of tequila? Probably not. I'm not like, I don't like eating bugs. Like
that's a pretty hot take. What would be your, if you had to eat a bug, what bug would you eat? 1.01 of bugs.
Well, I mean, they make like deep fried grasshoppers, right?
That's cheating. You got to eat it live. No seasoning.
Oh, it has to be a live bug?
Yeah, no seasoning. Like Fear Factor type shit.
An ant. Does an ant count?
Can it be like one of those big scary ants that's only found in the Amazon or something?
And I die after I eat it? No. Don't think so.
A bug no one's ever eaten before?
The most Neil thing ever. I'm not into eating bugs. I mean,
it'd be crazy if you admitted on stream that you were actually into eating bugs and that you were snacking on crickets before the stream or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think crickets would be like the biggest layup if you had to eat a bug that's like not an ant.
Yeah.
I mean, lizards love them, so
true.
Yeah, they're probably onto something. They're bug connoisseurs.
You have to do it live. Like if it's live, I want a bug that's not going to struggle too much. Also, like I don't want it like squirming around in my mouth like that. No. That would be.
Yeah, that's bad.
All right, we have Mahomes, Achan, Harrison, Rashee Rice.
I want to say the receiver that I'd like. I feel like we're probably
you
on
will
the
be
same
able.
Page. Okay, yeah, Godwin, and we've already taken some Deontay. Do you have a preference for these other guys?
I'd rather push Hollywood. We go Pitts.
Okay, yeah, I'm never one to turn down a Kyle Pitts share.
We're still on pace to have 4 through 7 rounds because we're at 3 through 6. Or wait, yes, 3 through 6. Good. So we're good.
Neil, what's the last food that you had that was bussin'?
Low key bussin' or high key bussin'?
High key bussin'.
Yeah. The last food that I had that was bussin'. I had some Indonesian food in Chicago. We tried to go out to Pequod's Pizza. Myself and Nerdy Tenor went out to Pequod's Pizza. We were gonna scout, another DFS guy, great player, was gonna meet us out there, and it was reservation only, and they didn't have any available for the night. So that was, I'm sure from what I hear, Pequod's is very much low key bussin'. But we settled for some nearby Indonesian food. I think it qualifies.
Hell yeah.
I have 1 minute left on this final eliminator pick. I'm going to make this pick and then be done with these for a bit. Adam Thielen. Now that is an eliminator ass pick.
That it is. Neil has now passed Gen Z terminology 101.
That's fun.
Hell yeah, CLN. Thanks for putting him through the ringer.
We were actually people were just making fun of the term low key bussin' last night in a Discord that I'm in, because I think Underdog used it like to describe something. So I think that's where that comes from.
From like a corporate account.
Yeah, like on Twitter, I think.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. Oh, I meant to ask, Neil, who do you think are the funniest fantasy football accounts on Twitter?
Ooh, I mean, there's so many.
There are a lot of great ones. Sam Sherman is
up
very
there, funny.
Up there for overall MVP, I'd say.
Cody Main is actually really funny.
Cody's got a lot of really good ones. Yeah.
Maddock, I think, is funnier in like on stream. Like he's very funny on stream. I mean, he's funny on Twitter too, but he's not like immediately coming to mind. I had one and I lost who I was going to say.
I mean, Pete, obviously, but that kind of
Pete is obviously very fun. I actually think Brian Hooper is actually very funny on.
Yes, that's a good one
on stream also, but also on Twitter. Chuck Bass is very funny. Man, I need more time to think about it. Leone is funny, especially when he is trolling you.
Was he trolling me, or did he think that tweet was real? I couldn't tell.
No, he thought that tweet was real. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So it wasn't. I mean, I guess it was a not.
No, I guess not. Maybe trolling is not the right answer.
Troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. Man, that was funny. I'll never live that tweet down.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I head to Chicago next weekend. What's this restaurant you named? I need you. So everybody, here, I'll put it in chat. P Quads. You can also find it Toe Tag and Tambo. It was put out the question last week before heading to Chicago, saying, I'm going to Chicago. What's the best pizza? What should I get while I'm there? And there were a few people responded, this place, Pequod's. And then I talked to several people who were like, this place is awesome. But also I was given the advice that like, you shouldn't get more than 2 slices. Like you're gonna feel like death after you eat it. So just be warned. It apparently makes you feel super unhealthy. I think it's pretty greasy, that kind of stuff.
That was the advice I was given. Great food. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need wide receiver here. I'm sure we'll probably land on one of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, with Mahomes, this is where I take my Hollywood share. If he falls to us, I like D-Hop. I like Jalen Warren. Oh, we almost had a shot at Kyler there. Hadn't even thought about it. And we have Mahomes, so I don't know if it would have been the best pick anyway.
Yeah, I think maybe a Hollywood Jalen would feel pretty good here.
Yep. One pick before us.
What is going on?
I think D-Hop Jalen would be fine.
Okay. Yeah.
How would you feel about that?
I'd be good with that. Where are you at on Addison?
I'd be fine with Addison. I'm not like super high on him.
Yeah, I'm not either. He's a guy I'm really only taking if he falls. So yeah, let's go D-Hop.
Man, that was painful though. Because I swear he falls here all the time when I don't have Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I usually pass. This is like the one time that I wanted him. But oh well. If you do need to make I should tell you, Pigskin, you need to make a reservation at Pequod's when you're going. It is essentially reservation only. However, if you don't make a reservation, there is like right next door a little shop that is called Whale Tail, and it is like the same pizza. You can just take it to go. There's nowhere to sit. So if you did not have a reservation, you want to try it, you could go to Whale Tail next door to Pequod's and still try the pizza. Just take it somewhere.
A pizza place that's reservation only has to have like the best pizza ever. So
Yeah.
this is all adding up.
Yeah. D-Hop is great for this team because it's basically flipped with Rice's old ADP. Trying to think how that adds up. Let's see. Rice used to go around here. We have Rice. We get D-Hop also. So it's like the equivalent of if we had taken D-Hop at 36. Should be a bit of a reach. I don't know. Tying my brain in a pretzel.
A lot of internet comments do that to me.
Yeah. What bug would you eat, Jake?
Cricket I think just makes the most sense. And they're not super nasty looking. Ladybugs I feel like would also be pretty easy.
That's a good one. Yep. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
They do fly, so it may be hard to keep it down.
Allegedly they bite as well. I have heard. So that might not be great. I feel like cricket is probably the easiest.
Yep. CLN agrees. Are you an adventurous eater?
Not so. When I was like a kid, I got like I was a picky eater, and my parents didn't help by like overall serving me like fairly bland food. So
Okay.
I didn't develop like a great palate until I met my current girlfriend, who has really pushed me to like try new foods. And it turns out I actually like all kinds of things that I had never tried as a child. So yeah.
What kinds of things?
Sushi I think is great.
Yeah.
Had never really had like much sushi. I love tacos, which I wasn't really exposed to much as a kid.
Really? Oh man.
Yeah, man. I missed out, and it's tough because I like have no you don't eat spicy food as a kid, so obviously you don't have any like spicy food tolerance. So I've really kind of learned to like spicy food, like Indian food. But it makes me sweat so much. It's embarrassing going out with me.
Me too. Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah.
Sounds like child abuse. I would agree.
Yeah.
I'd agree. I will let my parents know that chat does not approve of how they raised me. Maybe it explains, some of my draft picks when you dig deep.
That's why they're so bland, because of your parents.
Yeah. I mean, how much does your internal psychology tie into the players you draft in Best Ball Mania? How much does your childhood impact the guys that you pick in these drafts? I don't know. Someone should do a study on this, though.
Somebody should. I bet it impacts it.
I bet it does. My girlfriend's a neuroscientist. For her PhD thesis, I'll tell her to.
Smart man. Smart man to date a smart woman. I mean, obviously you haven't married her yet, so I shouldn't give you too much credit yet, but
no, you should not.
Good
a lot of my friends are getting married, so we've definitely been talking about it more. Engagement fever is in the air.
You do live in the South also, where like Minnesota, your age, we're not really. I mean, that's not true. A lot of people in Minnesota are talking about marriage at your age. I didn't get married until I was 35, 36. Damn. But kind of depends where you live. The more common times to get married.
Yeah, that is very true.
I actually don't know how old Scott is. Scott just got married.
31 or 32, I believe.
Yeah.
So I mean, as a guy, it's pretty nice because you can kind of do it whenever, even if you do want kids.
Jesus, CLN.
Whoa.
20 and I have been married to my wife 11.5 years. We got married in
Been
Wait,
with his
been
wife.
with your wife. Okay.
So you guys have been dating since you're 18. Wow. Since high school, I would assume, right, CLN? That's pretty crazy.
Could be like freshman year of college kind of thing. I don't know.
Could be. Yeah, that's quite a long time.
All right. Jonathan Brooks, a suggestion. Rashid Shaheed, Tyler Lockett. We get 2 picks here, so we can think about it a bit.
I mean, Brooks and Shaheed feels pretty good.
Tyjae does have the Hopkins correlation if we wanted it. It's kind of a fall for Brooks.
Yeah, I think I'd rather just grab Brooks. I mean, I'm grabbing a ton of Brooks. He's one of the best upside plays in this range. Shaheed's always awesome for best ball, so
yeah,
always happy to take him. So CLN says he was a senior in high school and she was a freshman in college.
Okay.
Way to go. I feel like it's like the toughest age gap to navigate is when one person is like a senior in high school and then the other one is a freshman in college. Because you are kind of doing like such dramatically different stuff.
Yeah.
It can be that can be really tricky. So congrats, CLN, for pulling through.
Well done.
Yes.
Made it work.
Mm-hmm.
I am liking my team so far. Liking our team so far.
Yeah.
50-50.
Mm-hmm. Can't forget the equity that I am owed.
You've worked hard for it. You've worked hard for this equity. It is well deserved.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes, obviously.
What's your longest stream? Sorry to interrupt, but I am curious what your longest stream this year has been, because we might be pushing for that, right?
Well, yesterday I think I went 6 hours in one of them. So this is going to be the same length as last night. Yeah.
Damn.
I did 11 hours total yesterday, a 5 and a 6. Today I'm doing, I think I just did a 3-hour stream earlier. Yeah, I only did 3 hours earlier. And now another 6. So I think, is that just 10 drafts today? I don't know. Yeah, it's this one's pushing it. This one is pushing it.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe I don't know if I should be buying the dip on Addison more than I have been. I had a lot of Addison, so I've been kind of just like, all right, I'm just gonna fade him for a while. But he's falling enough that I probably need to be starting to think about it again. Just like injury plus suspension risk is, I don't know, muddled.
Yeah, that is pretty tricky. I don't think, I mean, it's kind of like Rice, right? Where the suspension probably
isn't going to happen this year. Celan says, thanks. I am also thankful we've lived together since 2016. It was tough at first, but definitely worth it. I could not imagine not living with someone I wanted to marry first. I mean, yeah.
That is great advice. Yeah, I think you should always live with somebody first before you get married. I'm a big 90-day fiance connoisseur, and this is a recurring problem on that show.
Yeah.
Is that, these people, they say they've been dating for years. Really, they've only ever spent like 2 weeks together.
Right.
And then next thing you know, they're moved in, they're engaged, and it turns out, they're complete strangers to each other. It's not good. Not good.
You don't really know anybody until you've lived with them.
CLN, a fellow 90-day fiance connoisseur.
Can't say I've ever seen it.
If you ever run out of 90-day the other way is just as good. It's where Americans go overseas to marry people as opposed to bringing foreigners into America.
Oh, I did not know that was the concept.
There's a whole universe, Neil. There's many shows, actually.
We talked about it on one of my streams, I think yesterday. I've never seen, nor did I know what it was. Big Brother. I've heard of it, but I have no idea how it works, what the concept is, and people were shocked by that. Do you watch Big Brother?
I saw it on like cable when I was a kid. It's been on for like 25 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. The only reality TV that I can really get behind is the stuff about relationships, because I feel like I'm pretty good at and I have a lot of fun was psychoanalyzing the people
Yeah,
on the
me
show.
too.
So Love is Blind and 90 Day Fiance are the two best shows for that. 90 Day is like, I mean, it's one of the best reality shows imaginable. These people are just absolutely hilarious. And then Love is Blind is just a really funny concept because they keep saying, "Is love blind?" I don't know if you're familiar, but they're in like rooms and they can talk to each other, but there's like a wall, so they can't see each other. And then they get engaged through this wall.
Okay.
And then they don't meet until they get engaged. And this all happens over like the course of a week. So it's a very quick, like you're dating these people that you can't see, and then you propose, you're engaged. They're always like, "Is love blind?" And from watching the show, I can say definitively it is not. If you end up with someone that you are not attracted to at all, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, that's good to know. What do you like here? Gabe Davis, Zach Charbonnet, Mike Williams, Avery Leggett.
Freiermuth,
I guess, could be a bring back for our Mahomes.
Man, I do not like Freiermuth.
All right, I'm not.
Sharp and Leggett would probably be my favorites. Leggett's a guy I'm taking when I feel pretty secure at wide receiver, and I do here.
You don't like Mike Williams for another quarterback out? We can go Leggett. We do have Pitts if we wanted to go Cousins.
Okay, we could go Cousins here. I don't hate it. I'm not in love with any of the wide receivers, so I don't mind Cousins. Plus, didn't we get sniped on a Cousins team earlier?
Yeah. Did we? I don't actually know. We got sniped on a golf team. I remember that one distinctly. I keep on hoping Trey Benson. I feel like I have not been buying the dip, and I want to get back in on the dip, but I keep on getting bad spots on the board to do so, and he comes so close to making it back to me and then doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a guy I've been taking here and there. I've seen him fall a good amount too, in some of these drafts, even after the slight downturn.
Oh, we're getting some convos about these shows. First, Pigson says, "Neil, do you live in a cave?" I watch a fair amount of TV. I just don't usually gravitate toward reality TV. My Family Chantel spinoff of 90 Day Fiancé. I don't know what that means.
It's so she was a character from 90 Day. I'm surprised she got a spinoff show because as 90 Day characters go, she was not exceptional. I mean, her family had some drama, but there are way better freaks that they could have picked
Interesting.
to have their own spinoff show after 90 Day. But yeah, these shows are they're insane. It's the appeal to me is that, like most of us, I work and I feel like I use my brain a good amount. And then sometimes I want to sit down and watch the dumbest shit imaginable, turn my brain completely off. And these reality shows are great for it. It's awesome.
Yep. I can imagine. I did watch the first season of Too Hot to Handle.
Oh,
just very, very attractive women on that show. And it was kind of like, it was dumb enough, but it was like the drama. And then I think I started watching the second season and it was like, oh my God, this is so obviously fake. And like, somehow I didn't pick up on it in the first season, but it's like all very staged and stupid. So I hated myself for a bit for watching that.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think 90 Day and Love is Blind really appeal to me because they do seem fairly real, but obviously it's hard to tell. I mean, they take a ton of liberties with like editing that stuff. And, I think 90 Day is pretty real, and then Love is Blind also maybe. But I don't know. If you told me they were both somehow fake, I guess I would accept that. 90 Days seems.
I'm sure they're not all fake, but like if you've ever seen Too Hot to Handle, it's like after a while it becomes pretty obvious that it's all like kind of staged, and I don't know, the way they have the conversations don't make sense. I don't know. It's you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit. I believe I have seen the Marshawn Lynch episode of Bar Rescue. I think that is I've watched some reality TV. I've seen that specific episode. I think it's the only one I've watched.
What shows do you watch,
Neil? I just started watching The Bear. I wouldn't say. I mean, I'm still in the first season of that. So, but I watch all of Game of Thrones. I like House of the Dragon, Yellowstone. Yeah, I like generally. I think I like comedies or like HBO type, like hour-long drama type stuff.
Did you you watch Succession?
Oh, I love Succession. Yeah.
Yeah, that is probably my favorite show ever. Right there is my favorite show ever. I'm working through The Sopranos right now with my girlfriend.
Love The Sopranos.
Obviously great. The Sopranos, especially in the early seasons, has a lot of like straight up poor filmmaking. Which like the characters obviously are incredible and the filmmaking improves significantly as the show goes on. But like you'll see some stuff in seasons like 1 through 3 that are like laughable mistakes.
Interesting.
Or just like cringe scenes or weird cuts.
I don't get noticed.
Yeah, I mean it's I feel like it's easy to give it a pass for that because the characters are so enthralling and fun.
Yeah.
Like every character has a great purpose and like they're all interesting in some, one way or another. But Succession, I just feel like is stronger overall.
I've never heard of From on Amazon. Maybe I'll check that out. Deadwood, definitely very good. My favorite show of all time, I think, is The Leftovers on HBO.
What
really,
makes
really good.
that your favorite show of all time?
Let's make our pick, and then I will.
Oh yeah, my bad.
So I think we're at 2-4-5-1. I'd be fine going Ty Chandler. Ty Chandler at 156 is quite a big fall.
Yeah, and then Downs is the receiver I want.
Wait, is he? Oh shit. Hang on. Crap. This is the sidekick has stopped working apparently.
Oh.
So that's what happens if it stops working. I click on the player. They're not actually available.
Can you scroll down? We can get Dortch or D-Rob here.
Yeah. Rashad Bateman is there. Let's see. McMillan.
Sure.
Dortch. D-Rob. Yeah. Who's your favorite of that group?
Let's go Bateman.
All right.
We've taken so much Dortch and D-Rob. I ought to mix up my Neal equity a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Good thinking.
The Leftovers. Your favorite show because?
So first of all, it's just 3 seasons, which I like. It is like sort of deep, very interesting. Do you know the concept? Have you seen it?
I believe it's like the rapture happens, right? And then it's about the people who are left over after the rapture.
Yep. So like, I don't know, just good acting, good storytelling. Like there's a little bit of, you don't really understand what's happening. So what has happened. So like there's some suspense. I like the character building. It is, I kind of like, so it's 3 seasons and I liked the ending. Like it's the rare show where it's like, man, that ending really tied it all together. Like very, very like satisfying ending in general. Yeah, I guess that's basically it. Just the sort of like taking you into a unique world that you know, like what would happen in this scenario, seeing like, oh, this is how all these different people responded to 11% of the world or whatever just disappearing. This is how all these people react to that, and how people have nervous breakdowns. Other people are, trying to just march on. I don't know. It's fascinating. I thought well thought out and very, very good ending. And great music also. I like a show that has like a good soundtrack.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. I'll have to give that a look. I imagine in the end they figure out everyone who got left behind just passed on Demarcus Robinson at ADP.
Exactly right. Exactly right. They
I sorry to spoil it, everyone, but
yeah,
it just felt like an easy guess.
Passed on to Demarcus Robinson. Exactly right. Bobby says he thinks The Leftovers got canceled and they rushed the ending.
Oh, really?
I disagree. I thought it was great. What says the Lakers show on HBO. And I did watch a couple episodes of that. Just didn't totally like draw me in. How many teammates is too many teammates on DraftKings? Probably 6 is too many.
With a quarterback, I'm presuming. Yeah, 4 or 5 would probably be the max that I'd grab.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, I don't. He says you can't disagree. That's what happened. They still did a great job with the ending, I guess. Even if they rushed it, they did a good job rushing through to the ending.
Game of Thrones, an example of the exact opposite. The most rushed ending of all time.
Yeah,
that was heinous. They ruined like my favorite thing. I tell people you can watch Game of Thrones, but you just stop after season 6, because I think the last 2 episodes of season 6 in Game of Thrones, the Battle of the Bastards,
oh yeah,
and then the one where there was the big boom in King's Landing, are like the best 2 episodes of TV ever made. Basically.
That is true. I've never thought about that.
Yeah, and then like they just killed it.
It does work on DraftKings. Sorry,
they just shot it in the head.
Yeah, and they were just like, all right, well, we ran out of material.
Well, they wanted to do Star Wars. The guys behind it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. They were doing like a Star Wars show or whatever, so they were just like, yeah, we're dipping. HBO wanted like 4 more seasons.
They are also doing House of the Dragon, which I have enjoyed so far. I know not everybody does, but I've thought it's pretty good.
We got halfway through season 2 and have not.
Oh, really?
Continued it. In my girlfriend's words, too much yapping, not enough dragons.
That's funny.
Which I think is a fair complaint. I feel similarly. I have a little more patience for the yapping.
Yeah.
But it does kind of feel like a lot of like political stuff that I don't necessarily care about. Like, what is it? Like Star Wars Episode 1 or Episode 2 or whatever, probably both, where it is just like a lot of yapping and not enough lightsabers.
Yeah, I feel that. So we're at 2.561.
You've already got the 2 best receivers of all time queued up.
I mean, Hunter Henry a bit past ADP. I kind of like that as a second tight end. I also think we could consider Hunter Henry, Drake May here.
Okay.
Wait, is Drake? He might be gone already.
Who?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
he's gone. I still think we go Hunter Henry though.
Okay, I'm good with Henry, and then grab a receiver.
Yeah, which of these receivers do you prefer?
Oh, I mean, it's like trying to pick my favorite child.
I know. It's tough.
Which one have we taken more of? Probably D-Rob?
Probably D-Rob.
All right. Yeah, let's go Dortch then. The torture chamber.
2.572.
Hell yeah.
So Tokyo Stone says never went back and rewatched Game of Thrones. So the first like 5 seasons Game of Thrones, I would, before the season came out. So like season 2, I rewatched season 1. When season 3 came out, I rewatched both season 1 and season 2. Like I would start from the beginning. Like I loved Game of Thrones so much.
Same.
And then after the final season, I have not watched another episode, I don't think.
Yeah, the finale was so bad so I was watching with my college buddies, and we had like, college friends, right? Like generally if we watch a show, we're laughing, talking, whatever. For Game of Thrones, absolute silence. That was the only rule.
It was good.
During the last episode, I mean, obviously we, no one said anything. We all laughed out loud like 7 or 8 times at things that you shouldn't be laughing at.
Yeah.
It was that ridiculous.
The writing was so bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it really fell off. Yeah, I'm with you. Hugh Hames. I refuse to believe it finished.
Yeah.
Just write your own ending after season 6. Watch it to that point and then figure it out in your head.
I have not watched Claim to Fame. Somebody else asked about another, what was the other show? I can't find it now.
An American reality competition series. Oh, kind of like America's Got Talent.
What is that?
Claim to Fame.
Oh, okay.
Presented by the Jonas Brothers.
Can't say that I've kept up much with the Jonas Brothers.
Really? That's pretty surprising coming from a cultured man like yourself.
I actually said that, and then when I said it, I was thinking of Hanson. Do you even know who Hanson is?
Hansen.
Bop, bop, ba, doo, wop. Did you even know? Is that like
Yeah, no,
before
I
your
mean,
time?
I've heard that before. I'm assuming that's the
That's
guy.
Hansen. Yeah.
Okay.
It was like brothers. Like they were like kids when I was a kid or teenager. I don't know.
Wow.
Hell or High Water. That was the other one that was
Oh,
brought up that I have not seen.
all right. CLN clarified claim to fame for me. It is not like America's Got Talent.
Famous people's relatives, and you have to guess who the relative's famous celebrity they are related to. There's a Hanson poster behind him. You can't prove that. It's too bad the sidekick just finally stopped working. I mean, how am I going to make these picks? 2 more picks.
We have our alpha brains, Neil.
Alpha brains. Mine went to sleep hours ago.
Tell me about it. I'm quite tired. I hope this wasn't your lowest energy stream of the off season, but definitely the lowest energy stream from me that you've gotten this year.
I always bring the low energy. So
that's what happens when you're the oldest guy to draft.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I think we need another running back. Probably. I mean, we went HN, Warren Brooks. That's a pretty solid start. Charbonnet, Bucky. Who though?
Yeah, that's
Shipley.
Pretty tough. Could go Shipley. Haven't taken much of him. Everyone
yes,
else is
you have on this stream.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Since we did not go Marshawn Lloyd, so we could go Emmanuel Wilson. Trey Sermon, kind of interesting. Ty Johnson made the roster. Who do you like?
You know what? Let's go Trey Sermon is who I like. Oh, hell yeah. Imagine taking Darius Slayton over D-Rob, the GOAT.
The GOAT. That's a very solid team, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, this is great. This might be my favorite draft that we've done.
2-6-8-2. We get Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins at quarterback, at running back, Devin Achane, Jalen Warren, Jonathan Brooks, Zach Charbonnet, Bucky Irving, Trey Sermon, wide receiver Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Chris Godwin, DeAndre Hopkins, Rashid Shaheed, Rashad Bateman, Greg Dortch, Demarcus Robinson, tight ends Kyle Pitts, and Hunter Henry. That is gold right there.
Yeah, this is great. If I had $1 for every draft that I've ended at wide receiver, Dortch, Demarcus Robinson, I would have the $1.5 million that you get from winning Best Ball Mania.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to label. Oh, it's not done yet. Can't label yet. Jake, I was going to make a joke about whether you want to do another one. I'm not doing another one. I was gonna make the joke, but I don't want to wait for the stream for the draft to end to do the thing where I ask you whether you're ready for another one. No, I am good. I have 8 left now. I think you got me to that point. I mean, that is sick.
Yeah, this is awesome. 10 drafts with Neil this offseason. It's been quite an honor. I didn't think I would get nearly this many in after I delayed for a long time after UFL.
That's true.
Had to ready myself mentally, had to look deep into the player pool, figure out who the best round 18 picks are.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for having me, Neil. Like I said, it feels great on my end, and obviously glad to get a piece of some of these great teams.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming on, getting me through this. I only have 7 left after this one, so we are looking good to get this done in the next couple days. Really appreciate you, Jake. Where can people find you? What do you have going on in the short term, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, Twitter at Jake Tribbey. Can find all my great tweets there. I'll do some funny tweets. I'll do some good stats. Tweet out my articles, and then all my content will be over at fantasypoints.com. We'll have shows. We'll have articles for the upcoming season. I'll be doing a DFS early look. I'll be helping Scott Barrett with his slate breakdown. I'll be doing an early look live stream on Mondays. I'll be doing a show with Neil on
That's right.
Wednesdays, where we talk about the best DFS values in a draft style format. I'll be doing Cashing Points, which is the flagship DFS show on Fantasy Points, although Outside the Box might actually take that title this year for the flagship DFS show. And then after Cashing Points, 8:30 on Friday nights, I'll be doing a Battle Royale show with Ryan Heath. So that'll be a lot of fun. One of the shows that I'm the most excited about. So yeah, can catch me over at fantasypoints.com. Find me on Twitter. I'll be sure to tweet out lots of reminders for all the content I'm dropping.
Yeah, in the short term, go follow Jake on Twitter at Jake Tribbey. And of course, you can use promo code Orfield24 to get 15% off any Fantasy Points product. That'll get you into the Fantasy Points Discord. You'll also be able to find Jake there. Really appreciate all of you hanging out with us. Please do, if you have not already, subscribed to the channel. Trying to get to 2,000. Like the video, comment, etc., etc. Appreciate you guys. I will be back tomorrow afternoon to get 6 more drafts in. I'll be doing one long stream, 6 drafts there before doing the final draft on Friday. Thanks, guys, and catch you tomorrow.